for supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing at a very, very primitive level in their economy. So along come the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are literate, right? They can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much did they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also relating to that, they're numerates. They know how to do math. They can say, yes, I will gladly lend you money to, whatever, buy a new plow. It'll cost this much money. And you will pay me back at 25-30% interest, and over time I will tell you exactly how much you'll have to pay me every week until you completely discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. They have no idea how the math works, but Jews were able to do that. And yes, go ahead, Mr. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's just really valuable, and the Jews are able to afford it. Now, here's the key thing. The reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this, the two reasons. One is because the church did not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it because the king would say, oh, wow, Jews, you guys, you have all this gold and silver coming through your possession. I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my lands. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return for you guys doing a great job making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine your world today without credit cards, for example. It's ubiquitous. He says, I will protect you. You guys will be my special people, my Am Segula Lahavdil, and I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about, do your business, make lots of money, which I can then tax. This was a special status called, in Latin, servi camerae regis, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews in their little shtetl across Ashkenaz specifically reported directly to the king. And you did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could then tax. Another way to, a metaphor to use for this, Jews were kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry to soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could wring it dry for his own benefits. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to be in this line of work. It was also hugely important, again, I'm going to emphasize, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else was allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money on interest, and so that meant that if you wanted to borrow money for any reason, the only person you could go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you for no interest, or more likely, go to the Jew. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We'll meet again on Wednesday, God willing. Have a look on Canvas because you have a new artificial intelligence challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I'm glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College for Men of Touro University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on the camera. It's what I get to see, having these bright young men in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of our very vibrant base medrash, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, and then after breakfast they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonasan Sachs, and the leadership of our Menahal, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on, sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. We have so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, we give them a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are studying in other institutions in our neighborhood, and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m., and they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud, and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoyed this lecture and you want to contribute to ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help those students who are very Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well.
And even geniuses have to get down and mop up and vacuum up the kitchen. Oh, probably stinks in there. I mean, the guy's a musical genius. It's probably like a nightmare. And he blurred out the background so you can see them. Right, oh, plates. It's just plates. Yeah, the horde.
Okay. Okay, and is the microphone wireless great? Okay, we should be all right. You are screen sharing. Let's hope it all works. Okay, we talked about agriculture. We began talking about Servi Kamarai Regis. Right? Remember what that term meant? Servi Kamarai Regis? Mr. Eberstein? Okay, I didn't bring my... Go ahead.
So that was
correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I think I have actually a chart of this. No, I don't. It'll be in another class. But basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Blaschka? Yeah. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure? Excellent. Very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into big blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like the huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story, that, you know, you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility who are coming from those knights begin to demand more money and more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience. And this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very, top down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Blaschka. Where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where does the church fit in there? Good. Okay. Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Adlerstein puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants. He's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls and everyone's, religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based. It's very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Judaism in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, the first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how do you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're like really into the details of actual behavior. The church does very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on one second, I'll get through Mr. Kranz. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Okay. Good. Do you see the smile on my face, though? Because I'm looking for a particular answer. Mr. Tillman? Money. Thank you. And that is a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You are correct also, Mr. Vasilevsky, but money. So exactly, the king says, look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance and engage in money lending. And I can tax them, and it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world. The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside in Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic Church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well. They tend to get close power. They tend to have more privileges, more residency, things like that. When the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay, right. So let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Kranz, thank you. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Some helmets mayonnaise with something in there. Yeah, don't put that.
I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think they'd be happy. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have, I will say that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here, no, joking, that then we could talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuvah, which we do as well. But that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. We don't, the whole. If you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbeinu Yonah, what is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Karata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of karata are there in Rabbeinu Yonah Shari Tshuva? 20 different kinds of karata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do regret. We have it's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they really know snow. We know regret. We have 20 different levels of it. Yeah. So, yeah, Jewish guilt. That's it. But we'll in a different class, maybe, Mr. Kranz, or if you drop by my office, we're going to have a longer talk. Commerce, though, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade routes. I mean, amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s. The blue lines are where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer Ibn Farad, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages, and they're like totally fluent in everything that they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond them. So they may not get all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes the many different things of trading back and forth, and it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Kranz. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where they're or a little bit higher, sorry. That's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite, in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are a few different theories. One theory is that's based on a Persian word to know the way. I think that's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is called Rada, and possibly come from there. Moshe Gil, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Rhone River in Provence. We saw Provence earlier. Can I get out of here? Well, I'll find out soon. Because in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodonus. So the Radhanites might come from Rhone. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about them. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here? Anyone know? What if I hit escape? There we go. Okay, but then it shrinks it. Go all the way to this thing. Okay, here we go. Right, so risks and benefits of commerce. Risks, why is commerce risky, especially on these kind of issues? People, you can get robbed, right, definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuables, things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim because when it becomes unit under a single, legal system, a single language, it's a lot easier for it. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was a good illustration of the Aberson rule. A little bit obvious, but I think very true. There's a huge amount to be raised here. Mr. Tuman. I don't understand your question. You didn't have to live anywhere? Oh. Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, they got to settle down with a wife and kids, you think, though, so they probably are subject somewhere. But it's easy to pick up and move to a more hospitable place. That's also true. I didn't think of that. Very good. The question, though, is the Prophet versus the effort, right? This is a hard way to make a living, very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario, and my family was the only Jewish family in town, and there was one Meshulach. He was a collector for Beis Yaakov of Miami, and he would literally hitchhike, 600 miles all the way up from Toronto to my hometown. He would stay in every little Jewish family he could possibly stay in. I had to be kicked out of my room so that he would have my room when he came up there. But it was amazing. This guy, he was like my age at the time, 60 years old, hitchhiking in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for Beis Yaakov. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It's maybe very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge dangers of travel and transport, not only robberies, but tolls, right? Which are like sanctioned robberies, where, you want to cross the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border, tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Mr. Adlerstein. Okay, very good. So in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in a previous class, for example, it was a Jew who figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from a little island in Les Antilles to Bordeaux, where it became a massive thing. Yes, Mr. Kranz. Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife and kids behind, and you go off on the road for who knows long? No, typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? Historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do business and never came back, and nobody knew what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient times, of leaving a get behind, a conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and Gita and Ksubos, long discussion of it. And of course, it's a practice today in the IDF as well, that if you go into battle and God forbid you're kidnapped and MIA, nobody knows you're alive or dead, God forbid. So that's they would travel as men. It's got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also have at least some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This was especially useful in commerce because you could leave, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad. And even though you can't speak the local languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up in shul, and say, yo, I'm here, I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland, and you would find takers. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have, the diaspora community and a common language. Shall we go on? Yes, of course we should. Legal systems and norms, right? When you're going into a strange community and you want to sell things and you want to sell on credit, a person says, wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want, can you bring me 10,000 more axe heads? And say, no problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads. So if you are a Christian and a Muslim and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Ehrlich person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the Rav, they're literate, they're numerate, you can draw documents up, and you have a much greater degree of trust that facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world, that, you know, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate that you know people in common, and that, you know, that sort of like artificially broadens your social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. So playing Jewish geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, yeah, I'm from Paris. Someone says, oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moishe Cohen. He said, Moishe Cohen, I know him, but wait a minute, there's more than one Moishe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback? Yeah, that's the Moishe Cohen, all right? And they would connect each other, they would trust each other, they would leave deposits, they would sell on credit, and it was, you know, way more successful a venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have.
No, you can't tell your husband about this. Seriously, we're not even kidding.
Largely through this trade network, which develops slowly and expands. The fact that the Rabbinites can do it in the 9th century indicates that they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about them. And it's one of the great mysteries in medieval Jewish history. Who were these strange people? You know, we don't have any internal documents about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at a huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly was agriculture in nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, I don't know, if, you know, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already an elite in a college-educated environment. But if you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in some kind of commerce. If you add finance to them, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, I don't know, flips burgers at, you know, McDonald's, Smash House, whatever. Like that. That's basically that's our economic profile for much of our history. That may be an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Yeah, so it just develops. So don't forget also, when we saw the Arabic remains and the remains, that we have been breeding for a very long time. Ashkenazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of endogamy over and over and over again. Our genetics are so similar. So much more so than other people's who claim the same thing. Okay, now, what were they trading in? So here's a bit of a nasty part. One of them was slaves. This is actually a picture presumed to be a Jewish slave owner with two Jewish slave owners, and they've got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king and queen. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think a king sitting with their legs astray like that is kind of like sort of a simian demonstration of power. You sit like that, you know, you sit like you don't care what anyone else thinks. You know, you sit like this, like, you know, like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like prim and proper, you know, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? No, she's not. I don't even know. I don't think that's a queen. I think that's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with. I think it is maybe the Taz, maybe it was the Shah, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbatai Tzvi was really active, they sent an emissary to find out if he really was Mashiach, and the emissary came back, and you know, he described what he saw when he met Shabbatai Tzvi, and he described how he sat, and at one point he was sitting on the ground cross-legged, and right away, whether it was a Shach or the Taz, I don't remember, someone said, oh, he can't be Mashiach.
There's no way Mashiach would sit cross-legged. It's just not fair. You know, I guess if you're Mashiach, you know, guys like me can sit cross-legged. But slaves. So from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely trading in slaves. Slaves are I don't put them here, did I? Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but we'll talk about it right now. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. There was stocks for trade. Stocks mean like blocks to put their hands in, or like no. Stock market really developed like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years or shy of that. But physically they would take enslaved peoples and bring them elsewhere and sell them. So we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, oh, Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved peoples, and we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas to try and exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery if you compare them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or silks or whatever, because they were more traders in that. When you get, hang on, Mr. Grant, when you get to especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, we should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used like to farm massive plantations in inhuman conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more beauty symbols as well. Just to jump ahead, for the sake of argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which is a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle passage, where they would literally die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, and disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. But basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There are a lot more people who are involved who made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade, because it was a reality as well. Okay, Mr. Grant.
And we meet up at the cafeteria. Yeah, we get a little grub after. Yeah, oh my gosh.
Right, not African Americans, but Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money, right? People made money from it.
The answers of stuff I already knew they were going to talk about. I write it really small and a little.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to get slaves. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian. So I'm not sure if Lithuanians are Slavs. And they were often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves, or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle Ages. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They also think that way basically up until the 1700s. It's only at that point where people begin to say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people, right? This was like, it's like asking
It's asking them to have a 21st century mindset and morality when those standards were not applied in the medieval ages. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Jews, the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, who then decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church conflict. Right, okay, so what will eventually happen is, as restrictions are going to replace Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Radhanites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it, and we'll explore that next time we meet. Oh, look at this, we close to this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shalom, and he took over my grandfather's store. My grandfather is Alex, and my father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they closed it. But it was, Northern Ontario. Schmatas, textiles. Jews very big into textile industry. Work clothes, work boots, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it for tonight. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into money lending and the church, which is hugely important for understanding the economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me.
Smokey, they're you in a submarine? Yeah, currently into the sea. My God. Are you always up with Scousers? Yeah, what's going on over there?
All right, so where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term is usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest. And in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it could be double that easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments' vices, so far as they can tax them, they're bad if they get out of hand. Like if you have a gambling casino on every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was in some degrees of vice, and we'll see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother.
So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big, natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive but every year. Okay, if you're smart, like Yosef Atzadik, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got money to carry you through. But people are not always so smart about how they save money for the winter, and also all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging nomadic civilizations and they steal all your grain, or good things like you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Think like people have these payday loans with really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money until your next paycheck. So you go to the Jew. You go to the money lender, and he'll say, no problem, I'm happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay me back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Mr. Truman.
Keep up the good attitude down there, seriously. Yeah, Bob's your uncle.
Precisely. This is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you've ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play, I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. Meaning, I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit and stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very human character, because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is. What is it? Antonio. So that's where you get the phrase, though, your pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious, extreme rate of interest. So here, but think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be chased out by pogromists and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like we talked about the Cherem HaYishuv, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds who said only so many, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it, because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do, incidentally. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent, after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money earners. Mr. Vasilevsky. No, no. Basically, we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, the Jewish monopoly ended. And Mr. Adlerstein.
They're also very limited amount of people who can be money lenders. Yes, there is a big need for money lenders back then, and it still is, but you can't have every single Jew
Correct.
be a money lender. You have to be the few.
Right. It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by or employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the people. Of those, let's say 40 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually money lenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by a church father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratian. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews. Jewish monopoly was de jure. You familiar with this term, de jure? Sometimes people say de jure, but it's de jure, it means of the law, like in writing, legal. It's Jewish monopoly in writing, that Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe, and Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. The difference between what actually is and what is actually done. There was Christian competition, though, but de jure were the only ones allowed to do it. These were big into it. Ms. Perriente. Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and artisan organizations were closed shops. You could not get in, and you would not be allowed to train as a swordsmith or things like that. Jews couldn't get in. Even like dyers and like pigment and things like that, Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this is something that was open to them, and not only open, encouraged and protected by the king. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, because they gained pretty much universal respect, was medicine. One of the reasons for the long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields is because this was an area where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews who were literate were pretty much universally respected. You had popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jews. So those fields largely not closed to Jews. There were not every university, the vast majority of universities, were closed to Jews. For a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that were allowed Jews to study there for medicine. But if you realize that in the 12th century, there were only 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe, very few of them. So people are learning medicine on their own, saying, okay, I'm a doctor. No MCATs, Mr. Tinman. So Dark Ages, that actual term, refers to the period from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. It's a big period of time. It's basically from, let's say, the year 500 to about the year 1300. This is right. This is the high Middle Ages, though. This is like at the very end of the Dark Ages, so the dawn is already coming up. Yes.
That's a good one. How were you? Has your life changed? No, no.
You're absolutely correct. It was far more lucrative than being a peasant. It's way better than being a peasant too, right? In fact, let's talk about that. I think I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury. Right here, some Jewish money lenders. You see the coins here, right? So benefits, profit, right? Money lending is profitable. And that's the bottom line. You make a big paycheck with that. Yeah, Mr. Gertz. Oh, we passed by. Okay, sorry. Okay. Urban. This is an urban profession. You don't have to live far away from other Jews. You can stay inside a Jewish community. That's a clean trade because, you can still go to Minyan in the morning. You can, walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you, right? You can have banker's hours. You can say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I take an hour off for lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to be is numerate and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have enough to start with. But basically, if you got the money and you can write down what people owe you and you can calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your shop. Mm-hmm.
What do you really think it is, Maria? What did you say you thought? It's about 4. Yeah, it's a little too much.
So true, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, and the king comes to your office and says, "Okay, where's my tax receipts this month?" You say, "Oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, king, but look at my record book. And Jean-Paul did not pay me back, and I'm still holding on to his pledge for this whole time." So the king gets upset, goes out and beats up Jean-Paul, right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? Federal something. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruin. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You got muscle behind it. Okay, and so it's more effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are neither literate nor numerate, and they're also not allowed to do it because the church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, right? Especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you're seeing, I got another 2 years to pay this off. It's not a fun thing. So you can get, if you're a money lender, you will be resented by everyone you loaned money to. Peasants who are typically just like payday loans to get through to the next car kind of thing, or worse, we'll see this more when we get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would rack up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in a Jewish inn, something called a krechma in Yiddish. And this is also something that the nobleman would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews who are living there. They set up these inns. The peasants work hard all day in the fields. They come out, they have a few beers. They say, put it on my tab. And the tab grows and the tab gets interest because you're borrowing that money. And then at the harvest season comes and the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to pay up my tab. What? Look at this amount I owe. How do you calculate this, right? So it's why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it, right? It's his profit, so he loves it. He lets the Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his good graces, they will fulfill that role. They'll provide the alcohol. They'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this. The process of something called propinatia, and occasionally. Basically, from the 7th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprising against Jews. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted in factors like Jews charging interest on bar tabs. Mr. Gertz, did you have your hand up? And then Mr. Tunney.
Just making mistakes. We're young, for Christ's sakes. Yeah, dude, we got a lot of time. Dude, we're not even at the halfway point of our lives, for Christ's sakes. It's well, Casey, this for full's sake. Everybody's not going to be careful because I'm thinking, fuck, I'm almost 40. That means a game I'm going to break. It's hard to say, but we can keep rolling.
Good point. I mean, don't forget, you still have the big brother factor where the king will support it. People ditching town is actually rather difficult to do in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but they are attached to the land. They can't just like pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, but they're still owned by the master. And so it's kind of like a half servitude, and so they're still around. It's hard to run away. There will come a point where the risks outweigh the benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up leave. Too risky. Mr. Tillman. Financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
In the 1780s, like the Jews started to be allowed into society. That was terrible. And told them like the Jews were like these isolated, very.
It's an overly rosy picture. It's an overly, we talked about Gretz a few weeks ago, right? That's a Gretzian approach where the Jews are like always victims, never victimizers. It's not the historical reality. We definitely had our shit victimized. Well, you can answer that question for me at the end of it, and you'll see how you feel about it. The difference about the 17th, 18th century with Ascala, which we will get to in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into the world of culture, of art, of the media, of literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jewish existence any day, and not just for the schnapps and herring on Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Cranston, I really got to go on.
Constitutionally, you mentioned that the king would occasionally foreclose from Jews.
Yes.
And if the king was to be busted backing up the loans, then the loan to the king would be high.
Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Adelstein. You're giving me a segue to the word nobility here. So it's not just the king, but it could be local noblemen, right? And what would happen is, and this especially happened as money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like if a nobleman said, I want to fight with the other one across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to the Jew and they would say, I'll pay you your 15-20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. And a few Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called Hofjuden, or court Jews because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you point out, because what happens when the time comes to pay and no government says this debt burden is too high? So the peasants would react by revolting. The king or nobleman just say, not I'm paying the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also paying the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions were due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors. Is that the right word? Creditors? I always get those mixed up. Creditors, yeah. They get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening, though, Mr. Adlerstein, what ends up happening is they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get up by without having a credit system in place. I didn't invite them back. So that's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in 1 century. Yes, well, the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those reigns of power, but they had far more influence after the 13th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right. Same thing. Clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous for the Jews. So we can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Krantz.
She's not with us anymore, so here, you can't remember that, okay? Yeah, she ran off with some bozo, and she ditched the hero and got with the bozo. Oh, that's her fucking problem. She passed away. She passed, so, it was mixed.
I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles. Was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans who were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. You couldn't get jobs. They were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills, like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Food Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on a bus and you travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anger of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. But because of the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out. Could be. There are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews had relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, we can't exaggerate this. We are painting with a very broad brush over hundreds of years, but relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to of an urban Jew. But it was tenuous because you could have these popular uprisings resulting in these explosions of violence, pogroms, or from the land estates, you could be expelled. You could be kicked out because the debt load to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go to when did it all end? I mentioned earlier the Italians ended it in the 15th century. The Italians said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can't we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending. And they came up with it. They called it the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the mountains of piety. Maybe because they had like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt agreement, a loaner's agreement from a Monte di Pieta. They essentially charge interest 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank, meaning this bank, this Monte di Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on. We have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from us interest-free, but you pay 4 to 5% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. This is more like bank. But the thing is, I wrote this halakhically. The havdil. In the Catholic Church, halakhically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often, the church, which was involved heavily in creating the Monte di Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte di Pieta and to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open. So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the Monte di Pieta? I mean, they succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase, not only survive, but increased at this time? Yes, Mr. Blasco, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is a counterintuitive. You're not going to get this. But Mr. Tillman, last guess. No. In the 15th century, the Italians are really smart. They know this stuff. Mr. Pariente, last chance. Reputation? What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation too. This is the main reason why the Monte di Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious rules attached to it. So when you went to the Monte di Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession. You had to say why you owed the money. And you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit prostitutes again, whatever it is that got them into debt in the first place. And it was they couldn't guarantee secrecy, they couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jews just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt, and all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Monte di Pieta is set up, and even when the Jews were burdened with more taxation to pay for them, people kept patronizing Jewish moneylenders, including nobility, going to them because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you're going to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agencies. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr. Tillman. Yeah, it probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation other than the fact that they maintain confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? Like, if you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean you're going to respect them more or name them Sisterhood Member of the Year or whatever. Okay, so the demand for credit, as because we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance. It's really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money lending was able to continue through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, the Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and we're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazic period of history, which changes dramatically.
Oh my gosh, I love gators wondering what that kind of stuff is. Gator, it's called a Z-bar. It's the only food we eat. Gator, it's a Z-bar. They're gonna be a sponsor at some point.
Exclusionary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There, in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the smallpox vaccine, the unique Ashkenazic living arrangements, KES, which reduce infant mortality significantly, and there's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America, to a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into the period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century in particular. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Parente, Mr. Parente. You used to sit over here, didn't you? Yeah, that's what was hard to confuse. Okay, Mr. Parente.
Well, you know, I used to write for personal injury lawyers. What should we say, or what? How do we say this?
So, good question. The question, which I will repeat, because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people, or a country, or a region? So, you can have a look at the very first lecture. We went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah, I forget his son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this was eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jewry. We have no real good reason to associate specifically that reason with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to the people, and Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture. It's online, and you see it. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions, really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipality kingdoms saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We will give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Kranz.
It could have been. They did a really good job because that blood was everywhere. It was pooling. It looked real. It was brutal. Was the guy like screaming? At the beginning he was, and then he stopped screaming.
Well, you're right, Mr. Kranz. The first Jews who are allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as citizenship except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject. So maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. We're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusades. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know what the term watershed means? It's a good term. I'm going to tell you, actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? Mr. Silver? No. Water is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? It depends on the elevation of a particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Koheles. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River and then down into the Gulf of something, right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So then the Gulf of America. Or further west, then you'd be in a watershed where it would flow into the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell in where I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it flowed north. So a watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way. Afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11.
Come on, baby.
That's a huge watershed
Give it to
for
me.
the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but you live in the post-9/11 era. Changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time. They are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. The Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? Don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than the Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really appropriate to use the term denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gotten along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message. He says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix. saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole pile of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of land, and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders, like, for example, the walls around Jerusalem were built by the Muslims, trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple hundred years. Here you see, and by the way, because they kept on they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes, some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happens, Mr. Pence? So how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these Stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi. You have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too. We want to get involved in it. And they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who is kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves? If our whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims, why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Av HaRachamim prayer, which Av HaRachamim, which we read on Shabbos after Kriyas Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onwards for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them, Mr. Loiki. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back, pieces of the Holy Cross, things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there. But they do want to get involved in the violence of all it. So they say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland. Mr. Parente. So I think that if you asked a crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option, convert or die. Right? This is the option, well, get baptized, which will represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right? Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews. There's a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these matters. 1096, the summer, May, June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades that also had, violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture where we looked at Ashkenazi genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbeinu Tam being involved in one of these crusades as well and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Shum communities by acronym. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, question. Yes, definitely. That was where Rabbeinu Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. So they're not faraway places. They're small by our standards, but still big by the periods of the century. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are?
I hear you, and then I'm just not gonna want to live.
Pay him off. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? Because we're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, in the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. We need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. But basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, you set it aside as a strategy since the Maccabees, really. Oh, a little later. Since the revolts against Rome. Since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military responses. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it at the end of the semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient period. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are you run away, and yes, we have lots of flight of Jews. It's not always possible, though, you know. You're talking about your family, talking about your children. Are you going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to bribe the criminals. Try to pay your way out of it. One of my students once memorably said, this is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. You can remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like we see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you know, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the Service Regi Kamerai, that stuff we talked about? But we appreciate your desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. And they were able to successfully, avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right? Because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. But later on, it would get worse. They would not. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and any Jews who were outside of the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you'd have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, you know, come out and be baptized or we will set the synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives. And the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had no more living people within them. Absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Post, but also in the Christian Chronicles. And can you believe these Jews? I mean, amazing. They would rather kill themselves and their own children. Rahman al-Islam. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history, that from the Crusades onwards, much of Ashkenazic culture is sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involved in the outside world. And Ashkenazic culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions we'll see shortly. Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living. It's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. You see the contrast between these two? Ashkenazim sword in the sand, saying, if you force this on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, if you pardon the pun, jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this, at least recorded in the Jewish Chronicles, of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than to submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we'll see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with these crazy allegations of blood libel and these bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite. They were supposed to be killed so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 100 people there. You have, more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening. In Mainz, the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you do have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested one of the worst of the rabble-rousers, and they cut off his hand, stopped the violent way. But otherwise, violence just ran over even the bishop, even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. It's like when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, you're not coming into our land, this is crazy, you come in here, you rape, you pillage, all in the name of, the Christianity, and it's totally not okay. So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail that's kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to be killed, or certainly then decided to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sparta class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christians. It's a sacrament. They can't take it back. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities. And he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What right do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled. We've shown him that you are familiar with Rashi being perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the first Crusade, was part of the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we shouldn't accept them back. Maybe you're allowed. This Yahareg Ve'alavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to force yourself to give up your life for this.
nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It was not such an easy thing to do. The consensus developed that, yeah, we'll allow them to come back. We'll allow them to be considered Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation. They were not responsible for that. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at midday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean.
It's athleticism.
I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus, the Rishonim, are that, baptism has no impact on Jewish status based on the principle Yisrael, Afal Pi Shechata Yisrael. Right? A Jew, even though he sins, is still a Jew, and you can't remove that Jewishness from him. But I am not a posek. I'm not even a rabbi, just a regular guy. So I can't tell you for sure. Master Rosh Yeshiva. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, deals with the Crusaders in 1099. They finally get their way there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the first crusade, it was the peak of the crusading story and became like myth. You have guys like Richard the Lionheart who make their reputations in these huge battles with Jerusalem. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians, but there's going to be a massacre and sold in slavery. And it is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims and Jews are at loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East. It's been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there are many points in time where Jews and Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. The Crusades is one of those examples. Also, one more thing to point out: you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, if you go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history, right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business in Jerusalem. It's not even clear how much they were really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get like all of Europe comes down here and they're big metal armor and there's horses and stuff like that, and like they make a war with us, so they regard the West as being like as an existential enemy. It's something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Crusades.
I would drink that.
I would 1,000% if I'm a little dog and that's my mom, I'm drinking her milk. Yes, if I was her mommy, I'd drink milk out of her. If she even able to.
Yeah, so you got to take the Sephardic Jewish history class. That's you do have this period which they call, it's a little bit of an exaggeration, but la convivencia, the period of coexistence. Lasts about 200 years. About give or take 950 to 1150. Yes, exclusively in Spain. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time. Sephardic Jewish history. You think right now everybody's getting along? Yeah, I would love that to be true. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So good argument. Okay, there's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but well, case in point, right? Okay, let's just one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The Yehuda Maccabee were called Chassidim. David HaMelech calls them Chassidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement, just
happened to use the same name, they flourished for about 100 years right after Sades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim, fascinating book on a historical level. I'm sorry? Yes, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid is one of the major authors of this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well, because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at this time. It's a fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave. And all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into halacha, but nevertheless is kind of like advice given by the followers of this Hasidic Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition. It's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame. Self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva. Where it's so different from much of the the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidic movements is really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way. These Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in snow. Fasting was a big deal. Lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, customs like putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to your burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark period in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is absolutely quite fascinating, and you can look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in Hasidic world. I think I have here, no, I don't have the images. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidic Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artworks that we have from the time, a lot of them, I have them I think later on in this lecture, or maybe I'll put it in one of the videos. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. If I know, I'll try and find it later if I didn't show it to you before. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today too. The idea is like more, we're not sure exactly what the idea is. What most theorists say has to do with the idea of like more tznius. It's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay. Yes, question. The Hasidic Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement. And there were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it, People thought like, that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays, we express our Judaism by like, having lots of sufganiyot and hamatash. And back then, they would say, oh man, I got to go like roll in the snow a little bit. I should like stop eating for 2 days. It was just, that was the style. Wear dark clothes. Wear bright clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah. Correct. So it's the reason that they were influenced by the environment happening in the period of the Black Death. No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think it did survive. I mean, we still have their writings, which indicated they were circulated. You'd have to find a way to measure that, and I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Kranz.
Look at these. Look at these moves. Look at this move. They're very exciting.
I'm excited not to interrupt the podcast, but just know if you guys are in bed and you're thinking, where's Casey? I'm in Chicago.
Yeah. Chabad in particular did not like that, yeah.
Chicago.
Look at this move.
No longer in Austin. And it'll probably be cooler going at a very good time because now it's getting very hot here.
Could be. I don't know. Could be.
Going at a
I'm not sure.
time.
Okay, let's go weiter. Now, the next nasty thing, right? The whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple of hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that, he didn't have the same kind of big massacres like he did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. One of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. And you can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea that started first up here in Norwich, and right here in the, it's actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, alilat dam in Hebrew. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why would Jews need to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But and the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing bulls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people who say this happens. But nevertheless, it is one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so whenever it happens, unfortunately, and it does happen, young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, Rahman al-Islam, even in our own day. So, people are really upset. And they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard that Jews do this. It is. Well, after all, it must be part of their ritual murder. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder, which really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub and you'll find a scar and someone has stolen your kidney. All right, you ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something in your drink, you wake up the next day missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, that happens. Oh, man. But even though, I don't know how often or how seldom it happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens with ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go, why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. By the way, I'll show you. Here's like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one in 1944. This is Simon of Trent from 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. And you can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. Like one of the ways that one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what would look like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you've been to Europe, you'll see they're like round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things there. In Israel, you see them Pashkevilin, same kind of idea, like don't go to Touro College kind of messages that you'll see in some places. I shouldn't say that, but they that's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoonish image. They have these little ruels here, these little badges that indicate that they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the founder of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood would probably make it taste better. God forbid, I didn't mean to say that. I'll have to cut that out of the video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation. And so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that they are infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. I know there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust, trying to wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. A very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood, and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they could use it for their purposes as well, when of course there is no blood to be had. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it haunted the Jews for hundreds of years. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in the wall of a church. You can go to churches today in Europe and you can see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are willing to go along with that, but historians recognize it for what it is as best you can. Here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews. It relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis would just
make tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews. There's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from these crazy people. Yes, Ms. Parente.
Joe, that belly button, she's being serious. Yeah, Kyle XY. I should have like a hotline for it at this point. Yeah. Get a wing thing.
So the question Ms. Parente asks is, there's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sander Gilman. So I think it's called The Jew's Body, or it might be called The Jew's Nose. I'm not sure, but Sander Gilman's the author. And he argues it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo. It's a very famous Greek statue of a woman, and it was considered in the late 90s when it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. So a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, if this is the ideal with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's the kind of capitalist image, large, or, it's late 19th century most likely. Good argument for it. Okay, let's go to one last related charge, and this is nasty. Great. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this time period. And we could say much more about this. Literally, we could teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, for example, you didn't even have to have a body. Like the Blois incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found a body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, over a blood libel. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post-desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post-desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post-desecration story because it served their own agenda. I'll explain. So the term host refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. Gesundheit. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in standing and you had said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like you have a kiddush. This would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of Last Supper, literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing, to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it, right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it with the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. Right? That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous and they put it down, post-desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post-desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau. It's also 14th century. And it's basically, again, written with cartoons, because most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like a,
graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the Blood Bible stories, a renegade Christian who, you know, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian, goes into the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the host. Right? Here's the host, here, these little wafers. Oops, sorry. Jumped ahead. And then he goes and he takes them to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have the ruel on their shirts there, their tunics. And he accepts money for, he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got it in a little box here. And in their synagogue, they torture the host. You can see they're stabbing it with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. Right? It starts to bleed. That's again, demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in a synagogue or hasn't looked carefully because he's trying to reproduce the Shnei Lufot Brit here in Hebrew, but he doesn't know how to write Hebrew, so he's trying to write gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like, the police come to the door and say, hey, what's going on in here? We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming as it were. So the Jews say, quick, get rid of the evidence. They collect it up. They throw it into the furnace. And miraculously, the form of a small child appears in the flames. And doves fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Narishkeit, Bobomais, is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happened. There's a mob, bursts into the synagogue. They arrest all the Jews. They behead them. This is also a typical Jewish hat from the 13th century. They torture them over the flames. They set them on fire. The Christian is later taken away for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. You can see the body parts up here from blood libels, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. Goes from ritual murder to blood libel to host desecration. It just gets crazier and crazier. This is the map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay. Oof, that's so exhausting and nasty. Questions? Yes, Mr. Valente.
Anybody we talk to, we thank you, and we're gonna figure this out together. We will. Should we do a 5-minute time limit? Try to get through as many as possible. Sure. I'll check the time right now. Okay, let's do a 5-minute timer on each person.
Timer, Gigi.
I got a timer. Let me see if I can get the first person's video connected.
I didn't understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from what? Oh.
But then they missed it and it was not.
That's good. It would be interesting to try to correlate this stuff with the witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one-to-one or one-to-a-few. But once you start getting broadsheets, and once you start getting you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. We live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. And people start saying, oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q anyways? Do you guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Is it, or what else? I'm sorry?
Where are you from? Where's that accent?
Yes, stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre sort of super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially got huge during COVID, but it goes back really 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason, there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon belief that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. There's no basement in it, but it's just, this is blood lab. This is human psychology. Sorry, and in the back, I yeah.
What's your favorite carnival?
Yeah, it did happen. There's some super crazy things that happen. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to protect it. Mr. Rubin. Yeah, that sounds well. There were some real crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do the expulsions part. Okay, let's go. Oh, Black Death. We might not get to expulsions. Let's start. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. Right? 1340s through about 1360, you have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably in Italy or maybe in Sicily, and it just like carves a swath of death through all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with these big ulcers called buboes that would grow up in lymph glands and things like that. And people are like obviously freaking out. Think COVID-19, but with a lot more blood and with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. There are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts, because remember, how would Jews be related to this in any ways? Well, they'll be playing publicity. No. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we'd like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash Matildas with soap, right? So they wash without soap. And we would bathe more often, like once a week, right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy, but Jews didn't like dogs. Right? There is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. So Jews own cats. Cats chase rats. Rats run. No rats. No bubonic plague. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate because of the urban penalty. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. The reason we do know a lot about the Black Death and Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. And Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that. And we have a lot of fascinating accounts that are specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century rendition, the triumph of death, right? These horrific kind of scenes. It's really worth looking at if you watch the video, you can look at it more closely, with skeletons riding all over the place and big, hurting people into coffins like this. It was just a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated, became very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the well. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew at the time this was designed, didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time, but he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear, the special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has, the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well and poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little close-up of the text. It's kind of interesting to look at. You can read here, it says in the little shoulder note, a great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. Right? They allied themselves, meaning the Jews allied themselves in consort with their diverse lepers. By holes, sources, and means they made an ointment with the confection of the blood of man, being composed with certain venomous herbs, wrapped with in a little linen cloth, applying a stone to the same to make it sink to the bottom. They nightly cast in the said infection unto all the fountains and wells of the Christians. That's the bizarre kind of idea circulating. All of these things together make this is like why Jews felt not welcome anymore in Western Europe. Ritual murder, blood libel, the Black Death. This is the burning of Jews in Strasbourg in the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see, God willing, on Monday when we meet again, Eastern Europe was saying, hey, please, Jews, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come. We'll let you settle. We'll give you all kinds of permissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182 when Jews were first expelled from France. That we talked about with the economic situation, and that's where we're going to leave it off. Most of those expulsions will be left in 1492 from Spain, but we're still just a little bit shy of that. Okay, I managed to get through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for learning.
Yeah, I don't usually party anymore. I've got that out of my system, but yeah, everybody gets into crazy. But drinking Budweisers and stuff, they started calling it crazy after y'all left. Yeah, Budweiser. We had 3 Budweisers each.
Here we are. We're speaking out the last week, like last century when we spoke. We were talking about these negative pressures that are pushing Jews eastward out of Western Europe, right? What kind of pressures? I mean, remember what was going on? Mr. Hilbert, you got any idea what was pushing Jews out of Western Europe? Barbaric crusaders, right? Exactly. The massacres of Shun 1096 and onward. Good. What else? Government's kicking them out, right? You've got expulsions in France from 1182, and like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half, and England 1290, right? Yeah. And why are they kicking them out? Because they right. And generally speaking, when the peasants owe Jews money, you have a rebellion. When the nobles owe Jews money, you have an expulsion. Right? That's just because that's how they deal with it. Then, of course, they end up inviting them back. Right? What about some of like the really bizarre ideas that was circulating at the time? I think Jews feel welcome. Blood libel, social desecration, good. What is ritual murder? Close. That was host desecration. Most of the names of crackers. Double crackers. Okay, well said. A ritual murder is technically the earlier stage of blood violence. The ritual murder charge begins in 1144 in Northern England with the idea that Jews must, for some bizarre reason, reenact the crucifixion, and so they ritually murder a child. That's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspect of it. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are distinctly uncomfortable in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this pull, this actual invitation for Jews to please come to Eastern Europe. Like one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first class, the genetic history of Ashkenazim, even though the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from Eastern regions of Poland, Romania, Ukraine, Belarus, to a certain degree Russia, they really, that's a phenomenon from the 13th
maybe.
to the 18th century.
Which one is that?
They moved from Western Europe.
Okay.
Historical. Let's just think for a second about historiography before we get into this unit. You've already seen Salomon. We talked about him a few weeks ago. He's a very important 20th century historian. I think he died in 2008, something like that. He was especially known for his conception of the lachrymose vision of Jewish history. He's criticizing the tier definition of Jewry, that it's all persecution, and yet we overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him for this, and I'm going to come back to him in a second, but I want to introduce you to two other great historians who made a huge impact in the way we think about history. This man, Leopold von Ranke, not Jewish, neither is Belgian. Von Ranke was one of the first people to really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. Notice his years, right? He's really quite late, 19th century. That means that all those people who wrote history centuries and centuries before him were not necessarily writing history the way modern historians write it. What could possibly be different about a history written in the year 1000 than a history written in the year 2000? What's different? Maybe the whole entire things that get through a local area. Okay, good. More use of sources, but even more basic than what sources you're reading. What would that? Is there one that's on a direct fact? What do you mean by that? Direct facts. What is a direct fact?
Just things that actually happened, maybe instead of illustrations and stories.
I'm so glad that you said that. Can you repeat that? No, before you said that, you said exactly a quote. You were Metaben to the great von Ranke when you said things that actually happened. Remember you said that? Right? He said history is, Geschichte ist, was es eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that was his big deal. Von Ranke said, you know what? Too much of this, all the history that's been written up until now, it's not what is identity. So classically, what actually happened. What are people writing? They're writing. So Silver suggested three. They're writing like kind of narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle what actually happened.
It's really unprecedented. This motherfucker throwing up gang signs like a pimp. Where?
To feel religious. To feel
Bunch of fucking Jews.
whatever
Love
it
them.
is, they're more of an art form than science, to be sure. And von Ranke said we have to really think about what we're doing, because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big line in the shelf in the library. On the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until von Ranke, a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like there was no problem going between mythology straight into wars and princes and stuff like that. So this is a huge step forward in history. He would later be really criticized in the 20th century, saying, well, but that's a really important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are, when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high
school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set rather than teach you a bunch of facts. And that was, it's appropriate. That's what you want to do. You want to build up people's identity one way or another. But it's not necessarily the kind of history that one rock here would be happy with.
You fucked up, son.
Another really important thing that they bring here is this guy, the Bellhouse. Bellhausen is not a friend of Wittgenstein. I gotta tell you up front. He's definitely not a friend of Wittgenstein. He is the founder of modern biblical criticism. As distinct from some precursors like Spinoza, the Bellhausen was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we read Tanakh. And so we had an incredibly corrosive impact on how everybody appreciates history colors. So we're not going to go into his theories, but one of them is so important for us that we can't avoid putting him on the board here. And that is a very valuable insight. History tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it is written than the period which it is writing about. Please, Mr. Adelon, yes.
So the people who are writing this here are the people who love living during those times, and they are, I know, impartial witness to what is going on. So it reveals more how their personal views were mattered than what actually is going on.
Nice take if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I am not that old. I was not around 1917 at one.
We were using primary sources for your research.
Right, but I was writing history in 1990s. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book on 1917 than what actually the whole book was about?
Rabbi, come on.
I definitely wasn't there.
You little son.
Reflecting your bias and your reality situation of what's going on.
Very good. Now you're
They
going
want
to
to
because
learn
all
college,
these
you're
things
supposed to like
sources
right up
from
my tongue, I'm
1917,
the
I'm
leading
reading
gets a cow.
newspapers, I'm reading diaries, I'm looking at documents, I'm looking at archaeology and all that. I'm looking at 1917 sources, but I'm writing it with a mindset of 1995. Thinking all my 1995 issues, and I'm filtering everything I know historically through 1995.
But it also is interesting, the way we usually do hindsight is to clarity, but here you actually line with that.
Perfect, very nice. I do that for the people who are on the Instagram says we're actually blinded by hindsight. Exactly, we're looking backwards, but our perspective is today. So we're trying to understand everything through today. It's like, for example, sometimes people will look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibilities. Like, they jar us when they say something about slavery, but unnecessarily being, saying, oh, and we hate slavery, it's bad. They just admit that. Or they aver, for example, that Nashim Dats and Kalos, that women are like-minded, right? And we say, oh, man, he's a misogynist. Well, excuse me, there were no misogynists in the 12th century. That was like everybody thought like that. But if we view that person's attitudes as if he lived in the 21st century, then we'll make these fast character judgments, which is bad history. But that's what House's main point is that we tend to view history from the perspective of where we're living today, and bring to that understanding history all of our contemporary biases. And it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual work to try and break free of them. Some historians, some philosophers would say it's impossible to break free of them, but that's not right acceptable. Finally, Sarah O'Brien, his tone, because he says that's what's going on with the history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by our contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we only look at a narrow slice of it without looking at a broader picture. of what actually happened, as I hope to demonstrate in the next 45 odd minutes. Right? For example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this part of this lecture a couple of years ago, when the war broke out in 2022. Now it's even weirder because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this is, I like this picture particularly because, you know, a lot of the subject when we talk about today deals with the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, you know, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually many people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would have looked at it totally differently. Years ago, 100 years ago, you know, it was the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually, that's not true. William Faulkner said, the past is not dead, it's not even over. You still keep reliving the past, but I wax to those sides. Let us now, with that kind of like introduction to historiography, which I think may have been more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas as they are. Let's talk about the migration pressures and so on. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this yellow part a little bit higher as well, but this is them making their way in specific years to many communities in what will later become Latvia, Estonia not so much, Latvia up here, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is, here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealing itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. But we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressured from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time invited into Eastern European countries. So you have to figure out, why are they invited into it? Okay, let's look. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe for much of the later Middle Ages and early modern period. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called a Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. And as you can see, it's massive. It stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea here. This would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still a contested region of contemporary Ukraine held by Russia. Now, actually, look how ironically, this is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. But Russia has most of this, although Ukraine has some linguistic territory more further. And the Crimea down here is part of Russia, although this part is still Ukrainian. But it's pretty close to contemporary war. Germany be over here. Right? So Central Europe, way over here would be England, right? But it's a big, big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox. It's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western church, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet, like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English.
Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are totally different language families altogether. So many different peoples in here. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, will become the Jews. The Jews first enter this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimean Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back like around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine and Khazar migrations, specifically to the region around Kiev, or Kiev, as they say nowadays in English. Actually, let's clarify that for a second. Kind of a weird thing. When you listen on the radio, everybody says Kiev. Kiev is not a place. I don't know why they typically say there's 2 syllables in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev, or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what we said, Kiev. Just like, you know, I don't know, Paris, I don't know, if that's the name of it. But in Ukrainian, they have a slightly different vowel combination. The sounds are sounded differently, and it is pronounced K-E, 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Kiev, but it's K-E. Sorry. Kiev, Kiev, this city right about here was actually the center in the medieval period of a massive princedom, wasn't really a kingdom, that was later regarded by Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and Belarusians, excuse me, as their homeland. But in many ways, they were totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion in 1240, they were literally separate, because that was it for this thing. But we do know that there's lots of Jews active in Kiev from the 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence, there's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on. And I believe we even discussed, yeah, we did, the famous Povest Ramenyefet, the Chronicle of Bygone Years, where Prince Volodymyr had to decide between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany. Then this is really where we get the huge bulk up of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first myths in Poland, meaning making money, literally making money. Here's a whole pile of very early Polish coins. Can you notice anything unusual about them? They have Hebrew all over them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Good. Polish jokes are written on them or something. Right? No. Yeah, exactly. The Poles are not literate. And the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, know what their value is, and so on. And they don't know the Latin alphabet anyways. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this, though? Why didn't the king get Polish people to do this? So, yeah, but why would he want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country who can do this? Maybe I'm asking that question. They didn't know have anyone to do it. The Jews already, by the time we get to say 1300, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. The reason I discussed a couple weeks ago, right? They've got a basic monopoly on money lending because of the Church's law of Vatican. They're the only people allowed to lend money. They're literate and numerate. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, you know, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things with like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to move to that more advanced money economy like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on these things. You can see lots of little folks out on some of them here. This one's my favorite. It says Maszko Karol. Meszko. Which is, it's great. Karol is in Polish. It's just amazing.
That's what I was heard.
Going back to this year, a lot of them settled in particular in right bank Ukraine. I'll explain why that is so significant momentarily. But what this term right bank means is because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right, the Chernobyl Rebbe, Chernobyl disaster. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward, and you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank. And the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are deeply concentrated in the right bank of Ukraine, primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called the Arenda. So hang on to that word Arenda, because we're going to come right back to it. Something like 40,000 Jews lived there in 1648, which is an important the outbreak of the Great Misty Rebellion that we're going to speak about today. When you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews, unlike in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where you have a tiny little group concentrated in 3 places. Jews are spread out. They have small numbers, but they tend to be village and town based. Some cities as well.
Why do they prefer that because of more large regional? I think that raise.
This looks like a good question for Abramson will answer. I prefer this setup rather than concentrated urban environment. Money, thank you. Right, money. That's you weren't here for the Abramson role.
No, why money?
Economic opportunity. You know, like it. Yeah, exactly. As we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunity that this environment afforded was especially good for much smaller pockets of Jews, rather than the massive concentrations that you would get with industrialization. When factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that, that's really when you start seeing Jews in really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetl in Yiddish, the word shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a Yiddish form of the Ukrainian word mistechko, which simply means village. So shtetl is like a little village. The L at the end of the Yiddish word is diminutive, making it smaller. And so shtetl is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls over. Here is the Dnipro River, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, you know, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The minting turned out to be fairly short-lived, but the Arenda, which I'm going to describe now, is much larger. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and the king saying, well, how come the Jews are getting beat up like this? You're Europe, you've got to invite them here. You see the guy like, oh, please invite us in. This guy looks rather mosaic, but it's unusual to see him without a shirt. That's kind of a 19th century adaptation. Nevertheless, it was so good for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in Yiddish, is really an acronym of Hebrew words. Oh, here we will rest. Nina. Poland, here we will rest. Meaning, after all our Western Europe and North Africa and the States and the blood libels, we find it here. Here we will rest. That's the idea. About some of the nasty things that were in them over there and so on. One of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Recht. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rules of being a citizen of that town. Use the word citizen, but I don't mean to imply like equal rights, because that concept really doesn't exist in many ways. But if you were like an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up for you and your community group. And the Jews in particular had this Magdeburg Recht, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. We spoke about it briefly when we were talking about the early Tahana production as, but the kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, tolls, things like taking tolls, whatever industry it is. You know, I know sometimes, like, if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, I think, you know, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry because they do it right. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be a Bukharian guy. It's like every barber in a 50-mile radius of agriculture men is a Bukharian guy. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I have to make a living. So I know you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. It works out well. I'll give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see, but more seriously. Magdeburg Recht also reinforced a lot of the takanos that the Kehillah had imposed, including the Cherem HaYeshuv. You remember what the Cherem HaYeshuv was? Mr. Truman? Exactly. The Cherem HaYeshuv was literally the ban on settlement, that you can only move into town if you have permission of the Kahal. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. Even if your egg rolls are way better, doesn't matter. We control how many people will be engaged in whatever it is. So Magdeburg Recht was kind of like, more like, you know, these are pretty modern societies. They don't have bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody's sizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government hands over a lot of this government tasks to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why would they want to give these kind of rights to Jews?
Say that profit is money and needs or others live in the way they want to live, so that makes it reasonable.
I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two. And the three answers you gave there. First one was allow Jews to live, and the third one was, you know, allow the Jews to live sort of like happily. I don't think those are big concerns, but make money, everybody loves that. So the Abramson rule at work, once again, right? The whole idea is if the Jews are prosperous, the king can tax them. They're not the only, he's not the only one to tax them. The local municipalities can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and numeracy. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want so they can set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like Lahavdil, why an individual community might want to open up a gambling casino. Right? They might not like here in Queens, there's no gambling in Queens. Is there gambling by the highway or something? Okay, by JFK, there's like a racetrack. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You just think it's going to attract people who are maybe not so salutary. It's going to be a lot of despair and people lose their money. So why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Money. Thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why cigarettes are so expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area because then you have too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. So many Christians, they don't believe like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as we can they keep to themselves, we'll be happy with them. And Magdeburg Recht was like a whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them rights and protections and privileges, and regulated the degree to which they society. Skip over the statute. Oh, yeah, thank you. It was started, but it was covered over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews released were, they're saying, "Oh, you want us to move to this town? Fine. Or we'd like to have some Magdeburg rats." And they'll say, "What are Magdeburg rats?" "Oh, I'll tell you." And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic case. So by the time we get to the 18th century, just look at the density of Jewish settlement here in what would have been the end of whole Lithuania. It's massive, right? Really concentrated here, especially in Low Bank, Ukraine. Okay, now I really got to get to the Lenin oh, I'll talk about the Council of Lands first. Here is one of the most amazing things about this period of time, which was the early dissertation and work of the great Jewish historian Shimon Gutmore, who was a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he bled out, he said to them in Yiddish, "Schreib und verschreib." Write and record. And it makes he gave a sibui to his last will. Keep recording, keep writing down, let people know what happened. At any rate, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands, because this is what happened. You have, in all of these tiny shedlocks all over, you have kahals, where we talked about the kahal structure with the Beit Din and with the panas and the covers and stuff like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation, local customs, things like that. But after a while, they said, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share amongst our heroes, and that we could actually standardize ourselves if we organize ourselves into a kind of super kihila, one big kihila, one big council that would pass legislation for all kihilas in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And so that's what they did. They set up first in what they call 4 lands, then they did 5 lands. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Lithuania for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of Jewish self-government, where every single kehillah was operating under the same legal system, same kind of avenues of appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. So, exactly, Vad Arba Aratzot in Hebrew, the Council of the 4 Lands. So, really an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Mr. Abrams? Taxes. Taxes are good, right? Like internal taxes, Jewish taxes, definitely good call. What else?
How to deal with people who are out of line, for example, somebody like usually.
Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Pinsk, and the Beit Din sends you a seru, you got to show up to court, and you say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to move to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the Beit Din in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our Beit Din doesn't have the power to kind of chase you to Seattle. But if you find out they can say, oh, really? You think you can escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. If there's a harem placed on you in Minsk, you're also going to be under harem in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of your Beit Din is if you become Christian. There is no sort of like, I'm just not going to kill you. That's something that happens in the 18th century and long afterwards, first in Western Europe and eventually throughout Eastern Europe as well, but it's not at all true of the council. So in other words, wherever you went, there was an incredible system to follow you around. One other area that you might go, like where you see it a lot, for example, is in Gießen. The guy wants to not give his wife a get, and he says, I want to punish my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and and his wife is stuck in Pinsk, well, they can go send Gabai to Pinsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk and force him to give the gift. That's the power of this incredible thing that stretched again through what would be today 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin.
I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who it was better they're in Jewish hands than being treated in the non-Jewish prisons. Was this applicable about
It was absolutely applicable, although flogging was more common than prison. Because prison involves a great expense, right? You've got to keep people, you got to feed them, all kinds of, but if you flog them once and it's done, and it's a physical pain, people are afraid of it, so flogging was far more common. You go through Eastern Europe and you can find like some, flogging pillars where they would actually, this is where we flogged. Money was flogged here, that kind of. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day. It is an innovation of the Vada source. Can I give you a hint? I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book, a Hebrew book?
Copyright?
Close to copyright, yeah. Well, we'll call it Haskama, right? What is Haskama? And what does it certify?
I guess it's more like it's like in regular book you see like quotes from other authors.
Like emotional blurb, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, good, Mr. Abrams. Credibility in what sense?
Credibility in the sense of that it's
like who writes those scholars? Big rabbis, right? Big rabbis say. Right. A big rabbi writes. I didn't have a chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and designs it, right? Until he later revokes it because they found wrong in it, right? But that's how we use Haskamas today. But Haskamas were invented by the Vad Arba Sos because of the new technology of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a sefer, then basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. Big expensive procedure, but copy it out. But once printing happened, and the price of the books dropped significantly, and then it suddenly became a great adventure. Oh gosh, I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make 1 million zloty, which is about $12. I get not, but people are saying this is great, and you can also do that with someone else's printed book. So let's say, for example, you live up here in Danzig, and you visit Krakow, and you see this great book. You say, "Oh, this is a fantastic new book." You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig. You typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, make a lot of money before he can possibly ship his books up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Vad Arba came out with Haskamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Haskamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or from kind of the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into the Haskama that we have today. Ironically, the Haskama that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the imprimatur, which is basically a sign that says the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in any of the books that you read, but sometimes you can see a Catholic imprimatur. So these are the kinds of things the Vad Arba did, and they continue to fulfill its function at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Kahal was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions? Yes, Mr.
Stolen, refused to do the rest of it yet, and then convert to Christianity.
That thing, that might be one way for them to be totally gone. Or something that, and it's a weird thing, you know, I think on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over again in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing, they hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, you know, like there's a guy in Israel who went to jail. In Israel, they put you in jail if you don't give a get. And he went to jail for like 20 years rather than give his wife a get. I mean, it's incredible how this thing happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the reach of the Beit Din was to convert. And that worked with some, you know, practices. Okay, now we got to talk about the difficult stuff, the arenda. You ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews invited so much? We talked a little bit about maintaining. That's just kind of cool because we have a point. So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone of the Eastern European Jewish economy, was the system known as the arenda. It's a Latin word. It was incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If we look at the map, let me just go back for a map for a second here. If we look at the map of Eastern Europe, you have a tremendous number of noblemen called Schlechter, that are, you know, it's not a Schlechter, but it's not the same word, that are living primarily in Poland. And they, through conquest, are dominating right bank Ukraine. Ukraine is not an independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of this Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly Polish landlords own these massive farmsteads called latifundia. Again, another Latin word, but they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs. S-E-R-F. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, up until I think 1865, finally emancipated. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to either pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of their produce, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor, something called Restream, which is basically they would have to spend 1-2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they were for themselves. And so you imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles live far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually derive benefit from them? So the way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called arrendators, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community to his Städte, or it's important to note here, very important, these Städte, these little villages and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in a buggy all day, making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is, he says to the Jewish community that's planted there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money for me. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you,
And the nobleman says, fine, go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collected, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS going on here. And the Jews have to go back and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jew. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if they agree at the beginning of the year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's the contract, come back to me next first of Elul with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay in their economics. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it. He doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce, meaning you bring in 10 bushels of wheat, you've got to give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. And in some extreme cases, but documented, if you want to use the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jew to use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive the specific, tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality. But in terms of Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that were memorized by blind guitarists called Bangladeshi. And they all go on and on about the cruel Jew who charged a huge amount in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this would build up a tremendous amount of resentment. Okay,
So first of all, the Jews, the way we picture settlement in Wisconsin, I think they were really impoverished. They were the lowest class, low peasants. I don't think they were the better peasants. People that took all the money and farmed with it and got the money.
Well, there you go, Mr. Truman. That's like Salvo Baron, right? There are elements to what you're saying. First of all, we should understand that, our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years. And there were definitely good times and bad times. And also we have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life, where we've got, we don't even think about the fact that we have running water, right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So the overall standards were much lower than ours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, do I want to impersonate a Ukrainian peasant, or a Jewish tax collector, or a Polish nobleman? You'd probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical Ukrainian peasant.
There were also the scapegoats, people that the Ukrainians hated, and no interaction with the noblemen, they interacted with the Jews. They would be what they hated, stole the money.
You are absolutely right, Mr. Truman. I mentioned the year 1600, because in 1648 this would all blow up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive. We tend to have sort of like a vision, like we saw with Valhausen. We have a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Roof. Anyone ever seen that movie, Fiddler on the Roof? Fiddler on the Roof presents a certain kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's presenting, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600s. You can't take it back to the 1600s in the same way. And it's a rosy picture.
If you look, however, at a really important source, which I recommend you read if you're curious about doing research on this, Yevhen Metsula, very, very powerful book by Nathan of Hanover, a historian who records the peasant uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of an economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this is headed for disaster, that eventually things would blow up, and they did. And that's a Jew from the 17th century being, unusually self-critical about, wow, bad choices Jews made in the 17th century. Primary source, oh, absolutely. But, primary witness. Another example might be like, if you look at, it's a terrible scandal. It's such a Philo Hashem when you look in the newspaper and you see there's a financial scandal. Someone cheating government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that, and you say to yourself, "Oh, please let it be a Jewish name." And then you say a Stein or a person, But that's the same kind of thing. Where unfortunately, to have this idea that everybody in the 1600s wore black hat and was Jewish on Shabbos is unfortunately not true. And even the people who wore black hats and were Shomer Shabbos were sometimes unfortunately involved in very shady and exploitative economic practices.
People were as low or more than today that the wire. So coming with that was at the highlight and the rest of the day.
So that's a fascinating question. More of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, if I don't want to step out of my lane, this is the theology department, so not more of the history department, but, we have this idea of Yerida Hadoros, the decline of the generations. But we also have the idea of Halacha Kabasroi. Halacha follows the later generations. Right, so what does that, is that a sphera? If we are constantly lower than previous generations, then how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? We should follow the halacha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't look at the Mishnah Brura. Right? So the answer to that is that in my humble opinion, I think I read it somewhere. Yerida Hadoros refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, empathize or to see the truth of something differently. But not their scientific intelligence, not their, grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we can become smarter without becoming better.
You become almost just as good as the vision.
I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he would say, of course you can come up with just as good as the vision. Because he wants you guys to max out all of your efforts, So I don't know, but you guys are asking outside of my lane. I don't know what that is. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the Orenda, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it was propinatio. Mr. Quinn, sorry.
So, the anti-Semitism that we've been talking about in the documentary is a really pretty warranted, you could say.
It's very good for Well, I don't like the idea of warranted or unwarranted because that implies that violence is somehow justified. I wouldn't want to justify violence under any circumstances if possible. But I would say that, we can, it's more, let's say, rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Gavin Langmuir, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that crazy stuff we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. So I had our board out write that down. It's a good word. Chimera. You know what a chimera is? Yes. Right. And why would he call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe was like, Jews killing children for their blood and stuff. Wow, it's what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on the individual criminals, it's an explosion that affects everyone and has horrible, horrific consequences. But you can see where it's coming. Nathan Hanover says, the Jews should have realized that the Arenda was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, propinatia, very significant. We've often seen, like you see it in Fiddler on the Roof, the kretschmann, which is like the inn, right? The place where some tired Ukrainian peasants, here they have shown some Ukrainian peasants actually in more festive garb. This is not like right out of England, but they're coming in and they're enjoying served by the Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy playing klezmer violin there. What is the scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get taxes is through vices, who say, I'm going to go with gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. That's why it's so hard to ban alcohol. They even have the 19th Amendment, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. Was one that repealed those short-lived amendments. The only amendment I think that was ever repealed, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban it here. You can't do it. 18th Amendment, I think it was, let's bring it back, right? Forget about that 18th Amendment, it did not work. Alcohol, everybody loves alcohol, that's reality of it. People will drink alcohol, so you can tax it. It's not something where people say, well, that's too much of a tax, I'm not going to drink alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propinatia, which is part of the Arenda, that you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol, you are the only people allowed to sell it, and people have to come to your inn in order to drink it, and you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer, Mr. Abrams, and I'll get to it. One more layer is, don't forget, Jews are all still small, they're still small-time moneylenders. There's the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now, right? It was already knocked out in the 14th, 15th century in Italy. So Christians are still lending money now, you have banks that will lend money and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever, is you go to the Jew and you lend money, you borrow money, and you pay a significant interest. It's the only place where you get it. It's unregulated, but the Jews are still protected by the nobleman who's like the king in Western Europe, because he wants to make sure he gets his taxes. You can't abuse the Jew because they get in trouble with the nobleman if you do it. So propinatia is added to the money lending in a way that Ukrainian peasants, they work hard in the fields all day, they just want to come back and have a glass of or a glass of kva. They show up at the inn, they drink a few, and they say to the Jewish innkeeper or the kretschmann, put it on my tab. Jewish innkeeper says, no problem, here it is, 4 zloty. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he pulled in all his wheat, and he says, okay, I want to settle my tab, and that 4 zloty has with interest become like 6, 7 zloty, and that's not the only night he was drinking on his tab. So all of a sudden he's got like a 300 zloty bill for alcohol over the year, and he's saying, what is this? So this is like an especially noxious form of the Arenda that was ultimately very, very negative. Yeah, Mr. Jones.
So they would tax them just for the produce and push them out, and then they would come at night to the Jews' inns and drink with them. Like, what was that relationship? Why would they still do exactly this? They couldn't make their own alcohol, but like these are the bad guys.
Well, there's, I think the question is backwards because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
And no, Ukrainian peasants. Yeah. These people are stealing our money. They're coming every day. They're harassing us. They're doing whatever they need.
Why
would we hang out with them? Why would we tell their stories?
The Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that, like, there are only 2 things which are inevitable, right? Death and taxes. Jews are not in charge of death. But the taxes they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the nobleman. Everybody knew this money goes to the nobleman, and the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little drop at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, use this, whatever. That was the reality of it. Nobody likes taxes,
but it's rare that you have tax revolts, right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals, maybe once every, who knows how often, right? So hang on a second, just let me get these. So, they basically may not have always liked them, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, and it's so hard to teach this properly because I have to keep both of these things in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years with only a few very memorable moments of violence in that time. Now, some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648, and they're also accelerating when you get to the modern era. You have pogroms 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, and then of course the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do in Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal in an Ashkenazi house without having, for example, lokshin kobo. Right? What is lokshin? What Hebrew is lokshin based on? No, it's lokshina, which is Ukrainian for noodles. Kobo is German for pudding. Or you can't have, I don't know, you think of some other examples. Borscht, for sure. Choling. Well, choling's actually French. Cholong. Slow for a long time. But, so much of the stuff that we do, the rituals we do are basically things that we sort of borrowed from them. They borrowed from us. Oh, here's this out of the Ukrainians. That's what they call gefilte fish, which they eat quite a bit of. Jewfish. This is good stuff. That's Jewfish, right? So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes of Fiddler on the Roof is when they're in the Kretschmann and they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, and he says, "Na zdorovya," to your health. And Tevye is a little bit intimidated, but then they end up starting dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like overwhelming. And that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far on this, but if you encourage me, I would probably do it. Women. The women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints. They're doing all kinds of women are much more the glue of societies than men in this regard. Men may have hostility and political views and things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Elderson.
Do you think that the Jews were just the tax collectors and tax more the reality of life than thinking that people view as being evil or whatever? But
we're not like Muslims who are coming to kidnap our children.
But you look at even a modern perspective, you ask most Americans, what do you feel about the IRS? People are most likely to tell you, oh, I hate them. Oh, I wish they could just disappear, right? And the IRS is a body of government that has a lot more oversight than the Jews do. And they were also in control of monopolies, which people also have very strong feelings about.
Good argument.
So, Mr. Tillman, your whole idea definitely seems very much on point.
Right? No, but we got to think, you're saying, Mr. Anderson, you're saying so deep here, it's so beautiful, because there's a difference between what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS, you might like it.
What about results? So the Boston Tea Party was over a 3% tax.
Okay, good. And when was that?
That was in 1700.
Right. And when was the next tax revolt? Right. That's right. Right. There are tax revolts for sure.
Yeah.
But they're, as long as the taxes are not too awful, we'll deal with it. We'll complain. And America has an unusual kind of pressure release because we have elections. You just say, vote the bums out. And that makes America a little easier that way. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, but everybody agrees.
But there have been many historical revolts over taxes. Like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in in some socialist or communist countries that tried going socialist or communist and increase taxes exponentially have revolts, sometimes relatively quickly.
Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, people just want to live their lives, and if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit-cost analysis, and they'll say, it's just easier for me to pay the money, and then they'll leave me alone. And it's only when it's too much that you have to let go. And this is where it's basically okay.
Interest on every beer that you drank during winter.
Well, okay, so that's what to the comment here, right? That brings us there, because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Lilia Rapin, which shows the reply to the Zaporizhians, or the reply of the Zaporizhians to the Sultan. These are the literally like the institution. Such a great piece of art. These guys are the original Cossack, or Kozakev in Ukrainian. And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they opted out. They fled the Ukrainians for the most part. They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could to be out of the reach of the Szlachta, the Polish noblemen. And they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they lived free of their own rules. And they had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion statements, like walrus mustache is classically Kozak style. The top knot as well. You don't see it quite often in the streets of cave, but the top knot there. And this is, by the way, for Ukrainians, these are kind of like their national heroes. Like we think in America, we tend to idolize the gunslingers of the Wild West, right? The Marlboro man with the big hat riding off into the sunset on his horse, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys for the Ukrainians. Unfortunately, the national heroes for the Ukrainians are like the national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did for which they are valorized by Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks, who would raid Ukrainian villages for children and take them back to be slaves. It's a really awful phenomenon in early modern history. And the contacts with them. And at one point, the Ottoman Turks said, would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding, we'll make a deal with you. And so they wrote back a very explicit note to the Ottomans. And so here they're celebrating that one guy who knows how to write, who's composing the letter, and all the other Cossacks are like suggesting various, profanities to insert in the letter. But this is really like sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in Ilya Repin's work. They were led by this guy, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of these heavy noblemen who fled to the particular part of the rapids on the southern Dnieper River, and he organized all of these kind of like bands of freebooting Cossacks, and he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen, let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territories. And of course, this was like hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system, right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in right bank Ukraine. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get them to convert to Catholicism and leave their orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element to this too. They came sweeping into these Jewish shtetla, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Nathan of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of this period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the horrendous system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional description of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes, because they will scar your mind and you'll never be able to forget them. If you are curious about reading this, then look up Yevhen Metsula. It is a chilling, awful read. Now this comes into the region. The region by the period is called in Hebrew Zeras Tach Ve'Tat. Tach and Tat refer to the 2 years 1648 to 1649. They actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years were the worst. Sorry?
Please go ahead. We have,
Never keynote. Yeah, I never keynote from Zeras Tach Ve'Tat. It's absolutely horrific. The violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that if you had 1,000 working in a particular shtetl, let's say 1,000 working individuals, would include men and women, then chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the renda out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by the renda, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas, what's the main industry there? I don't know, I keep coming back to this. Gambling, right? If you took gambling out of Las Vegas, what would happen to Las Vegas? It's just part of the desert. Yeah, it would literally dry up because all that water is imported, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in the casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels and Ubers and restaurants and stuff like that, to support the people who come in to do the gambling in the casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist, but most Las Vegans are not working in the casinos. So it's the same thing with the Arenda. The Arenda was what really allowed the basis of the Jewish community was the background economy, but the vast majority of Jews were doing all kinds of other things, silversmithing and tinsmithing, and small as you had the occasional scholar, you understand.
I think Vegas is actually especially good comparison because the enormous amount of Vegas and the casinos that are only countries.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Adelson. It's terrible. Okay, I'm not going to repeat that on the microphone, but yeah. Okay, we talked about this. Oh, this is the translation of the. Oh, very good. One of the memoirs. It is absolutely terrific. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very emotive sources. Nathan of Hanover is perhaps the first among equals, but there are many other sources as well that describe as horrible devastation. But it does not seem that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. So 250,000 victims. But the reality is, if you remember at the end of the lecture, there were only probably about 40,000 Jews living in Ukraine at the time. It's hard to imagine 250,000 people killed if only 40,000 lived there. Chances are it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But the total number is not at all like what a lot of the historians want. Okay, let's take just the aftermath. We'll wrap it up. This is a 5. I think it's 20, I think. It's Ukrainian, but I can't remember what its domination. Yeah, not the, yeah, no, it's, oh yeah, Preven, right, so 5 Preven notes, and this is on the $5 bill of Ukraine, none other than Bogdan Khmelnytsky. So again, remember when we started when we were talking about fellow baron and so on, for the Ukrainians, they viewed Khmelnytsky for the most part as a great national hero. He said George Washington, who united them and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish landlord, and also, incidentally, massacred lots of Jewish Arrendators. But when Jews see this picture, they see Adolf Hitler. They see horrible anti-Semitism. And that's, both of those pictures are true. We just have to understand the lens
to which they are viewed.
It's a question. We really have the same history as the Native Americans.
Yeah, the Native Americans took a Columbus and they see.
Jackson's on 21.
So we didn't kill each other back and forth for Native Americans.
But we call Native Americans.
No, it's hard to do comparative martyrology. I got this is, by the way, in Central Square of Cave, they have like this very heroic statue of Nominski there as well. The earlier version of it actually has, like Ron said, actually had like a Jew trampled under foot by it. But even Tsar said, no, that's the 4 days. So they removed the Jew from it. And okay, let's call that a day.
Yeah, because you could almost think an exotic dancer, you might not know. My gosh, it was so funny. One day, I was with a right band, and I guess it was it's somebody else. And Uncle Laser's asked him, like his girlfriend or somebody, who I guess does porn, or that's what he was saying. And then it was so funny. Right band said something about me. He's like, yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. Okay, where we left off last week. Monday, or we left off Monday, we were talking about the ancient roots. I gotta do with things. So we left off, I'm doing great. Well, you coming late, don't say how you doing. Where we left off last week, we are at like the crushing defeat of the Nominski rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. If you come at some really good questions there, because you know, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and the kind of major things that go along with it, but we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people hate Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? And we should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself into the, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos when there are hardly, you know, any Jews in the Inuit lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socioeconomic nature, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews was based more than anything else on the relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements, you know, the Jews killed Christ and things like that. That's not to say that the blood libel did not seep into Poland, which it certainly did over the next few centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to its major elements, the socioeconomic element is significant. And one last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, you know, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews, right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of making you a more committed Jew. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it will do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that Jews were completely blameless. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash, which is, generally speaking, far out of proportion to the nature of the original offense, but nevertheless, that's part of the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in. Again, I want to emphasize it one more time, I want Mr. Graham that if we try to understand interethnic relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that Jews are blameless. Okay? I don't think that I can say with great confidence there is no case in Jewish history of a Jew ever being caught murdering a child and drinking its blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. And in fact, I would not say for sure it's not been a case of a Jew kidnapping and killing a child. God forbid, Lord reign. That has happened even in Brooklyn with that young child. I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but that does happen. And how that sometimes gets translated into popular violence is really what we're trying to disseminate. And talk about how anecdotes posts how they're all over the place. Doesn't have to be the fact that people are always necessarily blame all when they're not happy in life. They see minority groups that somehow has persevered through everything possible, and they're like, oh, this is the perfect thing I can just yell at stage. Right? No, you're absolutely right, Mr. Cran. That is my following to the thesis of the great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre that we didn't talk about at one point, who said, si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. That if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Right? The anti-Semite needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures. The Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct it is, because they can, look in books and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300. It must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
My question is not so well formed, but like what happened recently, Kurdistan or these pogroms, we consider very out of like normal human nature. It's not normal violent uprisings. These are horrific attacks. Are there some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction was sort of in proportion and understandable with what the Jews had done to them? Like, even no matter what the Jews have done, doesn't warrant barbarism. But violence we can sort of understand a little more, let's say, again, whatever the BLM marches that we have, they're ridiculous, but they're just trying to express something without, barbarism and barbarism involved. So, like, do you have situations where they're less barbaric and also more understandable?
Yeah, to answer your question, we have to separate a little bit, because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in a society. And those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you have, social tensions with peasants and lords. Jews are somewhere in that mix. And a modern nation state with an awesome army and with powerful friends, then becomes international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67. And then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case, Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality. And they said, well, look at that. We can hurt the Jews. Israel is not completely, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, to make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends, doesn't mean that the subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care, our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting, always getting better. So that's normal, as it were. It's horrible in the sense that there was a lot of people died, God forbid, horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely.
Let's say in the case of the Muslims, we can understand why they hate Israel. They do feel oppressed and maybe.
Yeah, there's a political and economic conflict that's real.
Yeah, and Israel is just devastating the country. But so you can understand that. So. But you ever have reactions that are energetic in nature, but responding in a more, no less violent way? Not sure if such things.
Oh, yeah, you're asking a complex question, which is totally derailing us from the 18th century. But you're also conflating two issues. You talked about Gazans. I said Hamas.
Right. No, I understand. Yeah,
Because they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to a Mali. Maybe the Nazi SS is second choice, or they're competing for that. Because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually explicitly, in public statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity and happiness. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking us far off. Maybe we'll do a course sometime, though, the history of Israel in the Middle East. We have that out there. It's an absolutely fascinating topic. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. Right? Okay, so I gave this lecture a few years ago, and I decided to recycle it, and we're up to that now. And you may have seen, this is a popular show. Thistle, right. And it's really great because it's set in Israel. Fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century. And in so many ways, it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on a few hundred years ago, we're still enjoying them today, even in a very different environment, modern Europe. And we can call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is a century, Mr. Blackburn? 100 years. Excellent. You're math 261, math 120. 62. There, we can see that right away. So, a century is 100 years. However, historically speaking, you can have a short century or a long century. So, the 9th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and after that war between France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of, major Mr. Blanchfield, 1914, yeah. You look at that, just 23. No, I just like, you should know that. That's great. So that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999, it goes from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. Or there's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century.
That based on cultures, that kind of based on the cultures of what's going on at that time period.
Right. It's kind of like when you group the major themes of the times, it's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big peoples in the way people think, politics, things like that, to come on, close to that. So that's very long. We have a long 18th century in our situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to type C, who we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end. The 1795 is where I ended. That's when Poland is taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden a new environment that is resolved together. The kinds of figures that we did, we have three big figures who just really. You have the Alter Rebbe, who is the founder of Chabad, very important thinker. An unusual Hasidic leader, but we'll try to talk about it a little bit today, more on Monday, the entire Hasidic background. But among the Hasidim, the Alter Rebbe stands really head and shoulders above many of this generation. You have you can probably guess who's going to be next. The Vilna Gaon, the famous Rabbi Elijah Vilna. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits floating around, but this is one of them. I kind of like the look of it, maybe because the season film. He is, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century. And they, of course, take on the names Misnagdim, and they wear a thousand. The Misnagdim, or as Chabad like to call us, snags, right? These are, even though they are historically the predecessors, because the Misnagdim are kind of like the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual spiritual rebellion, the Misnagdim opposed it. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It's a name that ultimately they sort of adopted for themselves, even though it was originally a term of opprobrium. They're also known, of course, as Litvaks, because they're from Lithuania, Lita. But today we call it sometimes yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has its deep Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely Chabad friendly, Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. So we live in a post-movement world in many ways, anyways. But they're friends. So obviously, this is good. I think bikes are lots of fun. I should tell you, full disclosure, one of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad, super Chabad. She's like, they have so many Chabad in Hungary. If someone whispers that they heard someone read in the book that the Rebbe might have done this particular thing, that immediately that's like shocking over. They do that weird thing, I think it's so matter that. Yeah, you know, and they're loving it. They're loving the dream. They're doing great. Anyways, and my daughter, you should know, she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story. One circus. I should tell a story. Hopefully this video will go around. One circus, when she was about 8 years old, we were sitting in the sukkah, and I'm talking about Unasana Tokef that we just read on Yom Kippur, right? Unasana Tokef, that, you know, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are written there, and your signatures there. And I said to my family, and she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. And my daughter, she says, everything? She runs over the sukkah crying. And like she was, that's so much karata at 8 years old, for any mistake she might have made, that just the idea of Unasana Tokef blew her away. So that's a good person she is. Third figure that rocked the 18th century, and by the way, gentlemen, this is like, you have to imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and they're still feeling the waves of their triple tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alter Rebbe, really you could say the Baal Shem Tov, but I like to talk about the Alter Rebbe in the subject. The second will be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a very discernible way. That's 3.
This third rabbi, this was a major fight with Alexander, right?
Was it on third?
Yes.
Yes, we'll talk about it. Excellent, good. Well, that makes sense, right?
Name.
But he's huge. All of them are controversial in different ways. We'll touch on this controversy a little bit, but these are 3 very different ways to approach Judaism, Torah, the universe, that made massive impact on the Ashkenazic world, and by extension us. I don't know why I included this picture in the lecture, but I kind of looked like this because it shows the differences in the way we look. And I also included this picture because a lot of times I'm walking down the street and people will say, hey, aren't you a Jewish diesel? Aren't you this guy here? No, I mean, you know, I get a laugh. People often use me for Will Smith. I'm walking down the street. Okay. Anyway, I'm not sure why I included those pictures. let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical sense. We're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century, in many ways, was the long 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions, rebellions of what I'm going to give you a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean, Mr. Rubin? Worldview. Worldview. Excellent. How do you know that? Famous word. Oh, it's a famous word. That's good. I'm so glad. That's a famous word. Capital W. Weltanschauung means the way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word worldview. It's kind of like pain by understand. Weltanschauung means like, do you feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world? Do you believe that, God runs every detail of the world, or maybe you kind of left it alone like a watchmaker or something? Do you believe that most people are nice, most people are evil? Do you believe that people get what they deserve? All kinds of things like that are built into a Weltanschauung. And so there are three big Weltanschauung rebellions that happened in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them, but let's talk about them. First of all, rebellions of discovery. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration, in the sense of we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and our great-grandfathers, but in reality, that's because they did not have access to the fountains of wisdom present in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized that Chokmah Sa'ari, then they would certainly be doing these things. And that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is huge, right? Like this, it's high in the idea of the Sphirot, which really begins to gain a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really in Sfat. This animates Mr. Krantz.
What's part of the thing to this? There wasn't really, they were trying to get, like, that's why we have Mr. Scar. They were trying to get that into work, so like all the methods trying to consider that imitating all results in it. So that's and let's start even about the isn't really that we go.
Yes, we're going to go there. Go into it.
They still do have some level of if you like the also there was a hidden society of Sadiqim where they were learning all these things, but wasn't ready to reveal.
No, so that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of the Hasidic movement, like if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Again, because the rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, you look at me kind of crazy, but I would say, no, these flowing robes, this is the way to go. Do you know that Rabbi Akiva wore exactly the same shade? Right? That would be like a rebellion. I'd be doing something different, but it would be of discovery. I learned that Rabbi Akiva's mode of dress is really what I want to do. Mr. Okolewski.
I was just listening to go from like the new fresh thing to nowadays, it's like, I feel like a person like a Restream with the mega shout kind of thing, like, whoa, kind of like stuff in the past sort of thing,
No, you're asking a really important question. It's like an innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider reified, that it developed the courts and dynasties, and most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn of the Hasidic energy. But not all. Many have said that we just don't understand that 19th century at all. So stay with that question because we're just beginning right now. Rebellion and tradition. This is basically a Litvish view that says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high-level Talmudic studies. We've been sort of like saying, yeah, that's for the elites, but in reality, everybody's got to be a Torah. Everybody's got to be doing this thing. That's more of a rebellion of tradition. By doing something that Jews typically did not do that much historically, but we are going to reinterpret it in order to make it for the masses. Mr. Truman,
Why all this rebellion? What was going on there? Everybody felt like they needed to be done to it.
yeah, again, this is kind of like a Weltanschauung, right? Occasionally there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, let's try different things. When I get to the discussion of Shabbatai Tzvi, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dam that creates all of these new movements, because there are those who say, well, Shabbatai Tzvi is really dangerous, but there are some aspects of it which are totally cool and I want to develop those. And others say that Shabbatai Tzvi is so dangerous, we've got to do things differently to protect ourselves in the future. But it's like the Shabbatai Tzvi moment that changed everything. 9/11 is one of those moments. You know, like here in America, I was existing before 9/11, unlike most of you guys, right? We were all like non-existent before 9/11. There was a very different world before 9/11. You did not have to go through security planning. You know, you just like walk in like this. You can even smoke on the airplane. You know, you wonder why they tell everybody you're not allowed to smoke. So everybody's smoking on the airplane. Doesn't matter if you're a tiny fuselage flying through the sky with all the smoke in there. People say, can't that big a deal. But that was a pre-9/11 world. But a world where you have security areas, you have cyber security that's huge, you have all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 that we have this very different world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the air you breathe. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too, it's before Shabbatai Tzvi and after Shabbatai Tzvi. Mr. Grant,
What is snag scared of?
snag can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So
It's not, and they were scared of Shabbatai Tzvi 2.0.
yes,
The biggest fear was.
there's a huge fear.
And that's why when it started at the time, it was being reprinted, and it was, like, if you look at the instructions on it, it literally doesn't do it. This is being printed because there are fakes being put out that aren't the real fake. So wasn't that, they were getting the fake, they weren't getting the real, like, those other getting the fake stuff, because of that, they were freaking out.
Yeah, we're going to talk about all that stuff too. It is interesting, not all editions of the Tanya have this, but in the most authoritative edition, printed by the wrong house, which is the Snag house, the Snagdic house, there's actually an apology there from Olam, the printer of the wrong shot, the Yom HaShvat, for certain incidents which we'll discuss later. Mr. Vasilevsky.
So what today's like modern Orthodox movement be comparable to the Hasidic movement of back then?
Mr. Vasilevsky, great question. The 21st century question though, and I think as you shall see, modern Orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, borrows from all of these movements. You know, it's the waves of that tsunami. These are the three asteroids. We're like absorbing those waves and mixing and matching. Last question is Truman. We got to make some
Why
progress.
did the fish learn so much prior to this rebellion? Why wasn't there that emphasis?
Okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is money. Exactly. And you know how expensive it is to devote a working age male to full time for a study? Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already earning a pension working in a mine or something, you know. But to imagine this number of men engaged in full-time study at age 20, 21, 22, it's virtually unheard of. It was too expensive.
So it became necessary because of whatever the residents.
Well, we reassigned our priorities. And also, we lost the vast majority. Don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize that you are really the elite. Right? Just do the numbers. Mr. Blatchley will help me out here. It's about 10% of American Jewry is Orthodox. Of that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to full-time study as young adults? Maybe half, which are like, well, so maybe half of those, that's 10, it's interested in 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going through a few years and you got to go to work, right? So maybe 0.5% in the entire Jewish population. he is engaged in full-time study by the U.S. You guys are so elite. You don't even realize you are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEAls say, look at those guys. That's you guys. Okay, so that's very unusual, and it costs money. You know, your parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in the sulfur mines, you got to be thankful to them. Okay, so the innovation of the rebels of tradition was sometimes perceived, the innovation of the Hasidic movement, as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. Cool word, what does it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norms. Like the leader of this country, for example. Breaking norms. Not necessarily breaking the laws. That's a thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian. The Hasidim were seen by the Misnagdim as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Shulchan Aruch. It says what time we're supposed to daven, and you're davening later. And it says you're not supposed to eat before. And what are you guys having your press in here? You know, all kinds of things like that. The greatest example of this extreme Misnagdic approach was the Hassam Sofer, I think, in one fascinating exchange where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later in the time, but riffing on a Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Chadash Asur Min HaTorah. He was to the Chadash Asur Min HaTorah. But what does that mean? Translate it for me, please. Chadash Asur Min HaTorah. What do you think, Mr. Leakey? Great. Is that the original context in the Gemara? What's the original context? Right. The new wheat that's just been planted, you have to wait till after Pesach or Shavuot. I can't remember. Before you can eat it, that wheat is called Chadash, and it's Asur. You can't eat that wheat. That's why we eat bread, which is called Yashon, and with old flour. And he said, take that as a klal gadol. Chadash Asur Min HaTorah. If it's new, it's Asur. Right? That's kind of like an extreme reaction. You will not trust any new things. That he doesn't mean it literally, but he means sort of think it as a sort of rebellion of tradition kind of approach. Okay, the right one here is the rebellion of extension. And where we see this, and this is going to be associated more with the Maskilic movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world in great distinction to what the Hassam Sofer says of Chadash Asur Min HaTorah. What are you talking about? If it's not Asur, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asur and it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the Maskilim were interested in experimenting with the outside world, with adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although this is not really a fair comparison, and I know Rosh Yeshiva would not be happy with me even suggesting to you to think about it, but their hero is, of course, the Rambam. And they say, look at the Rambam. Again, the Maskilim here are unfairly using the Rambam as the poster child for their values. But they're saying, the Rambam was like, he was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was like in the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved with the outside world. This is the iconic image. There's actually an article that I saw a few weeks ago that says, we don't know exactly where this came from. This is essentially a 21st century colorized version of a 19th century portrait that was very common in safari homes, but we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have it in the website from that old. It looks very easy. He looks at that. What do you think? If I wore a turban? Well, so again, this is the rebellion of expansion, saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. Maybe we can like engage, right? Okay, so those are our 3 rebellions. Let's go now to Shabbatai Tzvi. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, what's the story of Shabbatai Tzvi? So there are the story of Shabbatai Tzvi, writ narrowly, is really the story of an individual who had significant talents in learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as an evil Russia attempting to subvert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shabbatai Tzvi suggest that he was mentally ill. He was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers who tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder or manic depressive syndrome or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So obviously we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries. But what I can tell you is that he would go through these periods of what he called illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. It was during the worst of these periods that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in pizzos hadera, meaning like, transportation over wide spaces of territory, and with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, because you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in his studies for a long time until he started getting involved in this. Later, he would get married, actually, I think 4 times, but you can't count one of those because it was a Torah scroll that he got married to at one point. Very interesting, symbolic kind of marriage, I guess. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact the Mashiach. And so he gathered this massive movement with him, and you know the devil at the end, I'll explain shortly. Mr. Ferrante.
How are people so vulnerable
you're asking an amazingly important question. I will repeat it for people on Zoom, that how were people so gullible? How did they run? I mean, historians pointed out that there was like widespread repression after the Khmelnytsky rebellion that was discussed on Monday that ended in 1649. Trails of violence extended over the next half dozen years. And that contributed to the idea of, wow, after such a horrible massacre, Shiite must be around the corner. They tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of, wow, look at these totally new ways of understanding the world and thinking mystically, and here's a guy who comes along, he's soaked in this Kabbalah. There's also the role of new technologies. Printing was really beginning to catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabbatai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings and leaving Amsterdam in particular and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work.
When you say he was mentally ill, you say that these famous cult leaders or even these horrible dictators perform some categories, and people follow them tremendously. These are not surprising.
First of all, I don't know if he was mentally ill. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But even if we assume that, could I assume that other dictator-like cult leaders, you know, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders. That doesn't stop them from, you know, controlling nuclear weapons. We don't vote for people who demonstrate that. Right, going on. That's being recorded. I just got my citizenship. Like, you're already messing it up.
Words you about the ultimate. I read a study biography by Howard's biographer. I'll check if he wrote a very
Here's from Sheldon is the classic. So he's a master of
how we can marry a puppet.
Yeah. I may even have a picture of her here. I'm not sure if I do. Let me see. No, maybe I do have it here. No, it won't take us too far afield, but I do. Yeah, he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a Navi. Maybe at the suggestion of Nathan of Gaza, who's definitely not a good influence for him. You got to choose your Febra. He married a woman who was an orphan from a Manisky rebellion named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently because he wanted to imitate the Navi. Yeshua? No, it's not Russia, it's a different one. China? Okay, that's it. Who also married a woman of purely repeat. And there's a whole story about how, you know, his children are. Okay, guys, I love the tangents, but we're not going to make brothers. Let's just go back a little bit before we get to shop that Swedes. What kind of influences are going on? 1492 expulsion of the Jews from Spain. A couple of you took my Spartan Jewish history class. We talked about this a lot, but it's a major theme in Jewish history. It is, in fact, like one of those huge ruptures that's almost a Holocaust size. Spain was, without doubt, for a few hundred years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at that time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, wealth, basically like America, like the Northeast, New York and New Jersey. That's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden just collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the forced conversions, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion. And all these Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, making their way across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe and Las Americas, all trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this huge rift in our experience here? It must be that there's something has changed dramatically, and we need to find new Jewish people. In particular, the Jews who made their way to France, who founded the Sfat Circle, where you have, you know, the great Kabbalist Ramak, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential. Also, Rabbi Yosef Karo in his old age settled there, the Al-Sheikh, many others, the Alphabets, the Chadodi, all the students are from that part. Mr. Tum, why do people always do that? This is an easy question, right? Why do people always do what?
They like turn to mysticism and like they're hot, like we have COVID and everybody's like they have to figure out how to answer it up. The Mashiach's coming this week or next week or the week after. Like, well, we keep doing it every year. So
huge overgeneralizations, right? Because like not all people do it, not all people do this, not all people react. But I think mysticism, you know, it can be a refuge, right? If you have difficulty understanding the world and reason does not give you the kind of emotional support you need, you may find it in mysticism. You may find it in poetry. You may find it in saying Tehillim. I don't know what I think, you know. But mysticism is a refuge. If you study my book on the Possession Remedy, more of a discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go do this stuff, the 18th century. There were also, during this time, you'll recall, for those of you who are in Spark class, that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion from Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliating from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you did not have to be under the authority of the Beit. Some of the crucial figures involved in this is Uriel Acosta, pictured here in this, dark kind of looting with claw-like hands and stuff like that. An individual who, if you'll permit me, I'm going to tell you his story because it is a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in Portugal in 1500, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish, because he was always concerned that maybe they'll be playing, and they'll happen to mention that my mom likes candles Friday nights, and the Inquisition would come, and it would be disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, I have to tell you the truth, we're actually Jewish, and we're moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free city where Jews could express themselves. Uriel says, I knew it. Oh my gosh, I've always wondered what Jews are really like. I always enjoyed reading the Old Testament more than the New Testament. And I wanted to be like the forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And he's like so excited. He goes to Amsterdam with his mother. He's a smart guy, very intelligent. He ends up writing several books. But what happens when he actually joins a live or real Jewish community is that he's too frum for them. And he starts saying to them, excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And I can't believe you guys are talking during davening. Don't you realize? It's not the and he says, like, did you really bench? I can't believe you bench that much. I really can't. And you guys are right. These are things that bother teacher. He probably has some kind of mental illness as well. He becomes a gadfly in the community, saying, I can't believe it. There are Jews here. I'm so happy to be among Jews and to be expressing myself as a Jew. But I met this guy and he told me he cheats on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime? And he's like going around and he's like speaking to too many people, and he's like, and the faith in Amsterdam does not, they don't want to rock the boat, right? They actually have it pretty good in Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which means basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues and things like that open in Amsterdam when Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in a harem 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, he moves away, same kind of problems arise. Finally, he goes back and he begs the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't, do anything bad to the community anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time I told you guys thinking of converting to Judaism that they shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I'm making a joke of this, I really said it, it's a really sad story. They say, okay, fine, we've already done this twice before. The third time, it's going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, the great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite all faith and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to be there. We will flog you, publicly whip him in front of the entire community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over his prone form on their way now. He does this because he really wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that If I have to, I will be an ape among apes, but I must live among the Jews. Like he feels like connected. He goes through the whole thing, walks home, takes out a notebook and writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Nice. Yeah, terrible. Awful. But his problem was he was living in the wrong century, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference, how he perceived Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and how he sees actual Jews who, you know, sometimes cheat on their taxes, God forbid, or sometimes he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this passage than we can talk about here, including probably a mental illness. But he represented a great break in that community of being within the community and being under the auspices and control that they've been, or being completely outside. He did not want to convert to Catholicism. He already was a Catholic, did that. Doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish community. So while in this particular amazing portrait by Hirschenberg, he's portrayed as like this dark, brooding, depressive type, he was pretty fair, the child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Baruch Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Baruch Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who, you know, made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of Rio da Costa without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza is shown like languidly reaching out with his hand, he's playing with flowers, he's got these curls and bright colors. That's showing kind of intellectual evolution of the Jewish community in Hirschenberg's view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza went through the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in Ferrum, a terrible, awful Ferrum, and he basically just ignored it. Said, well, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want. It doesn't change how I feel about myself or how I feel about the universe, the world. And here he is, you know, just walking lost in a book as an adult. And in the background, you have portrayed in the negative, he's powering. This guy looks like he's picking up a rock and throw it in. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as it's experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seen kind of like a different way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations have known. And that builds on the horrible massacres of Khmelnytsky that we talked about, and the crisis of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions?
Were you the great SEC doing this, or was it just like a bunch of ballparks and I was scared of this guy? Was it like actual, like, legitimate activities that were just like people trying to mold out people, trying to go about their daily life, and like all these guys trying to be marked?
So I don't want to use modern terms like modocs to characterize these people, but it was a legitimate Bayesian in the sense that any community can form a legitimate Bayesian. None of the people involved in Bayesian were like famous people. You might read their words in base measures, but you know, they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control a guy like Rio da Costa, and they also couldn't control Baruch Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting that we mentioned in that context, a little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous Sneaks Chaim archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the Bayesian handling of Baruch Spinoza. So the characteristically they banned him as well. He said, sorry, you're banned. There's a fair view coming into our library. He knows one of the most famous libraries of Jewish texts in Europe. But because he wrote nasty things about us, we're going to borrow a page from our ancestors and put a harem on you. Intellectual. Sometimes, okay, so we talked a little bit, we started with Intro, went off to the Portuguese. This is one of dozens of portraits we have this Subtime Street. He was very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this whole story of Subtime Street. He says, wasn't that interesting? The Jews claim to have a Messiah here. What's going to happen? So there's lots of broadsheets portraying this one. You can tell it's definitely written by a Christian. How do you know? Right. Very good, Mr. Loki, right? This is like, they don't know what Hebrew looks like, so we just kind of put some gibberish down here. That's their impression of it. So we don't know if that, maybe that's the picture originally of the Rambam. We don't know what Mr. Reuben.
Could be mystery. You say it's over there.
It looks like this says like the Kestel, maybe Lamed Zion. Right. Ro Elo. Okay, that maybe maybe he saw a little bit of a book here, but that's also that's not much of a font either, right? This is well something, but it looks like gibberish more. Like maybe he had some kind of book. Maybe I should take it out. That's Warsaw and right. You could write stream. I should rewind that, take it back. I'm not sure if this is a good example of it. Okay, so let's go on. Anyway, so the whole idea of what the hell is shot that Steve, by the way, the end of the story, for those who may not be familiar with it, is he gets this huge movement. He essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does a lot of people who think he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of bizarre antinomian activities, like he says Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on because it's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now we can eat on Tisha B'Av. He cancels reading from a Sefer Torah. He says that Humashim are so modern, they're so cool, we should all be reading from Humashim, like printed Humashim, all kinds of crazy things like this, and many other even more crazy things. He ends up making a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader who controls their Supreme, and he says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Ottoman Sultan says to him, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter offer. He becomes a Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers are totally crushed, and they go back home often penniless because they sold their houses, spent it all on the trip, thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of this Messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to bring about the Mashiach. And so they convert as well. They're called the Dinnet, and they're actually active in Turkish politics, right, in the 20th century.
What type of Malater was it?
I stirred it. I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some Dinnet roots to it. So they're really quite active for a while. They still have Dinnet synagogues or mosques in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this ends in 1666, what ends up with Shabtai Tzvi eventually really loses it. He becomes incredibly erratic, and eventually the Ottoman Turk puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a Yom Kippur Matzor, because he wants to daven, so maybe he kind of came full circle in the end. But definitely, his movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there were still, this is the problem, the movement lasted for a century and a half afterwards. There are a lot of these kinds of things, kameot, that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, parnasa, shidduchim, real things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean leanings or being secret followers of Shabbatai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, Yonatan Eibeshitz was the subject of a massive attack based on an argument that he was a Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of Messiah Sharm, right? Yeah. Do you guys know about the secret Messiah Sharm that was discovered in 1991? Mr. Loikas, what is that? Yes, it is. Why was it? What's the secret one? I think Feldman did. Maybe I don't know. It was originally Machon Ofer, but yeah, he wrote an earlier version of the Messiah Sharm discovered in the Soviet archives, and it's really, in my humble opinion, way better than the one we've been studying for 250 years, because it's a dialogue between. Okay, I'll tell you quickly because it is really cool, I think. And I have a personal ambition to study Messiah Sharm 101 times. I just finished time 30 about 2 months ago. But it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Messiah Sharm that he wrote has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but if we were to make him a 21st century guy, he's kind of like a well-rounded guy. He appreciates Torah, he likes learning, he also likes science and sports and culture, and he's got kind of like a broad, everything sort of personality. But I was wondering, what is it with those Randy guys? He might be maybe not Randy guys. He really is talking about Haredi. What are those guys thinking? What motivates them? What switches them? And one day, right at the end of the book, he sees an old high school friend of his who flipped out in yeshiva, and now he's like wearing all black and a big black hat, about 6 feet across and everything. And he says, "Oh, great!" Well, he goes up to his Shalom Aleichem, how are you? He meets his high school and stuff. And he says, "Listen, do you mind if I ask you some questions? I noticed you become like Haredi." He doesn't use the word Haredi, of course, because this is already in the 18th century. But he says, what do you see in it? How can you represent Tehillim so long? How can you daven so long? What's going on in your life? And they begin this conversation that goes through the entire Messiah Sharm. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the Nikios, the regular guy, who he calls a chacham, is completely blown away by the chassid, and he just says, "Wow, you just take the wheel and drive me anywhere you want, because I really need to hear about how you appreciate the world." And that's what this different original version of Messiah Sharm is pretty much. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? We have it written in his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Blasher. The justability. I'm sorry? Justability. Digestibility. Good argument. Although I would say that the original is way more than that. You want to find out what happens to the it's what's safer style. It's less safer style, but the Ramchal had no problem with that. He wrote plays. He wrote actual dramatic plays. Like with characters. Mr. Grant. Less people would be interested in something like that compared to Bahar's safer. I would think Adarabah, more people would be interested. But you guys, if you don't know the answer for sure, he got persecuted so bad in his lifetime. He was put under house arrest. His writings were seized in Frankfurt, and because people didn't know whether it was after courses, they actually buried it and then lost it. They forgot where they buried it. Somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, there's a massive chest of the Ramchal's writings that have never seen the light of day. That maybe one day we discover. I'm waiting for you guys to do. How many times I've given the Abramson Rule of History? Money, exactly. David Sklar, who wrote a PhD dissertation on this, argues that the reason he published personally is because the publishers would not print it. they lost the backing that people were paying for the publication. Why? Because the original version, in a few places, has a few things that if you know the people involved, you can identify them. You can say, oh, he's writing about this guy here. He describes a certain kind of personality. I know who he's talking about. And it was just way too incendiary, so he gave up. And his students said, no, Rebbe, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, we have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized materials and let's publish it in a standardized version. And Ramchal said, and you can read this if you read the introduction and conclusion of the book where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want, you take care of it. And his students edited it to the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's just a mind-blowing experience to read it. Now, why was he persecuted? That's why I'm including here. He was persecuted because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including Moshe Chaviv, Rabbi Moshe Chaviv, the son of the Chacham Tzvi. The Chacham Tzvi was the #1 Shabbatai Tzvi hunter of the era. He was looking for anybody who was looking for Shabbatai Tzvi. His son continued it, but by the time you get to the Ramchal's age, there are very, very few big Sabbateans left. But Rabbi Moshe Chaviv identified him and pursued him throughout Europe until finally he ended up in the relatively liberal city of Amsterdam, where he could be, more active. But the Mesilas Yesharim itself is an artifact of this hunt for heresy that was the remnant of the post-Sabbatean era. Okay, arguments, questions, discussions? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just to work out, and then we're going to dive into Cletus. This is Jewish populations in Europe in the first half of the 19th century. Meaning at the end of the period we're looking at, you can see great density, particularly in what would be today Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe, because even though we have this massive migration to the east, as we discussed last week, there's still pockets of Jews living far behind. Not so much in France, because they have been actually banned from there since 1306, although we will have a weak assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and none in Spain, because Spain is still officially Muslimized. And mainly concentrated in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three great asteroids of the century? The Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in Western Ukraine, southern Poland. But there are definitely who are active. The one example I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironically an exception, because Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement. Then you have the Misnagdim, the opponents, are definitely much more concentrated on the Baltic coast, in the regions of Prussia, and of course the homeland, Lithuania itself, with its epicenter at Vilna. And then finally you have the Masim, the adherents of the Haskalah, that's the Moselim, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, compared to the West. But what you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you'll easily have Hasidim, Misnagdim, and Maskilim living cheek to jowl, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Branch.
You mentioned that the Rippling fact that it exists today, today, actually different combinations. So we had performance of
So, it's a great question. Question: how does it affect denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. And the whole idea of what we would call today a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting and trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of the Hasidim or the Messiahim were saying that the others weren't Jewish. And none of them were arguing that we don't have to follow Tariq mitzvahs. The Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so their denominations really are an offshoot of Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were really created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, or let's be, Mastaki flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Krantz, then let's back up.
Wasn't it someone said it a long time ago, one of the main fighters of the Mastilim movement?
Yes.
So very disconnected. That's when the Mustang and all the cities came together. Like, okay, we are all serving Hashem. We're all trying to deal all sorts of ways for this right. These guys are the person.
I have a one-word answer for you, Mr. Krantz. Monday. Monday, we're going to go deep into that. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop.
The lower part of a root, like I'd be digging up tree stumps and eating the stinky parts. Full of grub worms. And that'd probably be good for your tummy. Like Simone and Pumbaa. Remember when Pumbaa eats those big juicy bugs and they kind of look kind of good? Yes. Oh my gosh. And then Survivor messed
What
it
they
all up.
do in real life, it ain't the same.
Yeah, it looks horrible on Survivor. They had to stop doing it on Survivor.
Makes people too sick.
Really, they stopped making me bugs.
Yeah, you don't have to do that no more.
The big stinky grub worms, big fat ones. Yeah, not allowed. I know, it looks like it'd be yummy. Especially if you're real hungry. Yeah, like a big marshmallow. And that's where you can take it, it would probably help you. Then you can be like, oh my gosh, what is this freaking marshmallow? Y'all got more of these things? I'm kind of starving. I need more of these. Make a s'more with a grub worm, a beetle, and a piece of bark. We need to do that. Maybe that, again, it's beginning of Q2. Maybe we need to think about that for Shark Tank thing. Sure. Seriously, we gotta hit on Shark Tank somehow. I'm down to pitch basically anything. We gotta figure it out. And Grant, are you gonna be game? Yeah, you think Michael let your ass out of here some? I think so. You might have to be on the road some doing it. It's not Mike's gonna let your ass get out of here. It's not a one-day thing, dude. This is like several weeks probably. Wait, this is Shark Tank? Yeah, like us preparing for Shark Tank. We're gonna get everything together. We might have to fly to the country. We gotta go to like road shows. We gotta pitch it to Lowe's and Home Depot. Oh, my dad does it all the time. Trust me. Grant, we already know kind of what's going on. Seriously, I didn't realize you guys have an N. I'm down. I have an LLC, Grant. I'm basically a businessman as it is. It's called Riff Rascal Inc. Okay. It's a tax haven. Set it up down in the Bahamas or somewhere, or Turks and Caicos. Yeah. In Liechtenstein, I had to set one up in Liechtenstein. Really? Yeah. Super weird people over there. Super, but Grant, that's it. That's what we're gonna have to be doing. We're gonna have to be traveling around. Sure, I am down. I'm down to do this. What about your kids, dude? Yeah, we're fine. They're fine.
You know you need them.
Not without their dad.
People always use their kids to pitch their Shark Tank, and it works.
Oh, we gotta put them to work.
For the TV camera, yeah.
Would they be willing? I mean, like there will be blood. He's gonna have his little son with him. This is my son, HW. They won't have a choice in the matter. I mean, if we need him for the business, we need him for the business.
People love kids. We need them.
That could be helpful, great cousin.
This is my daughter, Audrey. And my other daughter, Skylar.
Over to these fucking places. You're gonna have to act more excited though sometimes, Graham, because it's like gonna kill us. We go to if we get our foot in the door to Home Depot, and your ass, we like literally open up the door, and you're saying that kind of shit, dude, you're gonna mess us up.
We're in the water too.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, "Hi, Larry and Audrey, we got this."
Hi, this is Skylar and Audrey. I bet you're wondering what they're wearing. Toboggans.
And they're just looking at each other like, what is talking? Yeah. Don't ask any questions. We gotta try to save things. You're just finding out what your daughters are wearing. It's damage control at this point. It's like we finally get into fucking Home Depot. We finally get into Lowe's. And it's like, what? Why? No, this is not what we planned. We're so sorry. Please understand us. I'm back next week, please. We'll have a whole other presentation. I beg of you. Please, Mr. Wonderful. Please. Please, David.
That's your guys' part?
Yeah. Please, brother. Please, Mark Coben. Please. Please, David. What is her... What is
Sorry.
No, it's the older ladies.
Barbara.
Barbara. Please, Barbara. Please, Bob. Please, Barbara. I bit my tongue in the parking lot. I wasn't even going to come in here. It's always good to make up some ailment. That's where the Munchausen comes in. Yeah, people immediately are like, oh my gosh, how's he even talking? He bit his tongue in the parking lot. How's he even talking? This guy means business. I nearly bit it clean off, Barb. I swear to God. Yikes. I am not liking this. No, what is this? A little bit CGI, and that looks like Dr. Phib in the middle. Yeah, what? And Barbara, if you're watching this, we've gotten hints that you do watch this, maybe, but Barbara, if you are watching this, tell them to do it down a little bit on your face during the episode, because it looks like you're a ghost or something. Like, it looks like she's a ghost.
Too much beauty filter.
Yeah, right. Her beauty filter, Barbara. Please listen to us. You look older than you think you look, okay? You're making yourself look way older, Barbara, but we love you. We love what you've done. I hate to say this, Grant, because this was supposed to be your present, but this might just be $1 million Shark Tank. I mean, fair enough. Look at that. Does your whole finger fit in that? So it's basically an opticus illusion. Grant, it's basically an Atticus Finch. You're going to want to zoom in on this. It looks like the finger should stop, right? Right? It sure looks like you have half a finger right now. It should keep going. Yes. Shocked or horny, let the truth decide. Wait, so, seriously though, what happened to your pinky finger? William, that's where the cash comes in. Interested in investing? Wait, you're telling me your old pinky finger was in there and it... Be my guest. How about you try? I bet you think, hey, my finger's way too big to fit in this thing. You're going to be pleasantly surprised. Whoa! I just learned that just from messing around with it. Mom, I'm sorry I wasn't careful earlier at the factory. And she's like, what? And I'm like, wait, look. Get some sleep, bitch. Yeah, go back to bed, bitch. We know you were sleeping in there. Oh, yeah. But oh my God! If an idiot like me, a total numbskull, arguably a knuckle dragger, could stop. What possessed you to say that, Casey? Gosh. But if I can figure an idea out in a matter of seconds, imagine what our nation's elite could do with this in a matter of months. Think about it. If it took me a couple seconds to figure this out, imagine what we would do in a couple months. Seriously, and we need help right now. Seriously, America needs help right now. We need shit like this. I rest my capes. I eat my grapes. Wait, what did you? I rest my capes. I rest my capes. That's a funny thing to say after. It's kind of a new little thing I've been getting. That could be Shark Tank too. Yeah. I have some things. Maybe you've heard of certain sayings before. Well, I'm kind of putting a twist on them. I'm looking for $10,000 for 100% stake in all these new words I've made. I reps my case. Get Nibus. Where's the Ribus? Yeah, damn. Damn. We're gonna need your ass up there. You gotta commandeer that one, Casey. I can be behind you. I can be, or whatever. Maybe you don't even want me up there, but I could not do that one. You're really gonna have to. Maybe I can learn the Trust me, man. Couple weeks in my house, you sleeping on the couch, me staying up late watching movies. You're gonna be, you get it. You're in the clear. Okay. You're gonna do just fine, my man. And Gator can come. Gator's coming too. Gator can live in the bathtub like we found an anaconda. Oh my gosh, yeah, little baby anaconda. We can actually see a little snake in there. It's a little dog. Give her a little frozen rat. But did you want an eat him? She needed a dog, but not a rat. Because she couldn't even eat one. She's maybe just the most beautiful dog. She really is quite gorgeous. And she's sweet looking. She is. Well, we gotta get her haircut. What are you looking at? I know she's getting into kind of a staring mood. I think she might be bored out. Gator! Give her a bunch of chocolate earlier. It's like catnip for dogs, chocolate. She likes it. Makes them a little loopy because they're getting really sick. Yikes, Grant, come on, man. Dude. You know we're going to Thailand in a couple weeks. We don't want to see this kind of crap, dude. I know. We're going to the Serengeti and we're going to Bangkok. Yes, and it's going to be fun. Taking a cruise. We're doing karaoke classes. They're letting us teach some stuff on the boat. It'll be fun. Yeah, the whole boat ride over. We're taking a boat from Miami to Bangkok. So yes, you have to travel down South America. Down the coast. They call it the Gold Coast, Grant. Yep. We're gonna be out for 50 days. That's why we're banking these episodes right now. We're gonna be gone for 50 days. We are gone, from the end of April until the beginning of July, so it's quite a while. Yeah, it's a couple months, but sometimes you gotta discover yourself sometimes. You gotta figure things out sometimes. I need some air. I don't know about you guys, but ever since COVID, I feel like I need some air. Yeah, my gosh, wearing those masks, it's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't even breathe. But now sometimes somebody's sick behind me on an airplane or something, I'm thinking, where's your fucking mask, you piece of shit? I don't want you're coughing on. It's like, now you wear a mask, motherfucker. What's going on? Or else. Yeah, or else I'm turning around and you're not going to like what you see. Back when I was a kid, doctors only prescribed one form of medicine, the left or the right. Damn. You hit him with a combo or, boop, boop, boop. And then in this truck, I only write one prescription. That would be a good little thing you can put on your car. Yeah. In this truck, I have. What was it? What did you say? In this truck, I write one prescription, and then a guy holding a gun. It's a guy holding a gun, and then it says free refills, unlimited. So he's got ammo. You do not want to get into a road rage incident with that guy. I'll pop your tires and pop your brain out your freaking dome. Turn your egg to yolk, like Rio the Yogi. Grant, would you be cool in a situation like that? No. How would you? What do you mean? I'd be scared. It's intimidating. Well, you'd be able to keep on driving, right? If we needed you to keep on driving, you'd be able to keep on driving, right? Yeah, I think so. Alright, good. Yeah, we need somebody who's driving. We need a driver. Yes, we need somebody literally who's driving. I can drive. You better, dude. I'll kick your ass out now, but Kirky's so fast your head on hangs, man. Okay, well then I'm really gonna drive. We're taking your Corvette. We're leaving you in the deserts of New Mexico and taking the Corvette. It's like a Gabby Petito part 2 on your ass. Dude, we are Petitoing your ass so hard. I've actually been petitioning the court to Petito your ass. Yeah, and they're gonna do it, so. It's looking promising. Yeah. Please don't Petito me. You don't got a say in the matter. I'll drive one. Yeah, it's gonna blow. Y'all's record ATX is gonna go through the roof. Y'all's stock is everything's gonna go up. They're gonna be like, wait, isn't this where he worked? And everybody's gonna come by and look at your office and be like, holy shit, this is where Grant was. This is where he used to work. I suppose that's a silver lining. Your handprints are in the concrete outside when you broke ground on this place. I might better be cool and let that happen. Is this still the Shark Tank thing, or is it? We are so far from that now, Grant. We are in a different league. Yeah. We're talking about he needs to be cool with you putting your hands in the cement when they redo the cement out there. Oh, okay. And you'd be able to write your name as like a little stick that says Grant or whatever, or GG or whatever you want to put on there. We are going to pay the $50,000 to get your name on the Hollywood Hall of Fame. What? Not the Walk of Fame. Notice I said Hall of Fame. Yes, the Hall of Fame. It's actually in Burbank. Yes, it's in a museum in Burbank. It's a bunch of names on a wall. We're going to be willing to pay $50,000 for that. If you drive us, if you drive us, we will do that. My license is suspended, GG. I mean, I'll do it. I appreciate it. God, I still gotta call the freaking police department and see about my ticket. That I don't know. Yeah, I got the new license plate, and I gotta figure that shit out. I don't even know what the fuck to do anymore. There's a cop behind me last night when I was driving up to the gas station, and I freaking almost froze up. I almost just pulled over and let him pass, but I was like, yeah, this is probably way more sketchy. Sure. Or just pull out, pop trunk on his ass and just start. Yeah. Just spray it. It's like the North Hollywood shootout. This motherfucker. Paint in the streets. And rest in peace, Val Kilmer. That's absolutely right. He died. He's dead. Died from being a piece of shit. Yeah, after Batman. Everybody hated his ass after Batman. But he's a notoriously rude guy. He seemed to have turned his life around as he got older. When he was dying, which is sad. Yeah, he got throat cancer. Yeah, that's why he turned his life around. He couldn't run his mouth anymore. Yeah, you gotta be real nice when you can't talk. You can't really defend yourself as good when you can't talk. Yeah. No, it was divine. No, I don't know. I don't know the guy. But he's wonderful in that Tombstone. That's one of my favorite movies. Him as Doc Holliday's. Oh, he's so good. I need to see that. I don't think I've ever seen it. Tombstone? No, I like some Western movies, though. Oh, it's so good. It's like the best Western ever. It's dirty in all the right places.
Thought City Slickers was the best Western.
To some. On IMDb, he's dying. He's Doc Holliday's Wyatt Earp's best friend. And everyone speaks in one-liners. It's the best movie.
He's dying here. Sick.
He's tuberculosis. And he's also an alcoholic and a drug addict. And like the real Doc Holliday was. He was also a dentist in addition to an outlaw gunman. And you gotta be careful with dentists because I think they still have the highest instances of suicides amongst professionals. You gotta be nice to your dentist or else he might not show up for your next appointment. Yeah, you might have to look for another dentist and nobody likes to. No. He goes, I'm your Huckleberry. He goes, why, James, if you were my best friend, I don't know how I could live. And then he dies. And this is one of the lines he says. He says all kinds of stuff. Yeah. He goes, Johnny Ringo, you look like you just seen a ghost. Remember Grant? Yeah. You seen it? Yeah, I gotta see it. It's so good. Yeah. He goes, Kate, you're not wearing a bustle. Alright, we're done. You're not wearing a what? A bustle's like an undergarment, like an old-timey lady undergarment. And he's got this sexy Latvian girlfriend. You remember Grant? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. He met her out west somewhere. Well, it's just his girlfriend from the start of the movie, and she jumps on a horse. And he goes, well, that's why I'm not wearing a bustle. She's gonna jump on the horse and get going. That's why she's not wearing panties. She's a freak. Damn. She's not in the rest of the movie. We don't know what happens to her, but she's so hot. GG. And that's it. So she wouldn't wear one of those things. She just getting up on that horse. Ride a pony. Wait, what was that? Was that song or something? A song where they're saying ride the pony or something? By Genuine. Yeah, Genuine maybe? Can you see that, Graham? I can play it for you. Are we gonna get a copyright strike? Yeah. We could. It's like the most exciting thing that ever happens. You get the surgery of your finger, and it's like you gotta blur it out or something. It's like that was a gut punch. I'm sorry. That was so unmotivating. Yeah, it's like that we're about to go viral off of Grant and piece of wood in his hand, and then it's like the night before the episode's release, it's like, oh, sorry guys, gotta edit it out. Yeah, right. It's a pretty big blur, wasn't it? I guess. Yeah, it was massive. Life's a big blur. Yeah, I know. Wow. It's fine. So, I know it's flying these days. You think we'll get pinned by the genuine pony? So you played it? With the genuine people, I don't know. Is genuine they're gonna be looking out for it. I mean, what is it? I thought. No, man, we're probably gonna get a fucking copyright. Right? He's doing it. Yeah, no. He's doing it. Rand, no, we're not kidding. Oh my God, I muted it. We muted it. Yeah, we heard for them. Yeah, well, not for you guys. Well, then what was I just hearing? Yeah, something. That's like that music video. I'm wondering how long it takes before the music actually starts playing. Was that like a home for the holidays Hallmark ad? I heard Glass Break. What was that? Oh, there we go. I think I can play just a few seconds and I gotta get rid of it. So that's what I was picturing, but that lady gets up there without the muscle one. And that song just starts playing. That would be cool. That's hot. Yeah. Well, I wish I lived in old times when my teeth were rotten and my body was dying. I know, no indoor bathrooms or anything. Everybody pooped in the same place and it's full of snakes. Everybody pooping where their dog poops. Everybody pooping where their doo-doo go now. Well, Casey, be very, Well, good. I knew I was going to put a pin in this episode. Put a bow on it. Casey, I was just going to say, though, you have to be so careful in Australia, okay? Have a wonderful time. I will. Grant, before we go, pull up a picture of the huntsman spider. Because Australia has a foot-long spider. It's the biggest spider in the world.
You gonna find one?
I'm gonna find one. I'm gonna put it in a Ziploc. I'm gonna seal it shut. I'm gonna put it under Red Band's pillow. Yeah, you need to. Now I'm gonna put a little collar on it. Walk it in the dude. They're huge. They get like a foot long. They're fucking disgusting. I'm gonna try to find one. Gosh. Well, be careful. I saw a video the other day of somebody like turning on a light in a bedroom. And one of those things is up in the corner, and it makes me want to die inside. It's so horrible looking. I know. And be careful if you get in the ocean, too. There's shark attacks. Oh, I guess I won't be having any fun from you. Can't even have a couple pints with my lads. After that, well, thank you for the well wishes. I love you guys. We're going to be back better than ever at the start of Q2. Yes, which is now. We're here at quarter two, KZRocketComedy.com. I'm going to Philly, I'm going to Toronto, I'm going to Pittsburgh, I'm going to all kinds of places. Follow me on Instagram. You can post stuff on there, kind of. All right, thank you. We got to we do have to thank our mercenaries. Grant's worst nightmare, Hurley at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs. I poisoned his Big Mac. Jenny J. Jess. Joe Kive, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, the Doctor's Son, Captain Chaos, Casey's Mom, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loomis Becky, Nice Wizard, Nissan Happy, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkles, Jenny Shinikaya from the Big Island, Sabrack and Sergio, Shiva, Stephen Fournier, the Kill Tony Facebook group, the Gaming Crew, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey the Cats, William Kieran, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Anthony Whiplash Parkinson, Ashley Belfield, Beef, we hope you're being careful, Ben Ashen, Bobby Beltman, Brendan Riley, Bryce Scott, Daniel Hunter, Danja Fox, Destiny A4, Dinkleberry Harry, to all uncles, kiss on the lips. No. Tova King, Dr. P. Dugan, Eli Slugworth, Gator's Godmother, Goldie Mae Star, Grant's worst nightmare. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to thewilliammontgomeryshow@gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And Never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh, who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Dean's Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. And William Montgomery Jr. dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. This is so fun. Yeah, this is kind of a great background. He was scaring us yesterday. We did one yesterday, and he was scaring us with the backgrounds. It's like it's fucking. Yeah, he had us running. He had us on our hind legs.
Yeah, this is good. This one seems very peaceful. We got the little baby deer in the back. It looks like a baby. That's not a grown one yet.
At least that lesson.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that a lesson? That is freaking Grant's backyard, Chappelle.
Oh, it is?
He does these weird things where he feeds the deer and they all come up and then he gets his iPhone out and he tags it as like iPhone, whatever. What is the current iPhone, Grant?
16.
Yeah, he's like hashtag iPhone 16. Taking an iPhone Pro, filmed on iPhone. Yeah. So sick.
Guys, you make me feel like I'm built like a fucking pro athlete. Goddamn.
Maybe I had you move a little bit too forward. You
No,
can't scoot back.
we're gonna keep it like that. No. I need
Yeah, I know.
I need to
Look,
look
I
big.
feel like our chairs are smaller. I feel like your chair.
You're taller than me.
It's gotta be the chair.
It's fine.
Yeah, we're in big man territory.
Yeah, where you at?
We're on big man turf.
Yeah, we sure are. Yeah, but we can keep it that way. That's totally fine.
It's big boy hours.
It's big boy hour.
I feel like, Grant, what is up with the chair though? Haven't we had it where it's all level chairs?
I can go switch the chair. I'm throwing things off here.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do it in post, we don't have to mess with the chair. Chappelle, unless if
Yeah, plus you got me in this fucking field, right? As a black man.
Get him out of
I got two white guys.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, Grant, we're starting off rocky today. What is going on, dude? Tensions are high. This is on one of your iPhone videos.
Yeah.
Not in your fucking backyard.
At first I was loving the field. Now I just feel like, I love it. Don't keep the field. Keep the chair too.
Field stays.
We have to do it. We have to. I mean,
I'm gonna do it. I mean, we already started.
Are you guys sure you don't want this? I look how I look.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do it in post. Yeah, maybe in post. If
Is that too big?
We record it, then you could.
We got a little.
I don't know about that, G. Yeah, Chappelle's way too small there, dude. Hold on, Grant. Come on, man.
Let me adjust. Wow, that's actually. I mean, this is the edit. I'm so far behind in technology that I didn't know you could do this.
The signs. Now we're talking.
Oh
my God. Big boy hours.
Yeah, now I'm on the coffee table.
Damn, Casey, stop doing it so fast. I can't even do it at all. Clock's ticking, Grant.
Yeah. I love this.
Time is a flat circle. There we go. We're back.
Yeah, we'll just
and it still looks as crazy as ever, I think.
Yeah. That's fine.
This one, it was original.
This was the original.
Now I feel like I don't know how good we had it.
Well, how do you guys feel about it? Are you guys?
I got a headache or something. Yeah, I'm stressed.
Let me see if I can bring in the other chair.
Work's been nuts. Well, no, I mean, I think it's seriously. Chappelle, do you know what his ass does at night?
What are you doing at night?
right, I'll talk about it a little bit.
It's not that bad.
I'm a part-time data analyst, and I've been staying up super late looking at open quandaries. And like Excel spreadsheets, it's like I never even learned how to do Excel spreadsheets because I had a couple classes.
Was there classes on Excel?
I'm in coding. I had one class in Excel, and I'm like, bitch, get this shit out of my face. I don't even get it. You're adding and subtracting by putting numbers in boxes.
Where'd you go to college?
Well, I went to Georgia Southern, but most people, they see a computer, they run away from it. I run towards it.
Ooh.
I run towards the fire.
Wait, which one's Georgia Southern? That's
It's in Statesboro. It's by Savannah,
Savannah?
South Georgia.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
That's where I'm at home. That's my pillow.
So you can read all this.
Oh, yeah, code, binary. And I mean, we're talking about multiple hidden layers on this freaking thing, dude. I don't even get it.
How does one get there?
How would I get there on this?
How did you get to
where I am today? Great question. Well, a guy like me, and I've said this for years, I'm just as comfortable with a good book. So, you just gotta find what you're enjoying.
I love a reader.
I'm an avid reader.
I love a reader.
And is that so wrong?
No, I read a lot too, so I don't read books on coding. Mine's more self-help, so I don't go crazy.
Holy shit, some freaky's fucking going on.
Wow.
This reminds me of one of my data setups.
So how do you solve this one?
No, I'm not as good with people as I am with typing. So this is new.
That's right.
We're doing a live switch. I think Grant just wanted to show his finger on the camera because where he's going to show us the video, Chappelle, it sounds like, of him literally getting surgery earlier today. Don't poke my friend. Surgery on a finger. He's on Dilaudid. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. And he's on pills like frequently, but he's really on pills today. He can barely stand.
Let me know where you need me to adjust.
We had to do the needle like Pulp Fiction just to get him to turn the camera on. Yeah, so thank you, Graham, for getting up. He was on the ground.
Man, thank you for
He was literally on the ground in his office. Yeah.
he just sits on the ground?
Yeah.
When he's faded.
He produces and sits on the ground. That's great. At the same time?
Yeah. He gets faded in there, and then he does all the drinks. If you notice, all the drinks were pretty well set today because yesterday it seemed like they were all, it was like freaking free for all. Yeah, free for all. I thought he was playing Jumanji in here yesterday. I walked in there.
We love Jumanji.
Yes.
I love Jumanji.
Real life. Oh my gosh. Except at do you remember the name of the factory? We were actually, weirdly enough, talking about the factory in Jumanji yesterday. Yeah. Do you know it? Do you remember it by chance? No. The Pierce Shoe Factory. Wasn't it Pierce? Parrish. God, why do I always want to say Pierce on that fucking thing?
Hey, you know what I didn't realize about the Jumanji?
I'm sorry, I just always want to say Pierce. Tensions are high. Tensions are high, emotions are boiling over. Yeah, Grant's fucked up in the back. Wait, what were you going to say?
Oh, what I didn't realize about Jumanji. I feel like a teacher. Don't worry, I'll wait. The dad in the beginning is the dude that's also like shooting at them.
The hunter, the British hunter.
Yeah, same guy. Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Holy shit.
I did not realize that.
And it's like, what does that mean? Was the director like trying to go for something there? Is there a hidden meaning behind that? I wonder. I don't get it. It's a wink to the audience.
We could have been the Jumanji reboot. It could have been us.
Yeah, I'm David Spade.
Yeah. Was he in the reboot?
Yeah, I was David Spade.
I don't think he was in the reboot.
He's Robin.
Would you know what Yeah. Look at it. Same.
It's close. See, that was originally supposed to be David Spade.
Yeah.
The guy on the left or right? The right.
But I think he was doing SNL.
Yeah.
And Lauren Michaels wouldn't let him. Contracting.
And I heard they really got him because he can grow out. A lot of people don't know this, but I think David Spade can grow out a hell of the mustache with the mutton chops because I think he has blonde hair. So
yeah, he does. Yeah,
just like this.
Yeah. And David Spade is also from Arizona, just like me. So,
no,
you see that? You see this correlation?
This big one.
He knows his Arizona cities.
Dude, right off the bat.
Right off the bat,
But
no
the
one.
deep cut ones.
Yeah, deep cut. No one comes swinging out the gate like that. Not on Arizona references.
And what also is the Great Canyon? Isn't that Arizona?
Yes, the Grand Canyon is. Yeah, good job.
Tell me, Grant, what a pole. It doesn't look exactly like him. Yeah, that's
Casey, that could have been you.
in a perfect world.
I don't know how old you are, Casey, but
Just old enough.
just old enough. Yeah, old enough for Jumanji. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm 30.
Okay, that's good.
It's good Jumanji age.
That's good Jumanji. Yeah.
So you're probably, when were you born? What year were you born? 95. 95, and then it came out, right around. So you would have been just a little guy watching it. Yeah, they brought me. I was fresh. I was still, my mom was still looking stuff up.
Your birthday's in January?
Mm-hmm. How you know that?
Because he's also January.
Oh, yeah.
He's 3 days after me.
Everyone's January.
I'm January 23rd.
I'm 9 and 26.
Grant, you're January what?
14th. No way.
Wait, really, Grant? Grant with the finger is January 14th.
Yeah, Grant with a finger.
Wow.
I didn't know we were calling me this.
Wow.
Hey, Grant, do you want to show? It sounded like you did have a picture or a video or something. Do you want to show us real quick what it looked like, and what did you? Grant tells me he has a sliver in his. He got a sliver in his finger this morning, and I'm thinking, what is a sliver? And then he's talking about
I think it's
splinter.
a song by. Oh, got it.
Yeah, here I'll put it up. What? Why did you need to do that? I got a sliver. Here's the sliver. And you had surgery.
Yeah. Were you under for that?
It's a staple right.
Are you kidding?
I'm kind of not kidding. I went to a friend of mine that's a legit surgeon, and she was like, okay, first we're going to inject you, and then she put a little rubber band tourniquet on here. She has a
That looks kind of like my thing when I tie a string on the end of the legs of it.
Yeah. Is that a cock ring for me?
To get a couple extra inches.
Yeah.
Just balloon that thing.
Is that a balloon animal? Is that what that is?
So, Grant, what is this? This is before or after surgery with the string on your finger.
That's right before. I have video. I don't think I can put the video up, but I do have here, they put this
So
guy.
what is she doing? Hold on, I don't understand. What's going on?
All of this behind this last picture is all of the stuff she used to numb and then slice it open.
So how long were you on the operating table?
Oh man, it was like she realized she had to boil some additional tweezers, so I think it was about like 30 minutes.
You are sweet. You allowed that woman to do that because that looks like a ton of trash. Yeah. Is it on their on your finger?
Yeah. It's not much.
It's like a Jackson Pollock.
Seriously.
It's all that shit. Grant.
I think you could have done this yourself.
I tried doing it last night and I couldn't get it out. And then I was like, all right, maybe you could just cut this open for me. She's like, okay, I'm gonna really go for it, and like did a whole thing.
So it's from Katana. Doing the Katana.
Yeah.
How did you get that?
Katana.
Is it from his bathroom?
It was related to that, yeah.
So you got a sliver or splinter in your bathroom?
It's renovated. It's all messed up.
So you got the wooden toilet, okay. We're taking it back.
It's horrible mildew in it. It's like a weird design.
What's the kind of wood? What kind of wood is that wooden toilet?
It's just a soft balsa. That's why it went right through my finger.
Yeah, so balsa.
So your balls got stuck in the wooden toilet and then it fucked up your finger and you got surgery. Okay.
Could you imagine if that sliver got in your balls? That would be a place to give one of those. Different story. So, Grant, you're saying that the piece of wood is in that middle picture above my head. I was picturing a thing sticking out, like jutting out of your finger, but it got in. That's the picture with the wood in it, correct?
Yeah, it was.
Is it the one over my head?
And over Casey's head. It's really not much. It wasn't.
So how's the finished product?
So this was Casey's. That's like right in when you get to the ladies' house, and then step by step. Yeah. Do you have a video of her tying off your finger? No. Because I would like to see.
Yeah, I do. I'm still trying to understand why the tying of the finger.
Why the tourniquet? Was there blood at all?
Yeah, it was to minimize how much bleeding.
This is the upper dermis, right? The upper dermis.
Yeah, a little bit of the upper dermis, a little bit of mid dermis.
So, I don't really understand that. Did she charge you money to do all this stuff to you?
No, it was free.
50K. You paid $50,000.
So how long was the ambulance ride?
Yeah.
That's what I want to
He's screaming like Requiem for a Dream. I'm about to die.
I don't know. Is it too much to actually show graphic video on your show?
I think it's okay. Is
I
it
know we
okay?
personally like it. We don't know though.
Well, William loves gore. Yeah. I mean,
Let's just put trigger warning or something.
TR. And Chappelle, by the way, Casey's only kind of kidding. There have been times in the past I have watched some pretty nasty videos. Well, I guess I could bring them up, but I don't really go out of my way too much. Yeah, I guess I watch them some.
I'm okay.
They get stuck in your head. So you'll be having a conversation and you're like, what about that Egyptian guy that got eaten by that shark? Like, it's always a thought away. Fair enough. You're very correct. I was trying to convince myself. Totally correct. It's all the time. I bring up a video.
I watch a lot of animals in the wild, like eating each other. That's like my favorite, like wild dogs.
Yes.
They have the spotted wild dogs when because they eat the things alive. They don't like lions and stuff. They like choke them out, make sure that then they'll eat. Whereas wild dogs, they'll just attack.
Oh.
Because they gotta eat fast because lions will come up and steal their food.
Yeah.
So they just eat it alive.
Because they're small. Because they're bitty sweet.
Yeah, there's blood everywhere.
Yeah. There's gore and blood. God, I saw some horrible one recently of a freaking giraffe, and it just gotten born out of the mama giraffe, and I think it was a lion, and the lion killed the mama, I think, and then the baby's just by itself, and then it slowly drowns at the end of some river. Because it like somehow, oh my gosh, yeah, I'm thinking, why didn't somebody help it? Because they must be on like a little van or something. I'm like, why can they? And it's slowly going back in the water, and then it finally drowns.
That's nature.
I know.
We can't control that. We have to let them exist then.
I know, and it was so sad. It's like, dude, you got a long neck, you got long legs. Walk out of the little river you're in.
It was stupid. It was dumb.
And then that giraffe had to be eaten so the lion could like proceed with its life. They don't have grocery stores like this.
I know. But when it drowns, what a waste. Who gets eaten? The crocodile?
Oh yeah.
Crocodile gets it. Maybe a sweet little crocodile just got born, and then it has a sweet little another baby.
The first meal, yeah. Just gets that baby giraffe.
Circle of life.
Circle of life. Ooh. You ever see those alligators or crocodiles tear up that zebra? They like because what they do is they'll bite and then they turn, and then like they turn and it rips off this zebra's face.
The Gibson method. Oh my God. Getting Michael Gibson. He coined it, ordered it in the wild. Columbia University. The Gibson method. So lethal. Yeah, it's nasty because it bites off the snouts and the freaking. I have seen that. It's horrible. And I've seen it where the guts are all ballooning out. It's like, dude, what is going on? You're screwed. No amount of surgery is going to be able to help that.
No, right?
Also,
Right,
you're an animal.
Totally. Yeah, first of all, you're an animal, which is bad enough.
Yeah. You can't even talk or eat or use a fork. Yeah, I mean, where even is the closest hospital out there? I don't know. And you ain't finding it. And I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, Grant, is your friend going to be out there to fix anything?
I found the video. You guys want to see it?
Oh, your fingers? Of what? For the zebra?
No, not the zebra. Just my finger.
Let's see it.
Okay.
I can put it up here.
Wow.
They're getting you into little.
Looks like sugar. You got thick blood.
Yeah.
It's because it's tourniqueted with a rubber band.
Oh, and that's the thing coming out?
Oh, look at it. There it is.
Your hemoglobin.
We're getting it out. Oh, that's sad.
And it's moving.
Congratulations.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah. Oh, gross.
I did. Who tensed up a little bit? I did.
Yeah, I did too. It had a sharp point at the end.
Yeah.
I get a little scared. He's always doing this, Chappelle. He's always showing us these things. He's always getting splinters somewhere in his body, and it's like every freaking showing his radio. He has Munchausen. It's winter fetish. He's always sick.
So, man, this is your thing.
It's a little bit of a kink. He just does his hands on on pieces of wood, just trying to get splinters on them.
It was no bueno, man. After filming that, I should have been watching because I got all lightheaded. Had to lay down.
You did?
Yeah, I was not okay watching that.
That's why he was passed out in his office.
See, that's why.
Oh, I thought it was the drugs, like you said.
Yeah.
It was that
We smelled alcohol.
Rubbing alcohol.
It was St. Patrick's Day yesterday. He probably had a wild using the paddling his boys. And then that's how I got the splutter, using that damn thing. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's sick, but that's what it is. But that's Chappelle Lacey, thank you so much for being on the podcast.
Oh, thanks for having me. I rarely come to Austin, so it's nice to be here.
I know. How has it been? You've been enjoying yourself?
I always enjoy myself.
Oh no, you got in yesterday and your flight was all delayed.
Yeah, it was crazy delayed. I got to the airport because my flight was at like 9:30 or whatever, and then it was like then it got pushed back 4 hours. And I was like, so just sitting in the airport, like, yeah.
What do you do?
I don't know. I was reading.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, one of the self-help books?
Which book was I reading? No, I was reading Stephen King book. It's called On Writing. Just talks about writing.
Yeah, I've read that. It's good.
Yeah.
He goes, day 2, written yet. No time like the present.
Yeah.
He's always bullying you, kind of, in reading.
Yeah.
Well, he used to be a little freak. He was a little drug addict. And, yeah, that's a great book.
You got the drugs? I haven't got that far yet.
I don't want to spoil anything.
I love a good spoiler. I don't really care about that shit.
Doesn't he not remember writing Cujo?
Yeah, he had like
The dog? Yeah, the dog.
cocaine problem.
Yeah, he's doing blow and drinking.
Yeah.
And that's why I wrote Cujo about the fucking crazy dog? Was Cujo on cocaine?
I don't know. Sure wasn't on out, though. He was trying to eat those people. He was starving. God.
Well, yeah. Just doing what a dog does.
Yeah, exactly. Dogs, they're animals. They're not humans. I mean, we watched a freaking Judge Million yesterday where some dude's trying to say his new puppy. The freaking neighbors, the neighbor has these 3 big dogs, and then when he gets in the backyard, he sees one of the big dogs pulling the puppy through the fence, thinking, oh my gosh, this is horrible. But come to find out, they're lying to everybody.
Oh no.
That way you gotta reserve your judgments. How were they exposed?
Oh, wait, who said this?
It was on People's Court.
People's Court, I mean, they showed the picture of the fence and they were totally negligent. They had all these big spaces in the fence, and sure enough, though, their little
So they never had a little dog.
They had a little dog, but it didn't get dragged under a fence. It was in their yard just playing. Must have.
what was they trying to get? Emotional damages?
Yeah, like you killed my dog.
Oh, it died.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It got eaten up.
Oh, by a dog.
Yeah, by
And
the
it was like
neighbor's
playing
dog.
in their yard for a long time before it was eaten.
Yes, the puppy was over there playing, and it's like, you gotta be careful. When he said that about getting pulled thrusting in the freaking sand lot.
Yeah.
Remember when the baseball gets close to the freaking hole in the fence?
And that's
See
what
that
they try to say.
fucking giant paw?
Hercules.
That's what they call the dog.
Was that the dog?
Yeah, his name was Hercules.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, they knew him originally as the beast.
Yeah.
The beast. Well, what's that term? Is it a dog-eat-dog word?
That's what I said.
Dog eat dog
You
world.
said that? All right. Sorry,
It's
I'll let you have that.
It's a ruthless economy.
It's a dog eat dog. Yeah, you gotta be careful. That's why we gotta.
Can you Google where Hercules is now?
Animal actor.
Probably up there with Charlie from All Dogs Gonna Heaven. Like real good friends with Charlie.
Remember Homeward Bound?
Oh, Sassy. Yes. Sassy the cat.
Yes.
This chick gets porcupine quills in her. Oh, somebody does. One of those motherfuckers gets the porcupine all in the face.
Fate worse than death.
Wow. And those are bad videos. Seeing the animals who try to mess with a porcupine and they have the quills all in their freaking
They
face.
try to get it out with their paw-paws.
What do you say? Go best animal actor. Go.
Milo.
Hotel for dogs. The dog that gets the food off the conveyor belt.
Airbud.
Fair enough. Airbud's a really good one. He was so good at creating basketball
And football.
Oh yeah, football. Yeah, football too. Oh, we had a football movie. Oh, we had a bunch of movies. Yeah, he was like a running back on the football team. Yeah, he was gone. A couple yards and he's gone. There was like a little place. Wasn't there a little place on his back they could put the ball? And then he'd just run it. Not there. And I think he would have it in his mouth and so he could throw it with his mouth. Damn.
That's not him, was it? Who's that dog?
From these are just all kinds of animal actors.
It's just animal actors. Well, like, could he get a Milo?
From The Mask.
You want Milo?
Let's see.
Milo noticed, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Dunstan.
Dustin
Check says maybe Dunstan. Check. That was a smart ape. That was the same ape that ripped Charlie Nash's face off. It was the same ape from Dunstan checks in.
Was it?
No. After the movie. Was. Yeah, it was after the movie.
That's like this dark side of Hollywood. That's what happened. That was Hudson's dark side. And then he ripped the face off.
He got on Xanax. Yeah, he's bored out.
Yeah,
Seriously.
bored out.
He's doing green
And I think Grant gave him the Xanax.
He did. He was doing green monsters. He was doing school buses.
Yeah, the Splinter.
Yeah, he loved the school buses and look. Because he looks so sweet up there. Wait, look, we have to see mirror color. That's why I think I like him. Because we kind of look like way. Look at how sweet. It's like, yet. Oh my God.
Wow.
How do you know how to do?
How did you do it?
Wow.
I've been practicing that for years. It wasn't ready, but I'm happy to pull it out.
Wow.
It was really good. Well, it's close to ready. If it's not already ready, it's pretty close to ready. Oh wow.
That is amazing.
Oh. That sweet little Dunstan. Well done there.
What do they call what is that type of monkey? That's a Pongo Pygmaceus.
Oh, it's a Pongo domesticus. Pongo domesticus.
Did I say it right?
Yeah, Pongo domesticus. Yeah, well, they stopped using Pongo domesticus after Dunstan checks in because that really was one of the premier breeds of these.
Yeah. So you know there was like a chimpanzee like show where they would use like live chimpanzees to like do the show, like they would have voiceovers for them.
They would hack.
It was like from like it was like from they would dress them up and all this stuff. It was like from the 60s. Gosh, what was it called? It was like a comedy. I think
What is it, Grant?
I only think they did one season.
It's just the monkeys. They only do one season. They're hard to get them on. And all the time.
Grant, look it up. I know I'm not crazy.
Was it Lancelot Link?
Yes.
His secret chip?
Yep.
Secret chip.
Drive. Yes, they can drive.
They can drive.
They can drive.
A lot of people don't know that, or they're afraid to admit it.
I don't know why they don't want to admit it, but yeah, they can drive.
What? Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, look at that. Yep, right there.
He's like a secret chimp.
Mine thought me.
He has a gun. Or is that his telescope?
That's a telescope because they can see.
And then he does ventriloquism. It looks like it looks like he has a little ventriloquist dummy that looks like him. Which that's kind of funny. Yeah, that's kind of Jeff Dunham. He was the original Jeff Dunham.
Hey, Grant, was this in the
Yeah, wearing this little bow tie like Jeff likes to wear.
Yeah.
Is Shohaken here? He's doing like Mexican accents.
It was 1970.
1970? Yeah. So I knew it was there. But look at that. Yeah.
We learn something new every day. I gotta look this up. I wonder where we can stream this.
Yeah, I can't get one fucking acting job. Can you believe that? Can't even get the Jumanji reboot. But Lancelot Link is just fucking all the glory. I wonder if he's still alive. They live forever. They live for a long time.
Who do they have to pay to be alive?
Michael Jackson is still alive. Bubbles, yeah. Bubbles could football.
Do you think Bubbles thinks about Michael often?
Yeah. Because his sister went and told Bubbles that Michael had passed away.
And he went.
They can do it sad.
And that's crying. He's crying.
Yeah.
That's and then he just kept walking around. God. He was like, oh no, goodbye.
Oh, he died.
I want a pancake. Yeah.
There he is. Look at him.
Look at those eyes, though. Something's a little off with him.
They said he got aggressive too, because they did get aggressive. They said Bubbles started like pimp slapping him.
Yeah, think about trying to put the little sweet shirt on him, and then he starts pulling your hair out. It's like, get out of here, dude. Get out of my bedroom. I'm like over this now. Please just get out of my fucking room.
Did y'all see that there was a documentary? Please get out of my room.
Seriously, like I've been doing good, but it's like, what's going on? I'm trying to dress you right now, and you're pulling my hair. Get out of my face.
It's just slapping your ass.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you here.
Yeah.
I'm doing you a favor here.
Yeah.
You don't know how to do this.
You'd still be in the jungle if it wasn't for my bitch ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. True. What was the fight? Did you ever see that documentary about the crazy chip lady?
Yeah, Jim Crazy.
Is that what it's called?
I think so, Jim Crazy.
Where she has to wear the veil.
Tries Charlie Nash.
Is that the one where his face is
Yeah, her
in?
face got ripped
They
off
talk to her?
by Travis.
Yeah.
They did not talk to her, but they talk about that incident. Travis was big as hell. He was a big mongalo.
Yeah. Was that lady died?
Charlie.
She's got her face eaten off, I think.
Someone, a
And
friend.
fingers, maybe.
And both her hands and her face.
That lady right there.
No. Charlie Nash, different lady, but they talk about that case.
Who is she?
She's like the crazy chip lady.
She owns a bunch.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
At least that probably wouldn't hurt, right? Like a plane crash. Like if you're getting your freaking fingers, it would all definitely hurt.
Yeah, what happens? Look what Grant
No, I'm
went through.
kidding. That'd be horrible.
Look what Grant went through for a fucking Twitter.
Yeah.
You don't think a chip eating your fucking...
I'm just Yeah, you're looking at your fingers.
Look at
burning out of your stumps on your fucking.
Is that the lady whose face got eaten?
Yeah, I think so. I would go for the eyes. He wouldn't be able to get me like that, even if he was barred out. So I'd be barred out too. I would meet madness with madness.
Yeah.
I would pop the Xanax.
I'd be like, bitch, I might too. Yeah.
I love getting barred out. You think I don't like getting barred out?
Grant, what is the strength of a chimpanzee in comparison to humans?
The strength of chimp.
Versus humans.
Yeah, so it is for anybody listening or whatever. It's not the same. It would hurt. Like a plane crash maybe doesn't. But getting your nose and ears and fingers and if it was a boy or something, you'd think like it's genital like that.
And your cock and balls off. It says 1.35 times stronger.
That doesn't seem accurate.
Yeah, right?
1.3.
Did you put 20?
So that's almost not as.
That's vintage, right, Graham?
Yeah. That was in the 40s.
Right, this guy right here.
Whoa.
And they're stronger now.
Oh, I'd beat that guy's ass.
I'd go for his legs.
Yeah, just go for the legs and they can't do shit.
Yeah,
You just gotta get...
Throw it to the moon
Yeah,
like
right.
Team Rocket.
Yeah, you're right. That would be insane if you just swing it up. And he's making a noise too.
Slow down.
Oh, God.
Just at the same limit too. Everyone just crazy.
What are you doing?
He was trying to attack my daughter.
That's hilarious. Damn. I'm loving this image.
Turns into a star.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I miss that. I feel like they used to have it in like movies and stuff all the time. Like something gets thrown up into the sky and then it turns into a star. You never see that. That's weird.
They don't make them like that anymore.
Not at all. It's all just like, oh, who's the next Superman? What is there another Superman movie? It's like, let's go.
It's like,
on.
The kids are all on their phones now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on their phones. They don't even care anymore if they're watching something and freaking.
Like, do we have a superhero chimpanzee?
Hard to say. Oh yeah, the guy from like Teen Titans was part monkey, wasn't he? Beast Boy. Thank you, Graham.
Beast Boy, that's kind of a fun. I would love that name if I was a superhero. Beast Boy.
It's kind of cool. Mr. Beast.
Teen Titans.
Mr. Beast is kind of like our Superman.
Is that on the WB?
Yes. R/Superman.
Yeah, what was Nickelodeon?
Was it Cartoon Network?
Was it WB? It could have been Cartoon Network.
Disney Channel?
Cartoon.
It is.
It's not Disney. There is a detective chimp. I can't even look at that.
Yeah, will you please take that ad down?
It's a DC era. Okay, I'm so sorry. I should have done that.
See, Chappelle, this happens sometimes. It's like we have a nice picture of Michael and his boy.
Yeah.
It's like, that's like his friend.
Son.
My point, but still, it's like, why do you cover that up? with some weird detective chimpanzee. I don't
Not
get
real.
it.
He's not even real.
Yeah.
We live in the real world, Gigi.
Yeah.
We're not all we want a real chimp, not a go-go gadget fucking.
Yeah.
We're not anthropophobe. There's also hit monkey. Yeah. Hit monkey.
Cool, actually.
That's better.
Yeah, what is he? He looks like he has a pistol and also
Got a
he got a
samurai
katana.
sword.
Yeah, a samurai sword. That's cool.
This guy.
Who is this? No. You piqued my interest.
Wait, what is this from? What's his name?
Hit monkey from Marvel. He's a Marvel hero.
Is it Marvel here?
Marble. We're back to Marble.
Yeah.
Back to Marvel.
He's got the double sawed
Now
off.
is he an American hero?
Look at that.
Or is this a North Korean? Because I've heard they've been getting those the different books from North Korea recently and imports. Yeah, it seems like their superheroes are a little off.
Yeah, I need a true American monkey hero.
Yeah.
That's what I need. Not a,
He's technically a Japanese macaque. I don't know how to pronounce that. I think I'm saying it very inappropriately. I'm not sure if he's a Japanese hero, though.
What about your cock? Or what? What did you say?
Oh, let's see.
He's talking about his balls earlier. Now he's talking about his cock.
It's a Japanese.
Oh, we apologize. We really do. He doesn't know he's kidding. We tried to do an intervention, but he just walked right out.
oh, who walks out of the intervention?
I know. He said, "Oh, I don't give a shit. It's St. Patty's Day. I'm gonna drink J-Mo."
I'm gonna do it anyway.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Wow.
He said, "J-Mo, I go." I'm like, what? Go where? He said, "Go where?"
Also, it's hilarious that you were trying to do an intervention for a guy on St. Patty's Day.
That was our bad. That was our bad.
Yeah. I think the timing was just a little.
We should have given him one more time. Give it another day.
Yeah, day after, pretty good. Day before,
Maybe tomorrow.
not day up.
Yeah,
Today, I'm free.
well, if he's willing. Yeah. I mean, if you're cool.
All right, well, let him know how you guys feel.
Well, his disease is out there in the parking lot doing push-ups right now. Yes. And, I mean, it's bad. It's bad. That means it's bad.
You guys want to see how it looks?
Yeah.
You're disease. Disease. It's looking like this guy right here. Oh, he's looking ripped. I don't know if I can take on someone. But it's like, if that's your disease, though, doing that, this seems like a real strong disease. So, Grant, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
You'll be okay. You're his friends, you're his family.
Yeah. We are your family.
Thanks, guys. Ohana means family, too. Yes. Was that from Moana? From Stitch. Oh, Stitch. God, I gotta watch those movies.
I didn't see Stitch.
I never saw, what is it, Lilo and Stitch?
Oh
Yeah.
my god, it's
That's a little
wonderful.
before your time, I guess. I was prime Stitch age.
Me too.
Yeah, because you're born 95.
95.
What about you, William?
87.
Oh, we're same year.
Yeah, same year.
Too old for Stitch.
Too old.
Yeah,
Stitch. Too rare to die. Yeah, I wasn't.
You're born in Tennessee, right?
Yes, in Memphis, yeah.
I was born in Arizona, so I wonder if we cross baby paths at all.
For sure. Didn't you vacation in Arizona once as a kid?
Yeah, as a
Yeah, vacationed. Yeah, my God, she hit it big. When I was like 7 or 8, that we were vacationing some, and it could have been. There was in Phoenix. Yeah. Well, that's when I got into it. But yeah, no, it was.
Yeah.
We could have though. I think I did. We did go to Phoenix one time.
Together.
I wonder if we saw each other like in a
Maybe
store.
like strollers crossing paths.
If y'all saw me at the playground, you wouldn't even play with me. I'd be too little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird.
Too little. Yeah, it'd be really weird.
Well, we can play with him. He's 1 year old.
You need to know it.
Yeah.
And I was definitely annoying because I was a little baby. Crying. Yeah. Yeah. I got a rock. Shut up.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Trying to play Super Nintendo, dude.
Yeah.
You give a shit.
Yeah, killer instinct, man. Get out of here.
Yeah, we're playing Killer Instinct. We're playing Mortal Kombat. We don't care about rocks.
Yeah.
Alright, bye. Wait, no, we're kidding.
Yeah.
It's too
I
late.
feel like this background gives me like a dude that listens to like fucking Crossfade or something like that. You know that band? I've never meant to be so cold. Never. What I really meant to say is I'm sorry for the way I am. I never meant to be. Okay, I'll do one better. It's been a while since I looked good. Yep.
head up high. It's been a while since I said I'm sorry for the things that I said. Wake me up inside, can't wake up. Who is this, Crossfade? Yeah. Dude, they should have been bigger than they were. That's actually kind of disrespectful. Grant, the one on the farm on stage left is cut off. Show us his face. Yeah. That's all it showed on that image. Well, they could. Oh, that's why they make it big, because they cut that guy out. Could have been the biggest band in the world. Could have been. If y'all could choose. Yeah, look at that. On the crossfade, which hair would y'all choose? If you could, for whatever reason, for a day, which hair? It's gotta be red spikes, right? Yeah, I was gonna go with red. Yeah. So we're red spikes. Yeah.
I like the blonde bang.
Yeah, I kind of like the bangs. I feel like because I don't have a lot of bangs right now. Yeah. I feel like I could maybe. He for sure a day. Yeah, he for sure used a straightener.
It's a straightened.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
That's for sure. It's eyes.
They're all flat
stage, right? Yeah. Stage right. In other pictures, he looks like Phineas. Yeah, he look like a lizard. Big head size. Yeah. Oh, fucking put that guy down. Yeah, God. Scary. All right, who would you be in Evanescence? So you'd be the girl. Well, they look at that. And that guy's gone. Sure enough, the guy that they were trying to cut out is gone. Oh my gosh. You saw the plan. You saw what they were doing. See the writing on the wall. Yeah. It's a little scary, but he's gone. It could happen to any of us. That's what Grant's trying to do to both of us. So it's just him. It's just his show now.
Yeah.
It's just me and Erica going on. Y'all are sick. Y'all are sick. Why do y'all talk about that all the time? This show's nothing without William. Yeah, I mean, this is nothing without my fucking ass, okay? Yeah. Don't bring it up like that all the time, Grant, okay? I've been trying to play cool. We have Chappelle in here, okay? Yeah. So please don't bring that up about how it's eventually going to be just you and Erica. Like, the fuck? Okay, we'll see. As a guest, I do feel I felt it just come. He's trying to make moves. He's trying to pit us against each other, so one of us kills the other, and the other one's wrapped up in the legal. Oh, wow. Literally 2 weeks ago. I think it's the storyline to Airbud. I think you're right on one of them. Trial attorney. Well, one of them, yeah. Freaking a couple weeks ago, we walk outside to take a picture, and Grant's like, "Oh my gosh, Casey, what's wrong with your back left tire?" And we go back there, and it's deflated. Yeah, and he tried to trip me when I looked at it. Yeah, and he does that, and it's like Casey literally almost hits his head on the side of his freaking car on the metal. And then he literally says to Casey, "I think I saw William out here earlier." And I look at Grant, I'm like, "What? We've been in here all day. You're the one if we don't see the whole time. We were in here all day." Yeah. And he goes, "What is this, like a sawdust?" And I start thinking, okay, somebody put potassium chloride, because my computer brain's working a little bit. It's like, okay, sodium chloride, potassium hydrate, makes napalm. Somebody's trying to bomb my car. And I'm looking at the big guy. Yeah, and it's like, and then Grant, I swear to God, then I look at Grant, and he does this weird little smirk, where his eyes goes down a little bit, and he does like a smile. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? Casey, it's interesting you said sawdust. Meanwhile, he got a splinter. Okay. On his finger. Guys, I think and he had to get surgery. Right? Before you put it off as long as you can. Yeah, that's kind of, that's weird, Grant. I think it's time to wrap up this episode. Now, little gears are turning. Yeah. Wait, I'm so happy you said that. Yeah, that kind of makes a little too much sense. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you to the details. Occam's razor. Who's more likely to do it, William, my dear friend, or Grant, the newcomer? Yeah. Grant, you hear that? And by the way, y'all's new guy out there's pretty rude. I know. I'm putting all our cards on the table right now. It's kind of weird because I whispered, kind of a loud whisper. I was like, "Hey, man, what's up?" And he doesn't even look, and he doesn't even have any headphones in or anything. So he heard me. He's typing the monitors on. Look at that. Right there. Yep. That explains a lot. That's me. There we go. God damn. I can figure this out like this. That's not right. And that is piss. And that's poop. The rest of it. It's piss and poop, and he's trying to put them in our food. Yeah, he turns into freaking Terry Nichols when he leaves the freaking when Isn't that the guy's name? He was helping freaking what's his name? The guy who blew up the Oklahoma City. Yeah. When it Nichols.
So Grant, you're connected to
Timothy McVeigh.
Weird.
Well, he was. I know.
Texas isn't far from Oklahoma.
Grant was a branch Davidian. He was a branch Davidian. He was in Waco. He really was.
The
In
Waco?
the early 90s. That's pretty close. We should go see it sometime. I don't know. That's like a thing, right, with Source Museum. I don't know if there's a museum there.
Because they blew it up.
I know. It got burnt to the ground. Yikes. Waco, home of Baylor University. We could shoot some baskets.
There he is.
Till Koresh to his part.
I remember when they shot him. He got shot. He was posted up.
Yeah. That was Grant's, like, sensei kind of person. I don't know what word they're using.
So that's Grant's North Star. So I think that's what
Actually, we don't need to talk about it anymore. He didn't say anything. He's gone. Yeah. And this room's feeling a little stuffy, and I know those are guests. Those are good.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Keep it down.
Yeah.
It's sleepy time, boys. Would never.
Grant, we love you.
Yeah. I don't know. Casey's falling asleep. Okay, well, we won't bring it up again, Grant. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about the Waco thing.
Just a little bit of a sensitive subject. It's fine, though. Well, we forget to not bring it up. Yeah, I think about it all the time, like, what if he was Jesus, like, for real, and then we just burned his house, and we're like, fuck you,
we fucked up, yeah. We fucked up.
Fuck you, maniac.
Wait, what's the...
That's the gas, you're gassing us well. Oh, he's like the Mad Hatter. I hate shit like this. Oh, it's getting bigger, right? And you're the people who all were like,
oh, wow.
They were training for this.
We fucked up. We should have talked all that shit. We talked a lot of shit.
Tell my family I love that.
Yeah.
Look at his animation skill. Give them my regard.
Yeah.
To the Academy. Yeah, the opportunity.
All right, well, say who you want to say goodbye to.
The Academy.
The Academy. I want to say goodbye to the Police Academy.
Yeah, they're so
and I'm talking about the movies because I love them.
They're so funny. Yeah. Leslie Nielsen's so great.
All the Police Academy, Steve Gutenberg.
He was also really good in The Big Green about the soccer team.
And he was also in It Takes Two with the Olsen twins.
Woo! Don't get us started on the Olsen. A New York Minute.
A New York Minute. Wow. There we go.
My favorite joke of all time. Are you asking me equestrian? So good. She's riding a horse. So sick. Right, so one of the twins is on a horse and says that to somebody. She's on a horse. The other twin goes, Ashley, when's lunch? She goes, are you asking me equestrian?
Yeah.
Come on. You can't write.
You can't write it.
Not anymore.
I don't even think they allow that.
Peter would have a field day. Yeah. What's They got you bagged and tagged. You're done.
Yeah. This is crazy.
Yeah, they're like the Scientologist. I think they go at Peter goes after people like Scientologists. You're gonna wake up in Apple grade.
Oh, look at that.
Are you asking me a question? I made it a shirt.
You see the picture of me and Casey right here?
When we were younger, man.
Yeah, remember when we did that?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. I was making all the cool robotic noises. I was like,
Michael Winslow.
Yeah.
I said, are you doing Winslow? And you said, I did it first.
Yeah, I did it first.
That guy's so good.
He is really good.
He's like opening a piece of paper. Yeah. What? That sounded like a piece of paper.
Yeah.
What is your best noise you can do, Chappelle?
Sheesh. I don't know. You put me in a tough spot.
Well, yeah, sorry, you don't have to answer. Wayne does a great gunshot. I do a great gunshot.
All right, go for it.
It's like from kind of far away or something. Like you're over the ridge line.
That makes sense because I grew up in the desert, so that is the.
Does it kind of sound like?
That is the accurate noise. Yeah.
Okay. We have never spoken with anybody who grew up in the desert in years. Swear to God. So it really is. Yeah, it feels good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like a.
I will vouch for that. Yeah. Anyone listening, like, who else is from Arizona, like, vouch for that too? Because you know.
Cool. They get the right ears for it.
Yeah.
This is me. I'm a waiter, and I'm carrying a big tray. I'm carrying a big tray of drinks. Okay, so this is my impression. Oops. Oops. What is that? Like something like one of the drinks hitting the other one or something? It doesn't spill, but it's a. Oops. Sorry. Oh. So, you guys got good noise. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, guys. I can see that you got a Bloody Mary and you got the Mr. Cerberus.
Yeah.
Are you able to? Do you tell the people to grab it real quick, or you can grab it? It's probably a heavy thing. You grab that for me. Sorry, I might get my hands full here. Kind of the impression.
So then when you walk back to the kitchen, you go, corner.
Yeah. Corner, guys behind.
Corner.
That's what I used to do. I used to do a dishwasher. It would make me feel like I was a part of the team when it'd be a real busy night or whatever. I'd always be like corner, and I'd have my bad for hat on and stuff. Just have my little apron on. Just like I got these dishes. And like, in Denver.
At Applebee's.
No, a place called Metal Art Kitchen, which is now a pizza place because they let me go back there to look at the dish pit, and it looked totally different. I had to go back and look at the dish pit last time I was in Denver. You said, "Can I come back here?"
Yeah,
and they let me. I was like, I worked in this motherfucker. I had shed blood, sweat, and tears
No, he
back
was
in
like,
that
please, please, please let me go see it one last time. I just want to see it. And they're like,
Okay, you don't need to fucking blow my cover a little bit.
I should do that with my.
I pled. I wanted to go see it.
I should do that with the apartment I grew up in. My family.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, hey, can I come in?
That's it. Yeah. I was thinking like in documentaries, like true crime documentaries, and they go, I used to live here when I was a kid. Can I go see my old room? And it's just some little kid's room now. It's an adult man in the room. My mom was killed in here.
You ever see that thing of J-Lo when she goes back to her old neighborhood?
yes.
And she's like, she goes, I used to live here. And the guy goes, who are you?
That's hilarious.
The best.
Oh, yeah.
It'd be funny for an apartment because they're all the same, right? Like it's like cookie cutter, like college apartments. This used to be my kitchen.
Yeah. Look at that bedroom. That's a dream.
Would you sleep in there?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I would.
For the right price. Would you think it's haunted? Do you believe in ghosts, by the way?
Do I look like I believe in ghosts?
Maybe.
Yes.
Fuck. Listen, I've lost close people in my life and they haven't come back yet, so no.
Okay, fair enough. I know well. That's
I'm like, where you at? Where you? If you're a ghost, get your ass out here.
There's so many
Come say
ghosts.
hi.
That's
I
the
wouldn't
point
say
here.
here.
So many.
There's so many ghosts.
Like,
There's so many.
why didn't I see one?
Well, it's like, I think certain things have to happen for you to become a ghost, though. Yeah, not everybody. I think it's theoretically not everybody. Not everybody gets to be a ghost.
Dead people.
And you're supposed to say, are there any spirits in this room with us tonight? That's what you're supposed to say.
Oh, that's what. Yeah, you're right. So do you believe that guy that does the ghost stories? Or not? He goes to like the like haunted places.
Zach Baggins?
Yeah.
It was freaking. By the way, that guy, his co-person, one of the people with him, his wife did a murder for hire on his ass.
Recent.
Trying to get his ass murdered. She
Got in
paid someone
trouble.
in jail for it. She paid someone in jail to get out of jail and then murder him. Yeah.
Smart lady.
It's brilliant. Yeah. She's gonna make a ton of money.
Yeah. Wow.
No, yeah. She offered him like $1,000 or something. It was like a couple grand. I would hope.
I mean, for a couple grand, yeah.
Sure, yeah. Pull a trigger, it's that easy.
Yeah.
Payday.
So that's the co-host and his wife trying to get him killed?
Oh, that's our main man. That's Baggins. Yeah, that's
that's what it looks like now?
Yeah, he really matured in a good way.
Really glowed up.
Yeah, because he used to look scary to me. He used to look like a little
ghost.
I mean, Reed Hinserling. I went to church with the guy that put the Hinserlings. Yeah, the father was the preacher, and they came over one time, and I was playing like someone in Turok or something, and my mom started freaking out that I was playing that in front of Reed Hinserling. Because it's violent? Yeah, because it's violent. The dad's a preacher, and he turned it up, but he looked just like Zach Baggins, but Reed, you'll never hear this, but...
What kind of church did you go to?
It's Episcopalian. There was this one woman who would stand up and speak in tongues, and she had what my father called the Dovenator 5000, which was this big long pole, and it had like a dove on the end of it, and she would move it around like during songs.
Was it a real dove?
No, okay, like a cutout.
Was she spinning around?
Yeah, she did. It's like you're in a
Like that girl.
or something.
Wait, like the girl from Power Rangers, the movie, that when she like twirled those sticks and the birds flew away.
Very similar to
You know what I'm
that.
talking about?
She just does it between her hands, and it looks like the dove's flying.
It was very similar to that, but yeah, she would do
And Princess, this is what it sounds like when it starts playing, right? Right?
Wow.
That was a good bass line. That's another noise.
Well, it's not ready, but
That's another noise.
it's like Tina Whalen from Talking Heads.
Oh, got it.
I've never been able to do any kind of musical instrument sounds. I gotta practice or something.
What about drum? Try guitar.
Wait, no, shit. It's all good. Yeah, it's all it's for whatever reason. That's guns are bust for you. Wait, that was kind of like hitting the dingy
Symbol.
Yeah, the symbol.
Kind of a one-trick pony there.
Right. So you're gonna work on it. Okay, that's pretty good.
Then I come in with the bass line.
I froze up. I can't freaking do anything anymore.
We needed a third layer.
Grant, hit it. Teleguitar? Telephone? Oh, phone call. This is the big one. That actually was a wonderful telephone. Can you do that again?
It's a synthesizer, one synthesizer.
Oh, cool. Get some groceries, some peanut butter. So cool.
Casey, did you go to church?
I did. Yeah, my dad went to a mega church. So like Andy Stanley, Joel Osteen, like a mega church. And then I also, at various points, went to a Pentecostal church where they would speak in tongues. Yeah. And they would do the snakes sometimes. The snakes.
Now you guys make so much
Wild.
money.
Yeah, Carcosa. Wait, did you go to church?
No, my mom stopped taking me and my brother to church because we would get in fights at church all the time.
With
He
your
slammed
mother?
me. Yeah, he slammed me. I grabbed him by his neck to choke him, and then he threw me into someone's Cadillac. And the dude got pissed. He's like, "Man, what you doing in my Cadillac for?"
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So she stopped taking us after that,
Fair enough.
right? And then when I was with my white parents, when I was adopted into the white family, they're very about church, and I got sent to church camp. Oh, I said I agreed to church camp. I didn't get sent there. And then I thought church camp was really weird.
Yeah, I went to lots of church camps when I was a kid. Lots of
Weird.
revivals. Yeah. Lots of all the kids are crying. Like, why are you making us little kids cry? We're 10 years old.
Yeah.
Crying.
Were they like crying and holding their hand? Yeah.
It's crazy. I kind of
I thought that was wild. Yes. Yes.
Take it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're 10, you don't have anything.
You shouldn't have trauma like that.
Yeah.
I went to a couple, and I just remember my buddy. I can never say the name, but my buddy were there, and I'd go with my friend when I would go to something like that. It would always be my buddies. We kind of mess around, and my one friend, we were just messing around one night, and he ends up looking up in this window, and it's the girls taking showers.
Whoa.
And I was like, I think we laughed, but yeah, it was not good. He was looking at the naked girls taking showers in church.
You never took a peek.
Hell no, I was scared. I'm sure I was hysterically laughing, but I would have been too scared to. I did not.
But that's like 80s fun. Like that's what people did like in the 80s and 90s, like to have fun.
Yeah, we were having a good time at the church, yeah. We're looking at naked chicks. I'm kidding, I was not. Maybe I was did. I don't know, but I did not.
Your hands are dirty here.
Visitor, yeah.
I can't remember.
Guilty by association.
No.
Doing something and not stopping it or live on the same.
Yeah, did you pull him down from
They live on the same
from the damn window?
No, so fair enough. I hear what y'all are saying.
Just following orders, huh?
Yeah.
I was just following orders. Yeah, if I didn't stand there and shut up, he was probably going to punch me or something. So I had to chill.
This is what, that's what you saw?
Yeah, just like blowing air into there. They're like, what's that noise? What's that scream? Look at his little boner. Yeah, I got his little thing coming out of there, and they're like, what is that? Sort of string.
William, is that you? Is that you,
Is there a string? Yeah, you just tie the string on there. Well, you gotta put your thing in there and then tie string. I'm kidding. What am I? Oh, tie a string in your pants and make it kind of like jackass style. Chris Pontius. That's so.
Yeah. Oh, wow. There you are.
Oh my gosh. I was just following the orders. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
My buddy's gonna punch me really hard.
Yeah,
I don't want.
you don't seem too scared in this photo.
My friend's gonna trust me after this. He's gonna light me up. Yeah, God.
Wow.
But one of the little church camp we went to it was only like a day church camp, and it was the most fun thing ever though, because it had a mud pit. But I was always scared that there'd be snakes in it or something, because it was literally this big ass mud pit.
What do you do in the mud pit?
They worship. What do you say? Swim around.
Is that where they're in the mud pit?
Crying. Oh my gosh, it has like a little slide. It was like on a hill. It's just a mud pit. And I said, God, there are snakes in here because I'm having so much fun in the mud pit.
Wow.
Would you do like challenges? Like it was like an obstacle course? No, it was just like a mud pit. Just chilling, yeah. People just hanging out in the mud pit.
Doing mud wrestling?
This mud stuff. I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember I think I was relaxing in there. And it didn't look like that. I mean, you were like a mud bath, like a big chilling in the mud
This is
pit.
what you were doing.
No, it was no. So it was maybe more deep, like the first picture, but yeah, it's but filled with mud.
Good way to get MRSA.
Yeah, it's probably really gross. Like back in it now, it seems very gross.
Casey, for someone that didn't grow up around mud, can you explain what MRSA is?
MRSA is like an illness where you can lose limbs, right? Yeah, like it's in a flesh infection. Yeah, it's like it's a type of staph, like a flesh-eating bacteria. I got it one time.
And you can get it in the mud?
Oh yeah, you get it in mud, get in the bathroom, Planet Fitness, locker room, locker room thing. You're really susceptible when you get whipped with a wet towel. That wound, you better pour some iodine on that immediately. Yeah, rat tail. Those things hurt. But yeah, staph infection. I almost got my leg cut off. No, I don't think so, but it was really bad.
It was.
Oh, it was very scary. I would talk about Grant talking about wanting to pass out when I took my pants off and looked at it. I wanted to die. I just was like, Lord, strike me down up in my dorm room right now.
You said that?
Kill me now. I can't deal with this. I'm too weak. Because it was painful. It was ugly. Ugly. And also hurt. It was horribly ugly. And I mean,
Yourself on your leg?
huge. Yeah. It was horrible. It's like, God, I'm not strong enough. I'm so sorry. You taught me to be strong, but I cannot be
And then
strong.
he was like,
It won't take me.
I would not take you.
My son is envy. I'd love to have a sticky leg. Well, Casey, be careful what you wish for, dude, because it's in the abstract. It's maybe like a cool sounding thing, but I swear when it's on your leg, it is really bad. Vanity. I love that stinky leg. No, be careful. Smell that? That's me. Because yeah, it stinks in there. Pus and stuff. Wow. Yeah, it's sickening. Give me stinky limbs, God. Make me reek. Gosh, Casey, don't pray that. Make me weak. Casey, don't be careful. I won't be your stinky belly.
I don't think that's Casey anymore. I think that's someone else.
It sounded. Did you hear that?
Yeah. That was not Casey.
I want to stink like a pig, baby.
Yeah. I just came to do a podcast.
Did you guys hear that?
I just came to be on a podcast as a guest. I didn't come for like these like demons.
Did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you guys, to be quite honest.
Grant, play that back. Yeah, it's like, were you talking in reverse or something? I couldn't exactly remember.
Someone can really hear what he said, like the Led Zeppelin stairway to heaven.
You have been discovered the secret prize. So,
Is that Fonzie? Who's it?
I was just trying to speak backwards. This is WikiHow on how to do the stinky leg. Oh, Let's move. Yeah. William didn't need any practice for his stinky leg. No, I just got it. It's God given. Yeah, I just got it. Trust me, I wasn't praying for it. I wouldn't ask.
So instead of God taking you, he just gave you the stinky leg.
Yes.
Fair.
To test me. You had to see how serious I was. You're an acolyte. You're a martyr. Well, I was an acolyte. And he saw that. And then I think that's why he was testing me. So I'm just going to keep moving forward. When I start sensing these tests, I just have to keep going forward. Because then oh God. I don't even want to think about it if I stop moving forward, then that, yeah, that's bad. It's nasty. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so really bad. I mean, I'm sweating thinking about it right now a little bit. I want to be your stinky boy.
Grant, who was that?
Grant, I'm getting pissed and scared, my man.
I'm getting some weird signals over here on the board.
Leading me, you slut.
I've seen that happening.
Wow.
How does that one end again?
This happening?
The plants making us beat off. Is that like gooning? The plants are making everybody jerk their shit. Yeah, gooning is adjacent. I was looking up reviews on Adidas socks last night, and some comedian freaking in the comment, like doing the review of the socks, is like, yeah, it's perfect for gooning. Also, it's perfect for gooning in.
I still haven't fully been explained to
Like masturbating or something.
Oh.
I think he's just jerking their shit. Is that what it is, Grant? Do you know about gooning? 1 second.
How do you think you got that splinter?
Gooning with this fucking piece of wood.
The wooden toilet.
Jerking off a new
Jerking off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you think they got the old wooden sock trick?
Yeah, can we see wooden socks after you search this?
Let's just pull up some nice
Welcome.
socks. But
Those aren't wooden.
let me look at it.
How are you?
I'm not gonna want to put any of these pictures up, am I?
Hard to say.
Are they bad?
Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, if it's like a wiener or a shaft.
Yep,
I
we're
don't
doing
even want to say that.
There's a lovely little t-shirt.
What's good, man? How'd you find out about me? Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yo. Can you hear me? Yo. Just one moment. Yo. Just one moment. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo. Okay, excellent. How you living, pimp? How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me?
Well, Discovery Life.
What'd you say? Oh, Discord. Okay, which Discord?
Life.
Which one though? Was it Aiden Ross or eGirl Live or Socialize? Oh, okay, cool. How's your day going? Excellent. I'm well, thank you. Do you know anything about me?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So you know my spiel. Yeah, I'm watching. Okay, excellent. I'm watching Jewish history lessons. What are you?
Jewish.
Yeah, Jewish history.
Jewish history.
Yeah,
You're a Jew, right?
100%.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast on the actual history of the region. So my goal in this second of 3 short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel from the end of the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out medieval period. And in the third lecture, we'll look at the most contentious era, the 20th and 21st century in particular. So let's go right back to late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the 2nd century. And as you can see, it's a massive empire that stretches all the way from England throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've sort of added here, and these are not to scale, you get a sense of where the large Jewish communities are and where the small Jewish communities are. There are significant diaspora communities in Rome and in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman-Jewish wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of the 1st century at the end of the first Roman-Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. There were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire period, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea and in the city of Jerusalem in particular, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after 3 failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 through 74, the Kitos Rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly to Judea, and many Jews moved simply to the north, and you have the rise of the great center around the city of Tiberias, or Tiberia in Hebrew. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolts of 132 to 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing the large oral tradition which came to be known as the Mishnah. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions than answers in many ways. It's broken into sections known as Shishe Sidre, or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation at this difficult time. Seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture as described in the Bible, the laws of mixed species and the sabbatical year and things like that. Holidays, of course, the holiday cycle. Women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud, as we shall see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically, torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity, way more than we can discuss in this section here. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities are not to scale. Some are much larger than others. But what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity. As you can see with these little starbursts, these are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the 1st century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome and Antioch and so on, where the gospel literally spreads. Typically, those are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as an official religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, with the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the quality of protected class that it had under the pre-Christian Romans. Even though they fought wars with the Romans, Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. And after the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the moon. And in the year 359, they said we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again will survive much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this is prescient because within a few decades, the Patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, was officially ended in the year 425. And with end of the Patriarchate, or in Hebrew that would be the Nesiut, Yehuda Hanasi, who authored or who compiled the Mishnah, was a member of this patriarchy. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire. And they were a minority without any kind of, authoritative body to lead them. Very, very, difficult and precarious time for the Jews in the Eastern Roman Empire. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in an unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions, like one in 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went into codifying a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually 2 versions of the Talmud, one that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or, although the term may sound somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was the geographic term that had been adopted since Hadrian for the region. And this Talmud essentially was a rather brilliant thing. I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't here. You'll have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit more about what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and somewhat strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I'd like to call the genius of ambiguity, which really made the Jerusalem Talmud and then its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia, it's the Babylonian Talmud, made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years, and is still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I will give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying in yeshiva in a rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy, or historian if you like, there was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There are a lot of Jewish boys who are coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they're coming to Jerusalem to study, and maybe they were worried that the yeshiva would close, so therefore they would tend to take multiple helpings of lunch. Food was free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms, and it would waste, and it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day, and the yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. So I figured, well, that's it. I went in, I had my lunch, I came out, and I looked behind me, and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very Talmudic manner to read, "The yeshiva provides food for one portion only." No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, and they just took down the sign. But that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise in learning. And this was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Roman-Jewish wars. The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia, and over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud, they're opening up the same kinds of questions, they're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there. They don't necessarily apply in Babylonia and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered authoritative. It's certainly much more well studied, but its origins are in the land of Israel. Another major contribution, not just to internal Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek. It means place where people gather, and that is a direct translation of the Hebrew term Beit HaKnesset, and that's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, église, church, and mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman-Jewish wars. We have, for example, from the 1st century before the Common Era, this remarkable tablet, the Theodotus inscription it's called, and it's basically, the classic example of a plaque that is really well associated with synagogues. Anyone who walks into a synagogue, you will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors who gave money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Venetus, who was an archisynagogus, a head of the synagogue, and it basically talks about how, he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, a guest room, chambers, the plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which it represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. I mean, all of Judaism was so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And the transition to synagogues was essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires in prayer to God and to perform many other communal functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dot the entire landscape and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews had settled after Bar Kokhba. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue flora with a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found in Chamat Tiberia, it's 4th century. And you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating and harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the Ark of the Covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the lulav and etrog, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. You have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including in not too far away, the Beit Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but really quite fascinating. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the binding of Isaac, which is described in the book of Genesis, chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, as I think I showed you in the last lecture, even from Gaza and so on. And these synagogues dot the landscape, particularly in the north, right up until the 7th century when you have the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west and moving all the way out in the east to regions like Afghanistan, the reaches of northern India, and so on. After some initial moments of harsh conflict between Muhammad and some Jewish tribes living in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel and actually turns out to be something over the long term which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. It is one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again this very difficult last 100-odd years, Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of human behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. The primary reason for this is because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that he could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths. And there are so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they faced Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as kashrut. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females, and I would assume males, although I'm not an expert in Islam at all. But in other words, they're like kind of like similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. And although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are, categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets it somewhat apart from both Islam and Judaism, although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of creed as well. But this whole comparative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, of Jewish law, and Sharia, or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of modus vivendi, a way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms under something which came to be known as the Pact of Umar, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the Pact of Umar dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God in the past. Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths within Islamic society. There were limits set on that. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They were not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, there were loopholes found or bribes were paid in order for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a Rechtsstaat, of a society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status, so the term is dhimmi, they nevertheless were allowed a space in which they could continue to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them called the jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews, and this proved to be really very useful as a whole. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was in the Spanish Golden Age, known sometimes as La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews and Muslims and Christians in this triangular society of Spain, which was unusual, actually enjoyed a period of tremendous, cooperation and cultural cross-fertilization. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in historical literature, but nevertheless, it had some really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at its very end, and in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is of course none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most talented figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and its environs, where he established a very successful career as a court physician and as really the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern and eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in the land of Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem. You have the growth of a significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the rabbinic leadership, much larger community in Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad would take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless had tremendous pride of place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders who entered the land of Israel in the 11th century and then several times afterwards as well. But I think one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in control of the region. Here you can see a map of the entire Ottoman Empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, in particular, they went to a city called Tzfat in the north. Tzfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish and Portuguese exilees who set up this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Lurianic Kabbalah is particularly described. We can see from these unique blue-tinted gravestones from Tzfat some of the great names of the Kabbalah, the Rav Alkabetz, Rav Cordovero, and of course the incredible Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria, who came to Tzfat from Egypt in order to study with the great masters there. So there's tremendous creativity happening in the land of Israel in the 1500s, in Tzfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Tzfat, however, is largely limited to the 1500s. And by the time you get past that period, Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go into a fairly steep decline. There are regular, migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland, of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart of the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who had status as Ottoman subjects, you can see that Jews constituted roughly 4% of the overall population of the land, Christians another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Druze. So there's only a tiny, tiny minority of Jews living in Israel by the time we get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, you begin to see the organized migration of Jews, now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called BILU, which is an acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov L'chu V'Nelcha, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of their founding documents here. This organization, BILU,
aimed to recreate agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, they struggled. Many of their communities failed, but some of them actually managed to grew in places like Tikva, and they constituted the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in their ancestral homeland, here you see that there's no contradiction with using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel. And they have in Yiddish the translation, what it says in English, help him build the land of Israel is the phrase there. That's translated as Palestine. Here's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. So that basically takes us to the 19th century and the period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the great, sort of myths of this period is that the Jews constituted a people without a land for a land without a people. The land of Israel, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to turn to that very difficult chapter in the next lecture. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and I hope you'll watch the next video as well. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? Now, you might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it. But in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, it is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. But that has not always been the universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represented an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that. And perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have like a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and even psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did
the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize that it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph and Moses and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon's, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his positions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular work. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept, the principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, yeah, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Beryl Wine often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now, that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people. And are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews of that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et bincha me'acharai, v'avdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem bachem, v'hishmidcha maher. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me, to worship other gods. And the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Really strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, and normally Faria is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. If we look carefully at the English, it's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is ki yasir, which is male, masculine, singular. For it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural. It should be in the singular masculine, for your son, which in this context would mean your grandson. Wait, so let's understand this properly. It says for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here. There's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, Tractate Yevamot 23a, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him from following me, i.e., following God. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who was born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son, but your son's son, who was born a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, quoting the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Flerovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020, but very beautiful work still available for sale in many galleries today. At any rate, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments. There's a long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, one Shechania ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children. He does not, or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be, imagine how difficult this might have been and how harsh it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts, such as the Jewish philosopher Philo, who we'll speak about in a few weeks, God willing, Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul. And you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So they're very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the 1st century in some ways. At any rate, all these 3 important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look in Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod the Great, and he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more, complex process, with circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, then there was a whole big deal about, they went through this and they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, is not going to be written until quite a bit later. But the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah and onwards. And again, a little theological note here. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier. And in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this
matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the first century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so, and any deviations from this are taken in a very serious way. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that, Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the large, tent of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms. And when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. But I leave that for people who are, expert in dealing with this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel next. Thank you for watching. Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel in both the biblical context and in a larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel, the nature of sources, and some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which I think is a very valuable project, is something called the Kranjek test, named after this person, Danielle Kranjek, also pronounced Kranyetz. I actually have to contact her to find out which pronunciation they use, but in America they tolerate Kranjek. At any rate, she actually was trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in the Jewish world recently, especially on what we call from Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of a feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character, right? So you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, to try to, discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kranjek takes us a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you'll choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things, and put them together on a mimeographed or photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. That's a very valuable idea to try and expand the, simply the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries. And it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval and in ancient sources, but it's something that we really want to resurrect, and we want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was for fully half of the human population. We have to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers in the media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we'll return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, who we've mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as this Tzivos Hashem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has pushback in all sectors of the Jewish population. And it's just another example of the Kronjek test kind of expressing itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand you say, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time, they're kind of fenced off. Another way to look at it is in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Ezrat Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall functioning of the temple, but on the other hand, there was a relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim and not Leviim and not involved in sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. All right. The idea is to try to understand their experience in the broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get, digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. We saw, for example, with the Bar Kokhs a while ago, and we'll speak about them a little more, you find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient men wore kohl, for example, a kind of eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of the sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. If you find a bowl, a serving bowl, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees on that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century. And if you can make out some of the Greek alphabet there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archisynagogus. That's right at the right side of the top line, and then going into the second line, it says archisynagogus, which means leader of the synagogue. And we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were, like, say, the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of inscriptions give us just a glimpse into perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier or more influential, but they definitely had these significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the Kronjek test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute now. One of the there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them in person. But there's some fascinating aspects when you include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Eshet Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, very famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape her. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in a Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it, as Jews have for hundreds of years. One easy way to do that: one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. So anyways, why am I bringing a piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Eshet Potiphar. Zulaikha is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than you get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expulsion of Hagar, and Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, listen to her. The oral tradition, Rashi quotes, saying, why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, famous, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as to which of her two sons, Esau and Jacob, receive the blessing, and in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, in Hebrew, Hannah, it's hard for me to think in terms of the Hebrew pronunciation, the English pronunciation sometimes. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli the Kohen in the book of Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God, and in fact she becomes the model of our prayer. We even have female warriors like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are, complex examples of character that, they certainly are smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective. As we saw in a previous lecture, occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel. But for the most part, we are totally reliant on the biblical text. And so therefore, the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full use of the text to try and understand everything we can about that. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel. And that is that, we have to transport ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly importuned to adopt a more androgynous view of religion, to a more ancient view in which there was a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in the most traditional of communities today, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion, or maybe I can say it in a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition and the Pharisees to actual on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the Talmud, the major enterprise of the medieval thinkers, and we'll return to that, God willing, in a few months, is to divide them into four different quadrants, shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt not, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always apply. Let me give you a few examples. A negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the Passover, right? You can eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread, okay? How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and it is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, I hope you're listening. You have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined by time? Mincha and a evening or mahar, right? This is one way you can categorize the commandments by negative versus positive, and defined by time and not defined by time. To return to our discussion of women, here's the key point. Women are obligated in three of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean, exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing them. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. Women are generally considered obligated in that, or women at least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking the 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated, and the Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle, because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's putting it in a negative, it's a positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to shul when you have a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. And I will leave that with enthusiasm to people who are experts in religious studies and women's studies and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when you see the more orthodox communities. There are also, beyond this, specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like, for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the immersion pool. And one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the early modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as going to the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely, disappeared from the regular canon of texts because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll have to move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women extending into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of, the care of the diet of the family and so on. Again, there's no way to say, and it would be inappropriate to say that this was universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it was more common than not. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and a third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolutely average woman, and I'll give us some sense of what it must have been like for life in their cases in the 1st and 2nd century. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching. Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges of studying Jewish women in antiquity, let's look at 3 exceptional examples. And we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average women in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully moving forward to some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern and modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the 3 examples that will give us some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in antiquity. So these 3 women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Freund, who was a very important archaeologist who did some amazing work in the Cave of Letters, among other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology, and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these 3 characters. I also want to mention that he was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? Because his doctor suggested that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. I can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I would study so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. At any rate, he suggests that we should look at the life of Gloria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back earlier in time, as we've discussed. But what do we know about Bruria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi Meir. She comes from an important family. Her father was Hananiah ben Teradion, one of the martyrs of the Hadrianic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba revolt. So that helps us date Bruria. Besides Rabbi Meir, her father gives us a sense of her lifetime, sometime in the 2nd century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Freund has some interesting thoughts on that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different Amoraim, or later rabbinic figures in the period of the Talmud, who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Matronisa, something like that. Bruria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather, polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool. He happened to come from the Galileo. Did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching: do not talk overmuch with women. You should have abbreviated your statement to me and simply said, which way to look, right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teachings of the rabbis back at them. And there, you get this sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique in the things that she says. But that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story and the kind of things that she talked about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died on one particular Sabbath, 2 twin boys, terrifying kinds of things, God forbid, Lord. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of halachic wisdom, of acerbic wit and perspicacity, and an amazing woman. And she stands out primarily as kind of like the big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless in the Talmud. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded like 1,000 years after her life in the commentary of Rasha on a tractate of Avodah Zarah. It doesn't occur anywhere else in rabbinic literature. And although it appears in a very authoritative commentary, that of Rashi, a great sage, nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Bruria's life, but it describes her end as being very ignoble. I'll leave that up to the rabbinic scholars to debate the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Bruria stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life and activity. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important in the development of Jewish society over the next 2 millennia. Another very important figure, now in terms of politics, would be a figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in a literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around the year 26 through the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Cypros. Now, you will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was Berenice's great-grandfather, if I calculated that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be a more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He ruled from the year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, as she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connections, things like that, to one Marcus, who was the son of Alexander Lysimachus of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alabarch of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who we'll speak about God willing in another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod Polio of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among the Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous, to say the least. At any rate, at this point, she was like at the peak of her authority. She was referred to as Regina, meaning queen, Basileia, also queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on in this capacity. We had a look at this earlier. She married a third time to King Polemos II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt, that being the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazirite vow, which is interesting in its own context. Nazirism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course there's a whole tractate of it on Talmud, in which basically a person has some kind of like moving experience and they want to like do repentance for it, they want to do tshuva for it, and so they undertake some restrictions on their behavior, let their hair grow, refrain from alcohol, wine specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem and then they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time and route. Interesting kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on a Nazarite vow. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Gessius Florus, the procurator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to control the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of her brother was burned down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she is involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the Emperor Vespasian, later to become emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that would destroy Jerusalem and the temple. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as among the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Titus himself was some dozen years her junior. That itself would have been unusual. Others point to the very unequal relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a beleaguered and conquered people, and said that this relationship might have been more of a hostage situation than an affair. At any rate, according to Dr. Freund, a very interesting interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing the scholarly refuge in Yavne to persist. You recall that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe and not participate in the revolt and not be destroyed, and this was granted. So Dr. Freund argues, interestingly enough, that maybe it was Berenice's relationship with Titus that allowed this to happen, and if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and the Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died shortly thereafter in the year 79. So she's a fascinating, exceptional individual in the sense that, she's at the very top of society. She is involved in things that royalty are involved with, with marriages for setting, relationships between territories and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with, huge political issues like the revolt. But this is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of women who left no trace on the political record that we have. But it is worthy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on, including La Clemenza di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. I mean, her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization far outside the Jewish awareness of her existence. Let us now turn to our final exceptional individual. We looked at Bruria as an example of exceptionality in that she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high-level political activity as a Jewish princess or even queen. Now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. I'm speaking about a woman named Babata. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works on her by Dr. Hannah Cotton, by Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on Babata that goes into this in much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the caves in the Dead Sea region that we spoke about a couple of videos ago. And she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of the human remains, female remains, would have been associated with her. There were many women and children in these caves. But it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch, which contained a trove of nearly 20 documents that all link to her personal legal history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. And in these legal battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a co-wife, right? They were in a polygamous relationship, not unheard of at that time. And she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the court had appointed to the care of apotropai, or custodial officers, and she was seeking to get more control over her children and wrest it from the courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as, very much a woman in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes, involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents, our passports and things like that, in a special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for her life and activity, and it gives us a sense of the Jewish woman in the 2nd century who was not without means. She was probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on, who took charge of her life, and she was clearly an agent involved in her life. So we should not imagine, by Babata's example, that the vast majority of women were passive and allowing kind of life to wash over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is a woman who's deeply involved in fighting for her rights and finding some success from time to time. There are some interesting questions. Why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to have linked her to Bar Kokhba, because he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command. So perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important, detailed legal history, like many of us do even today. And so we this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources on women in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life, and it reveals some startling things. Many more fascinating things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we can analyze the Babatha archive with greater detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating more and more discussion of Jewish women into the lectures as we move forward in time. But the next series of lectures are going to deal with the Jewish diaspora in antiquity. Okay, thank you very much for watching. At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happens in Jewish history that really colors the experience of Jews and the globe, really, and that is, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia, and eventually throughout the world. Now, this has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the State of Israel in the middle of the 20th century. So really, we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history in the post-biblical period has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on, as the minority in majority cultures. And that certainly had a lot to say about what kind of people that you would become. Now, we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which has kind of like a neutral connotation, but the word exile. In Hebrew, galut, or in a Ashkenazi pronunciation, galus. That Jews were thrown out of their land. And this is a little bit of a misnomer, because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the wake of the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from the land in the first century like they were with the also limited population transfers that happened under the Assyrians and the Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery, but the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't, considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence within the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long 2 millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of traditional Israel, hence the experience as a galut, as an exile nation. It's worthy pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state, meaning
theologically, Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're still living in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until the Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we move into the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. You'll recall that the first Roman Jewish war in the year 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple in that year, and ultimately the fall of Masada. And as we shall see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched lines that encircle the Mediterranean refer to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been in the early 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel closely here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galil to the north, and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Perea region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is emptied of Jews because of the Roman attacks on the Bar Kokhba rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved, in particular, north to where the new center would exist, and Jews were in fact banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. The Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the biblical enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Plishtim in Hebrew. And so renaming the region Palestina was meant to try and, in terms of cartography, wipe Israel off the map, so to speak. It is ironic, of course, that the term has been revived as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and in the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well, Eastern Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living in the coast of North Africa. We looked at one of those communities, Kyrene, in the context of the Kitos rebellion a little while ago, and there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and the south of France as well. So we're going to look at all of these, however brief, for the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time is undoubtedly Egypt, a very, very important place where Jews had been living literally for centuries. There is a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt. Jeremiah spends some time there unwillingly, as happens after the assassination of Gedaliah, for whom there is a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region in the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. Now, I always pronounce that, by the way, Elephantine, until I looked a little more carefully, and I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile. Even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I think I mentioned to you earlier, the Nile, of course, flows to the north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea. And so therefore, upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile.
where you have, the cities of Cairo, Alexandria, and so on. So there is a very important a Jewish military colony in Elephantine, and we're going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat under dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when Menashe of Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular settlement. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, where you see that little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in a kind of portage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition. And that's where robbers would lie in wait and so on. Hence, it makes sense to have some kind of military outpost there. Now, we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved in papyri and in ostraca, right? Those clay bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about, prohibiting any other temples outside of Jerusalem. But there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the pre-destruction of the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Nablus in modern terminology, and in Samaria. That would be the Samaritan temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider. Of course, the Arak El Amir in Jordan, and Topolis, which would be in Egypt, under Chonia. This is referred to as Chonia in the Talmud, Onias IV. So what is going on in those temples is staying about a little bit beyond our area of administration today. We have in records some interesting records of women, for example. Here's my chance to fill in the block and check off the Cranjak test. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Mibtachia, which seems to be related to the word batach, meaning to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 type of construction engineers or maybe architects. They're called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something in the region, not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Anania, who was a temple official, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tamut. Tamut is definitely not a Hebrew name, because in Hebrew the word Tamut means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense. That it certainly does not follow any of the laws as described in the Talmud, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, her master, someone named Meshulam, which is also a Jewish name. And he, in fact, owned their son, whose name was Pilti. If Anania were to default in the relationship and ask for a divorce, then Meshulam, the owner of the slave woman, would get the child. The whole thing was really bizarre. Also interesting, though, again, pretty much in contradiction to Jewish law, Tamut could just start a divorce on her own, which is something that rabbinic law does not permit. Lots more to say about that. I hope to come back to it in maybe the medieval period when we look at women in Jewish law. At any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt and the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today. In the western part of the Nile Delta, you can see where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism and was especially influential in the early church. There's a funny story about how the Septuagint was written. According to the legend, 70 rabbis were brought in, and they were all put in 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it. And they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Hutner, who was a very important Rosh Hashiva in America, he liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together and you put them in one room and ask them to agree on anything, that's a miracle. By the first century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood which was specifically the Jewish neighborhood, and they had a second one out of 5 neighborhoods that they were populating as well. But there was a significant amount of controversy with the local Greek population. You recall that Alexander the Great had swept through the entire region and had established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexandria, that's not a coincidence. And there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in a new society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval against the Jews in the year 38, which some have called actually the first pogrom. This was recorded by the philosopher Philo, very important Jewish thinker of the era, who approached the Bible primarily in a Greek sense with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write in Hebrew, he wrote in Greek. And many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis were talking about, but nevertheless extremely influential, once again, on the Christian tradition, not so much on the Jewish tradition. At any rate, he describes this first upheaval as the result of the tension between the Greek and the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade through the town of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews actually mounted sort of like a mock counter parade in which they openly made fun of Agrippa I, and sure enough, it eventually translated into violence against the Jews. The local procurator, who had his own issues with Rome, even though he was a Roman official, there was a change of the guard in Rome, and he was concerned about his own position, and he decided to take the side of the Greeks, and he ordered, among other things, that the Jews should be limited to one neighborhood, not to 2. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those 2 neighborhoods, which some would argue actually constituted the world's first ghetto, interesting idea, was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues, which was really an unusual thing for the ancient world. Synagogues were generally considered, places where you should not transgress and you should respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of those occasions where that was ignored. The new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where the Jews were, mollified, but there would be yet again violence in the year 66, probably in connection with the Roman-Jewish War that exploded in that year. So that's just a look very quickly at Alexandria. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you very much for watching. So let's continue our discussion of the diaspora and antiquity by looking at Mesopotamia. And although we saw that Egypt was an incredibly important center of Jewish settlement, Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished because it is the location of the forced resettlement Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless, Jews were forced to live there in the context of the invasions of the Assyrians and the Babylonians in the 8th and the 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries were periods in which there were forced removals of Jews from Israel to the region of Babylonia, and it's more appropriate to use the term exile or galut in that context, but even those exiles were partial. They only represented a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remained behind in Israel, impoverished, probably gender imbalanced because men may have been taken in greater numbers than women, but otherwise many Jews, the majority, still remain behind in Israel. Now, here's a look at a map, and you can see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I've said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamos means, between the rivers. And it's sometimes called simply Babylonia, although that's a term that obviously changes over time. Let's zoom in here to a passage from Jeremiah, in which he famously says, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, and multiply ye there, and be not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused you to be carried away captive. Pray for the Lord for it, for in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. This is kind of like the mission statement of the concept of exile in the Jewish tradition. The notion that this exile, is galut, this diaspora, to use a neutral term, is something that is God ordained, and that Jews are to commit themselves to the lands in which they now live, to work, build it up with houses and vineyards and so on, to raise families there, and to pray for the welfare of the government, which of course is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worshiped an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and as not being connected to a specific place. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God, was not interested in taking care of them in an exile. And that's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for their newfound exilic condition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So, one of the most fascinating collections that we have from the period is the so-called Murashu archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the Bnei Murashu, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? It's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right, means God-given. That's right. They all like invoke the name of God in some kind of like active way, and so it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% of the names in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al Yahudu. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish, and there's lots and lots of theophoric names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered quite some time after the Murasho archive was unearthed. And one of the things I find really amazing about the Murasho archive is not only are the names theophoric, but Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one's father, not after one's father, but one is named by one's father. So, for example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, my father's name is Yaakov, so I will be Hillel ben Yaakov, right? Hillel, the son of Yaakov. In almost all usages, you would rely on your father's name, but under certain circumstances, you would refer to your mother's name. The reasons for the distinction are not going to delay us today. But what's really fascinating is if you look at the individual's names and their patronymics, and you see, is there a change in the theophoric nature? You can see that there's a real seam that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they are much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something that's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Chana Rivka and Sarala. What happened? It seems that around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there is a real Teshuvah movement, and they started giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. I just think that's cool. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Murasho archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who were active in the military. It's fascinating that in a diaspora condition, you wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt. We see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right? With David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government or so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower in this archive. So much stuff to talk about. I wish we had more time. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylonia, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel And in the Babylonian region, there are the so-called nechute, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem, and sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier, but Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other, as Hebrew is to Aramaic. Well, back to that when we talk more about Babylonia. The organization of the Jews in Babylonia was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta, or in English, the Exilog, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until a little later on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership. In particular, as the academies begin to grow, they really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Reish Galuta. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all, sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives a lot of details of 2 brothers from the famous city of Neharda named Ananias and Asineus, who decided to just, go off on their own and create, for about 15 years, their own kind of like robber state, which was kind of like they were warlords, and these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed the robber state. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it would take us too far away from our topic. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about diaspora coming up. Thank you for watching. Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all of this, but I just want to try and keep my remarks very brief, because we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the kind of hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula, that's shaped like a boot, and I said that in a Canadian way, you recognize it. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which is like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century, and then of course after Alexander there's much more of the presence building in the region. In Rome, we have a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the Common Era, proclaims Judaism a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and respected, and there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business with kosher food and the Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. So there's generally Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course it went downhill from there. Um, at the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the first century, there is a growing social movement as well. You can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow misanthropic, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. This was like a strange idea. Really? I can't just be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly, but certainly for men it means circumcision. And Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total, what seemed to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, like, what is the problem? It's so basic. I often compared this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game or something like that, which Americans would consider very rude. And by the way, I used this example long before it became an emblem of the social justice movement and Black Lives Matter and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. You have a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism. And you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating, I gotta talk about it here, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs. And they are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial where first there would be burial in the ground, and then a year later, this is actually described in the Talmud, it's a practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period, it was common. On the yard site, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones, now denuded of all flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors and things like that. Probably spooky by modern sensibilities, but that's really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated, like this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. Some very moving examples of parental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You can see he's patting a puppy. It's a great work of art, I think, but very tragic at the same time. Carries the kind of pathos across 2 millennia. The inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower if their first language for something as permanent as a grave marker would be in a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well. And the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. That's considered like much more than the Star of David, which is a far later introduction to the Jewish canon of images. The menorah is one of the oldest of the images. It's really cool to look at these catacombs, and there's so much research that can be derived from it, more than we can talk about today. Let's switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean, and by that we're looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include little bits of Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant of the centers here. And we see that, once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews in military formations in this region under Antiochus I and Antiochus III. Those are prior, of course, to the Antiochus IV that was associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of communal tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms prosuke or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They will refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian. It's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud. But they won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or of a slightly different, family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adra. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this. There's something wiped out, and then the end of the word is nia, and then a new word, salo, something missing, nula, and then the word an, uno, mens, cuatro, die, uno, Judea, which translates as probably something like here lies a girl's name that ends in the letters N-I-A. Julia, something like that. Daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than the IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. And finally, she is specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. She is our first indication of Jewish settlement in this region. Wow, I can't wait to get back to talk about this some more. But for now, let's wrap up this discussion of diaspora. The next lecture is going to be some concluding, sort of like synthetic remarks about what does antiquity mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which will begin right after that. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another in the Jewish History Lab series. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question. How did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical because, don't get excited, I really don't think I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, which we have spent the last 15 odd weeks looking at in detail, and kind of provide a moment to breathe, to step back, to reflect on what we've covered, because it's going to change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into medieval period. So again, I'm not going to really answer how did the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on this, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider this just a moment to reflect on what we've covered and to take a deep breath, and then we're going to go into the next adventure, which is the medieval period. So here's a beautiful photograph from Samarkand. It's actually an antique photograph from the beginning of the 20th century, and it has been colorized, so it's gorgeous. You really get a sense of like, yeah, life in history was actually in color, not in black and white. We're so used to these photographs. Let's begin with a quick recap. So here's our map of the Middle East. You can see I put a little marker for where Jerusalem is in the land of Israel. And we start with Abraham and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that would be ancient Sumeria. And most historians place this somewhere around the year 1750 before the Common Era. The challenge of working with this data, of course, is that almost everything is derived from one source. The Hebrew scriptures, Tanakh, presents a whole range of challenges, which we discussed way back at the beginning of the semester. Look at the video on approaching the Bible as a historical source for some of the difficulties. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the biblical text, Abraham and Sarah make their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt that occur not only with Abraham and his descendants, but most significantly with Joseph, who ends up, you know, the amazing story, becomes the vizier of Egypt, and then his family follows them because of famine, and the Jews end up being enslaved there for several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term Jew here anachronistically. They would not have called themselves Jews at that time. Most likely they would have called themselves maybe Ivrim or Hebrews, which comes from Ever HaNahar, from the other side of the river, meaning they originate from the other side of the river Euphrates. I have a video on the evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, Israelite, Judean, Jewish, and so on. And I tend to sort of elide them all and call everybody Jewish. Sorry if that irritates you, but away we go. The next bit of event, of course, in the Bible is the Exodus, which occurs sometime around the year 1300 before the Common Era, resulting in a settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more and more archaeological evidence, such as the Meneptah stele, which refers to Jews in Israel, or that is, refers to Israel in this region at about this time. When you move forward from the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, into the early prophets, we see in the period of Judges, there's discussion of kind of like a tribal organization of governance in the land of Israel. And then that culminates and described in the book of Samuel in the appointment of Saul as the first king of what would become a united monarchy. This is the golden age, followed by David and Solomon, where you have really the period when the nascent experiment in Jewish sovereignty in this land
expands significantly, both in terms of territory, in terms of influence, and so on. Unfortunately, after Solomon, it descends into civil war, and the region is divided. The northern region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. Then if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, when Israel, the northern kingdom, is attacked, and a good portion of its population is shipped off in a population transfer, which is something common in the 8th century. This is the origin of the 10 lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken off into the north. There is then another invasion which reaches the southern kingdom of Judah and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem and exiles once again a significant portion of the population, especially the elites, off to Babylonia. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, is fairly short-lived because a few decades later, Cyrus, leader of the Persian Empire, grants religious freedom to the Jews and many other peoples in his kingdom, and the Jews return to the land of Israel and reestablish the temple there. This refers to the Second Commonwealth, that is the second resurgence of some level of Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel. It's not a complete sovereignty. They're still really part of the Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews are in their land and governing themselves. When the Greeks come in the 4th century, the Jews are overwhelmed by them and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic revolution in the year 165 called the Hanukkah Rebellion, when the Jews throw off the dominance, the political dominance, and ultimately the spiritual, cultural dominance of the Greek Empire that was then based in Syria, the Seleucids, and they reestablish a Jewish kingdom under the Maccabees, also known as the Hasmoneans or Hashmonaim in Hebrew. The Greek culture, however, keeps exerting its influence, and even though the Jews have established some sovereignty, they are not free from the cultural influence of Hellenism, and they ultimately will continue along that path. Romans invade in the year 63, not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because they don't exactly invade. They're kind of invited in because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government, and the power of the kingdoms in now what is called Judea varied depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating the corridors of Roman power. Herod, for example, was one of the most powerful Jewish kings. He happened to be very successful at this, and he had a very long rule in the 1st century BCE, tremendous amount of public works and building and so on, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the 1st century of the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes badly for them, and the Second Temple is destroyed in the year 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer. A significant number of Jews were taken off into slavery and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70 odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the coastal region and Galilee, was more significantly depopulated than before. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe antiquity. Note, however, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use for Western civilization. They tend to stretch the period of antiquity out until the 400s with the fall of Rome. But this is when we start to see really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments posed on the Jewish people. First of all, loss of sovereignty, right? I mean, that's something that can basically knock out just about any people. The fact that they lost the control of their land multiple times. First, under the Assyrians, when the 10 northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians, when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks, when their level of self rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans, of course. I mean, this is like repeated loss of sovereignty. The Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, and reestablishing some level of self rule. If we jump ahead to the 20th century, they'll do it again after 2,000 years of absence, which is really mind boggling. Secondly, not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement, right? It's hard enough for a country to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. But imagine if much of the population, especially elites, especially the males of fighting age, are taken off to a far-off location. You know, if they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period when communication and transportation is nothing like what we would see in the modern era? Third, full-on court press of other powerful dominant cultures. The Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, oh my gosh, the Greeks. Incredible differences in the way that these people saw the world around them, you know, and the idea that Jews could somehow maintain their cultural independence with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. You know, these are tremendous stresses placed on the Jewish people during the period of antiquity. Repeated defeats in war, tremendously devastating and discouragement to see you like standing up and getting knocked down again and again and again. The Bar Kokhba revolt, the First Roman Jewish War, the Kitos Rebellion, over and over again. The Jews are not succeeding, with the exception of the Maccabean revolt. They are simply not doing well for the last 200-300 years of their existence in the period of antiquity. Finally, we certainly cannot discount the spiritual crisis that must have ensued when so much of what they considered rock solid was not so, such as, for example, the temple rituals that were so central to classical Judaism, that the offering of sacrifices at the temple as a way of communicating with God, of expiating sin, of receiving forgiveness, with the destruction of the temple twice and the displacement of people to another land, how are they able to maintain a sense of balance and a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, and a sense of integrity to keep themselves on the straight and narrow and to reincorporate themselves as a nation throughout all of these phenomenal challenges of their existence? It is really mind-boggling. So as I said earlier, I'm not going to provide answers why. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class that I'm about to record, but let us simply leave for now with the questions, with the moment to reflect, and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence, because the dominant population is no longer demographically centered in Israel. It is going to slowly shift to the diaspora, to places like Mesopotamia, which has a phenomenal renaissance and a period of the creation of the Talmud. Also in Egypt, the Italian peninsula, and so on, will see huge surges in Jewish population. And Jews begin to kind of rethink what it means to be Jewish outside of Israel over the course of the next few centuries. So that's what we're going to be looking at next, the medieval period. And we'll see that somehow the Jews managed with phenomenal vitality to maintain their distinct existence over so many centuries, despite so many challenges. Thank you very much for watching. Welcome
welcome to another episode of the Jewish History Lab. Now, just like the last class, when I offered up the question, how did the Jews survive antiquity? And I let you know in advance that that was a rhetorical question with no clear answer forthcoming. I want to warn you in advance that the same thing applies to this class, perhaps even more so. I have some thoughts on the question of what is the meaning of Jewish history, and I will give you some sense of where I'm coming from towards the end of this video. But please don't think that by watching the next few minutes you'll get this and you'll be able to impress all your friends and relatives at the Passover Seder and things like that. For those of you who are Douglas Adams fans, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that I'm using it here. You may ask a very obvious question. Wait a second, why are we only talking about the meaning of Jewish history in video number 42? I mean, are you serious? This should be video number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gotten to this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to talk about these theoretical things right from the very beginning. But, most people, when they approach Jewish history, they just want to know, could you please tell me the story already? Please tell me what happened. I don't really want to get into big theoretical thinking about what it all signifies. And so I have reserved this particular topic to our first kind of reflection moment, the seam between the ancient period and the medieval period. And this is the right place for us to start talking about theory. Now that we have absorbed some of the history we're talking about, I think it's a good time to reflect on, well, what does it all mean? Again, I'm not going to give you the answer at the end of this particular class, but I hope to at least pose some of the major questions related to the overall question. We're going to start by looking at some of the questions raised by a great historian, Professor Moshe Rossman, shown here, just recently won the Rothschild Prize, fantastic scholar at Bar-Ilan University. I owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to Professor Rossman. When I was a young graduate student, I approached him and he was very gracious in sharing his thoughts. We're going to be looking at this book, came out just recently, How Jewish is Jewish History? And there are some amazing essays in this very thoughtful theoretical book. We're going to focus in on one specific aspect. That is the question of meta-history, or what I like to call the grand narrative. Now, Professor Rossman uses this term meta-history in the kind of sense of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a philosophical term. Meta means above or beyond or past. So, for example, if physics is the study of the physical universe, bodies in motion, mass, velocity, things like that, then metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but go beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is what are the theoretical underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? What is the larger story of this history? You note, of course, that the word story is embedded inside the word history. What is the grand narrative to which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have approached this question, you have the Tzemach David, a very interesting work written in the 16th century by a brilliant and rather idiosyncratic individual named Rabbi David Gans. I actually have a friend who is a descendant of Rabbi Gans, David Krauss of Prague, great local historian. At any rate, the Tzemach David represents a kind of early encyclopedic Jewish history. It's not really a history in the sense that it is a chronology, in this year this happened, in this year this happened, and so on. Not a lot of analytical processes applied to it, not a lot of questions asked of data and so on. But what's interesting is that Tzemach David divides the work into Jewish history. These are all the things that happened to the Jews. And then there's another complete section, and this is world history. Right? As if they are two totally separate things, as if Jews are not impacting the rest of the world and are not impacted by the rest of the world. By the way, I hate using the word impact as a verb, but I couldn't help it. Like, Jews live inside the world, and the world affects Jewish history. Jewish history affects secular history, if you will. That's another question that we'll have to get into later. But he separated them out entirely, as if Jewish history was kind of like somehow walled off from other world events. Now, when we get to the 19th century, a much more advanced critical historical scholarship is going on. We have the great scholar Heinrich Gretz. And his work has been characterized as a combination of Leidensgeschichte and Literaturgeschichte, which means basically Leiden is like sadness or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, history. And Literaturgeschichte is the history of literature. So, in other words, Gretz's grand narrative sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly oppressed, dispersed, pogromized, exiled, and nevertheless, wherever they go, they get their energy together and they make creations that are phenomenal contributions to world civilization. They're writing these amazing books. They're developing science. They're engaged in so much productive work. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like society will persecute the Jews, they'll have to run away, but then in a new location they will rise and do great things for that civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again and they'll be sent away, and then they'll have to rise in another location and so on. And this is kind of like the grand narrative that Heinrich Gretz proposes. Another approach is evident in the work of Shimon Dubno, another great encyclopedic historian, who criticized Gretz for missing out some really important things and not including them because they really didn't fit with his grand narrative. For example, Gretz tended to look down on Eastern European Jewry in general, and specifically Hasidism and the Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Gretz's grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the Haskalah, of the Jewish Enlightenment, the attempt to demonstrate to the non-Jewish world, Gretz wrote in German after all, that Jews were worthy of acceptance into secular society. Look at how unfortunately and how unjustly they have been persecuted, and nevertheless look at all the great things they have produced. So anything that doesn't quite fit that model is either consciously or unconsciously ignored by Gretz, and this is part of the challenges with a grand narrative approach. So, for example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents in many ways not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to, come to terms with general society, but rather more of an insular, inward-looking approach. And especially when we talk about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with the more rationalist Lithuanians, and there are accusations of the Hasidim engaging too much in alcohol and raucous behavior and things like that. So Gretz kind of looked at that as sort of like backwards superstition going in the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Gretz's history, and that's something that Shimon Dubno wanted to correct. He was much more in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves, and Hasidism is, of course, very much a popular movement that came from the general average Jew more than anything else. Shimon Dubno was very much enamored of a philosophy which came to be associated very closely with him, called diaspora nationalism, in which he said, it's really about what the people are developing on their own. And what have the people developed? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of a conventional state. And he says this is something truly amazing, and we should not ignore it. That Jews once had a state in ancient Israel, and then they were exiled, and that should have been the end of their story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and passports, things like that? How is it possible they continue? He says the reason they continue is because they advance beyond what a state requires, that they had developed the ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a diaspora, even as a minority culture, living within very, very different host cultures. And he said this is something which should be strived for. This is an ideal everything that is coming from the Jewish people, like Hasidism, is something which is positive and should be developed. And rather than, trying to, fit in with secular society, we should encourage the development of specifically Jewish projects. A lot of fun things to say about his worldview. Um, so everything in his narrative looked towards that. Obviously, when it comes to something like Zionism, he had a dim view of Zionism because he said, "Hey, that's going backwards." The Jews have already proved they don't need a state; they can exist very well in modern society, specifically without a state. And you want them to go back to a barbaric age? So he definitely, his grand narrative, soft pedaled Zionism. On the other hand, there are many great Zionist historians, Zion Dinor, who said that no, the grand narrative of Jewish history is the return to Zion. It's the constant urge of the Jew to resettle and walk the sands of the Judean desert and so on. And so coming back to Israel represents the high point of Jewish activity, and the grand narrative of Jewish history is all about that power of gravity that is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben Zion Dinor's model, but maybe we'll explore that later on. Finally, one more great historian, the fantastic Salo Whitmire Baron, fantastic historian working in New York City at Columbia University. He argues that, we should be focusing on the diaspora. We should be looking a little bit like Dubno at how Jews have developed these abilities to exist within the diaspora. We should not necessarily, apply other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these communities, and that the monolithic approach of Dubno, which was influenced in many ways by Marxist theory of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at how the Near Eastern communities developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching model. Wow, lots of different approaches to the grand narrative. But when we get to our period, we have a much more challenging problem, and that is postmodernism. Postmodernism is a remarkably challenging philosophy. It was associated with several thinkers, including Jacques Derrida, shown here, a French Jew who wrote, among other things, "Il n'y a pas de hors texte." There is nothing outside the text. Now, what exactly does this mean, and what is its implications for Jewish history? Postmodernism represents an approach to text which is deeply unsettling and is having a major impact. It was first felt perhaps in literary criticism, but it has slowly made its way into the social sciences, even the hard sciences. And history, archaeology have been hit very hard by postmodernism as a critique. What exactly does this mean? What Derrida and others like Michel Foucault argued was that we can never move beyond the text itself. We can never make legitimate assumptions about any reality beyond the text that is presented before us right now. So what does that mean? Let's say, for example, I were to present to you my birth certificate. It's a document, has my name on it, has my place of birth, my date of birth, and a few other odds and ends of data there. And you might be tempted to say, oh, so we now know that Henry Abramson was born on such and such a date in this little town in Northern Ontario, Canada. And you might be very well correct in making that assumption. After all, you've got a document that says that. But postmodernism would argue that no, all you really know is that you once encountered Henry Abramson on a video who presented his birth certificate, which said that he was born in such and such a place at such and such a time, and these were his parents, and so on. What's the difference? There's a world of difference in that. Who says that that document actually represents the truth? Who says that this document hasn't been forged? who says that this document isn't the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake. Perhaps I am deceived in thinking that this is a correct document. Perhaps my parents gave it to me, but they're really hiding a much larger system. I mean, I don't know. So you might say, okay, fine. Well, we can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Abramson was born, and we can like rifle through the card catalogs, and we can find, the original document, and we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same things as that other document. So now you have two documents, but there's possibility that both of them are wrong. And this becomes even more complex when you look at something like narrative. Like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. It's either mistakenly written down or not. But let's say, for example, you find a memoir. How do you know that the person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir? And how do you know that the things that the memoir claims to remember actually happened? All you have fundamentally is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You can never go back to what actually happened. You are stuck in the text itself. And this is deeply unsettling, because if we cannot make any kind of generalizations about reality beyond the texts and documents and archaeological finds that we discover, how do we make history of this? So Derrida famously once said, "Je suis le dernier juif." I am the last Jew. And like many of these cryptic things that postmodernists tend to say, it's not exactly clear what he meant by it, but it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, Judaism as a whole, Jewish history, is entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior documents. And that we are essentially trusting that such and such a thing happened because here's something that says it happened. And we can never go beyond the documents logically to say what actually happened. In the words of Pomeranka, what actually happened. We can never know what actually happened. We can only know what document has been presented to us. So this upends everything, like when we find the Tel Dan stele that has the phrase Beit David on it, House of David. Does that mean there really was a House of David? Does it really mean, even if we can use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time or was carved at this particular time, is it referring to the David we're talking about? Is it referring to the same David of the Bible? Everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already feeling the advanced winds of postmodernism, and the tendency among scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians tighten the focus. If you can't write about a large period of history, because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it, you only have the document itself. So therefore, one way to compensate is to have lots of documents and lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So, for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of one particular person living in revolutionary France in a few years, and gather all the documents you can, focusing on that one person's biography, and hopefully with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful about how this person experienced that revolution, and you can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, or a king, or a traveler, or a Jew, or a black man. None of those experiences are recorded because you focus so narrowly on one small part. But on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. How can we possibly examine all those sources to do the same thing for a larger focus? I mean, it just gets to be such a nightmare to try and figure out, is it possible to write anything larger? Any survey history? Is it even possible?
So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to who I imagine myself as a historian. Like, this is what I look like as a historian. And so, since we have so many other beautiful photographs, I want to stick this one in. I have to give credit to Marco Dashev, who is this amazing photographer who reached out to me to do a shoot because he's putting together a book, and I'm proud to be included in his subjects. He has a unique gift to be able to find that little, who is this person, and then put it somehow onto his lens and to be so. Anyways, that's the picture. Here's a question: if this is the situation with how historians write, that our documents cannot claim to represent any reality greater than what they are as we see them. We can't generalize beyond them with any degree of ability. But how is history not in the fiction department? Why isn't it there just like any other novel or play or something like that? What's the purpose of everything that we're doing? Is there any distinction between fiction? So there certainly is a difference between history and fiction. And I'm going to follow this argument that Professor Rossman makes in his book. And the way that we can get to that, however, requires a little bit more of personal sharing on my part. One of the first books that I read in Jewish history was a classic written by this man, Max I. Dimon. Not a professional historian, but a very talented compiler of data and storyteller. And I remember when I was probably about 13 years or so old, I came across this book, which my parents somehow had in the house in a paperback copy, Jews, God, and History. And as you can see from the cover, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which I have to admit I never actually read, although it all makes one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History so I can try and relive a little bit of what it must have been like for me to read that book. Interestingly, by the way, before we leave Jews, God, and History, let's point out that it is an incredibly popular book. It was published first in the 1960s. It went through a second edition, which you'll note was published in a couple of different versions. This version here says basically, 1.5 million copies print, second edition. But this version, this cover says something very significant. Edited and revised by Ethel Dimont. So I know I've shown you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution Ethel Dimont made to this book. She herself is also a published author. She suffered a head injury and then wrote a book about it. But one of her big claims to fame is the fact that she was very much involved not only in the second edition, but in the first edition, published in the early 60s. So we don't know a lot about Ethel Dimont's involvement in this, but let's not think of this as an exclusively male pursuit. She passed away in 2013. So Max I. Dimont's approach to history really emphasizes the indestructibility of the Jews. And that's something that made a big impact on me. So let's return to our question of postmodernism, now that I've told you a little bit about my own adolescent first encounter with history. And I'll refer to something that Professor Russman calls the compact, which is basically a deal that you and I are going to make in this history. The deal is that I am going to do my best to approach these texts that we use, the data points that we use to write history. I'm going to be as conscious as I can of my own proclivities towards a grand narrative, towards a meta-history, which in my mind is very closely related to Max I. Dimont's first presentation of the indestructible Jews. And I am going to share those biases with you up front. When I am troubled by a source, I'll try and let you know about that. I'll try and avoid, overarching and huge generalizations in my history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some other historians can portray it, including perhaps Max I. Dimont. But nevertheless, I'm going to treat you with a level of respect to say
I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, for your part of the compact, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I hope to hold myself to. When you respond in the comments or in emails or whatever, I hope you will continue to be respectful and understand that, you know, I am just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. I hope you won't hold me to any kind of, you know, religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough or not Christian enough or not Muslim enough or whatever, not secular enough. I'm just who I am, working with the data the same way you are. That's the difference between history and fiction. In fiction, you're like tossing out a whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up. And I can make it up any way I want, and I don't care what you think. In history, we have an agreement that I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, and you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it with your own capacities at the same time. Finally, I wanted to offer some greater sense into my grand narrative, and for that, I'm going to turn to the work of Cecil Roth, phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things Jewish. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind the massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project for Jewish things, and that is the massive Encyclopedia Judaica. He was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote a survey of Jewish history, and he actually revised it several times. It was translated several times, and there are certain key passages that are identified in Professor Rosman's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seemed to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase this idea. But here's a version of his conclusion to that survey as he put it in the 1950s. He said, "The preservation of the Jew was certainly not casual. Time after time in his history," note, of course, that it's not gender-neutral language, but there you go, 1950s. "Time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential." Providential is, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgacha pratit, or as divine supervision, meaning like divine involvement in the survival of the Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in the third person, something which I really like doing, especially on Twitter, the author has deliberately attempted to write this work in a secular spirit. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it, on every page, a higher immanence. So in other words, what Dr. Roth was saying was that he's going to use the tools of secular reasoning. He's going to use the kind of Western, university-based critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of ideological monitor, not some kind of purity gauge or something like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard not to see a higher immanence on every page of Jewish history. That's my inspiration. I hope you found this theoretical lecture not too tedious. The fact is, you're listening to it at the very end, so if you've fallen asleep, but I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, we're going back to the standard kind of narrative description, and we're going to look at the Jews of Mesopotamia, a fascinating period in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
period after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, and then the Second Roman-Jewish War under Bar Kokhba in the 130s, is an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there was no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. And so they had to find ways of organizing themselves in order to maintain group integrity, in order to maintain their identity, and in fact, they were quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important terms, they're technical in nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the 1st century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah. That is the oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago, or what exactly is the Mishnah. But these are the teachers who have played an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which would, of course, be related very closely to their communal life, their identity, and ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, Tanaim means teachers, Amoraim means speakers, these people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud, and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also, more importantly, in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of the Tanaim basically comes to a close at the beginning of the 3rd century. The Amoraim pick it up from there with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Tanaim in terms of memorizing the Mishnah is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amoraim intellectually, in that they will be the repositories of all this memorized knowledge. Even when it is in a written form, there's still tremendous utility for people to have a massive intellectual storehouse of it. And the Amoraim will then be exploring it, discussing it, as I hope to discuss in the 2 lectures from now. At any rate, let's look at this period in a little more detail. So at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem was a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed earlier in the Talmud in which Yochanan ben Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome, "Ten li Yavne v'chachamecha," give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages. At first, under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, later under Rabban Gamliel, and many others fascinating stories. I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has some fascinating implications and illustrate, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of the intellectual refocus that's happening among the Jewish people at this time. This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Bava Metzia 59b, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute centers on the status of a particular oven called the oven of Achna. It's a particular design, and the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to 2 main sides of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer Hagadol, the great sage, who tends to follow the teachings of Shammai. And perhaps I should just make an interlude at this point. Shammai and Hillel are 2 of the greatest of the Zuko, the generation that preceded the Tanaim, and their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old,
have created two large schools: the school of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would consistently follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had tremendous amount of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things change after the destruction of the temple, however, as there is a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of Hillel. At any rate, on the one side we have Rabbi Eliezer Haggadol, a very important rabbi who tends to follow the teaching of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this oven. That is the house of Hillel. They're agreeing with Beit Hillel. Hillel is passed away quite for a long time now. And what ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says that Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, doesn't matter. We follow the argument of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we decide things here. So then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let these carob trees be uprooted and be sent along the road. And the rabbi, that actually happens. And then the rabbis say, doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves, and majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beit Medrash be crumble. And they crumble. Then at one point, one of the rabbis says, what to the walls? What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? And so the walls, they don't collapse completely, sort of like stay in a leaning place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Rabbi Eliezer says then, if the law follows me, let the heavens proclaim it. And a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. And this looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer, but the rabbis say you can bring as many proofs as you want, but lo bashamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is Beit Hillel, is followed in this particular case of this Havan Abachnai. Two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the less important but very interesting reason, and that is associated with tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they want to talk to me, which I was really honored, about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist working at the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, far away as Antioch in the year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion. I don't know why me specifically, but it was really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne in the year 115? Wow. And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the carob trees flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's a discussion of huge storms at sea. They all make sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion in the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want and hear the interview, or we can go back and forth on what this might mean. But what is really significant, that's the kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that
this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Beis Hillel? Am I going to be Beis Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together for sure around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow Beit Hillel, and so the development of this majoritarian consensus rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish communities will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that Lo B'Shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and human beings will debate it. Bringing a supernatural proof to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of Jewry from there on after. But it's still very cool to think that a tsunami was happening at that time. There were two institutions that were especially important for the survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is, you can see sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there for a period of time. It moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, out to Yavne and then up to the north, where it was located in a few different places until it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period we're discussing today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or Nisiyut in Hebrew. Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have really good sense of exactly how it functioned. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There are some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Nasiim, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, Rabbi Judah the Prince, as is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate or misleading in one way or another, but there is a Talmud performed, a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, much larger one in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, we have some church historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so the rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis at this time. We do have some chronologists like the Seder Olam, which is the Order of the World, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis. We also have Megillat Tainit. We have a few ancient sources, but they're not really histories. They are kind of like, on this date this happened, on this date this happened, without really analyzing and fleshing out why things happen and so on. So when we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Babata archaeology, which we discuss a little bit when we talk about Bar Kokhba. This is the archive of some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the Cave of Letters. And what we can see from her archive is that while it's hard to generalize from one woman, we have another source, also a woman that comes from around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frowned on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Nabatean and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who are simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising. We just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the depredation in their society. And on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, as we shall discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews. Makes a very big difference, and they're building roads, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here that we don't know a lot about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal pull, that Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at Helena of Adiabene, who was a queen of this small kingdom you can see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells us a lot about it. She also appears in the Talmud as Hilmi Hamalka, that is Helene the queen. And she actually converts with her sons to Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity. She gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb. It was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was, in fact, Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the Israel Museum. So the thought that a very important, powerful political woman like Helena of Adiabene would convert to Judaism is just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times in the first century and onward, Judaism is still quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian Center in particular. Thank you very much for that. So continuing our discussion from the transition of the Tanaim to the Amoraim,
from a period immediately following the disastrous two revolts against Rome and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate in Israel, and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah. Let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world within a very short order. After the year 219, which is when Rav, a great scholar, arrived in the region after having studied in Israel. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to Israel to study, came back, and was very much involved in establishing educational standards there. By the way, this overemphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rav, that particular rabbi, is based on the traditional scholarship, which really dates from the 9th and 10th century, and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poorly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia in the development of the Talmud is a period when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 of the Common Era and beyond. Again, we don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also from the Gaonic authorities, like Rav Shvira Gaon, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during the rule of Shpur Malka, Shapur I, also known as Shpur Malka. He appears every now and then in the Talmudic literature. And it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Tanaim to the Amoraim. Then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation once the Talmud is solidified in its format, but let me leave that till later on in the series. At any rate, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Sasanian Empire began in the early 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale, the two major rivers, in Hebrew, the Nahar Diglat, or Hideka, which is the Tigris, and the Nahar Prat, or the Euphrates, and they flow from the northwest down into the southeast, into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example, but this is really where the heavy settlement exists in the Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud in one particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there is a question of rates of intermarriage and following divorce law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish thought. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and if you were born on the other side, you were in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I'll leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on these two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of this information to some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva at Surah, the great academy at Surah, at Neharda, and at Pumbedita. The story of these three yeshivot, and after the year 259, when Neharda is overrun in a regional conflict of two yeshivot, Sura and Pumbedita, would last for hundreds of years and extend well into the Muslim period. These are the great academies, the centers of Jewish study, where the Talmud would be developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers in miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you could walk along the riverbank all the way from Sura to Pumbedita in one long day. Certainly, you could stop in Nahar Dagh for a lunch and maybe stay the night and then walk into Pumbedita and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such phenomenal global significance for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to each other, even by foot. And the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi Yehuda Nasi and others in Israel, when he returned to Bavel, he ended up establishing the yeshiva of Sura. His colleague Shmuel went to Nahar Dagh, and later the yeshiva moved to Pumbedita, and that's how we have these major institutions. There are many, many others as well, but these are, let's say, the three really big early yeshivot established in the region. A lot more to say about what exactly was a yeshiva. We tend to think of contemporary yeshivot and fold them backwards in time to what they must have looked like then. Possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It may have been more like disciple circles or things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the early period. In the next short video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the Talmud is and what these rabbis in these yeshivot were doing. But we should understand that, we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources or perhaps archaeological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic and amazing. Like, for example, this is a curse bowl. There are literally hundreds of curse bowls that were recently discovered in the region. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like folk magic, that somehow Jews would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of affecting a kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but local Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they had cornered the market in curse bowls and they were selling them to everybody there. We don't know for sure. But it's fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we have all kinds of data. We know, again, primarily from the Talmudic sources, that there was a form of organization of the kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective that government was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from the legal power, meaning there was the Jews did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the royal kingdom. It was led by someone called the Exilarch, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel. Just like Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was a descendant of King David and had that unique leadership role, so too the Exilarch was reputed to be from the line of King David and so on. There is a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarchate actually began. We sort of lose track of reliable data in the Parthian period, but certainly in the Sasanian period, you have the Reish Galuta, they're named, they interact with rabbis in the Talmud and so on. There's also a lot of people who are active in the area, and we only catch glimpses of them because our main lens is through the rabbinic view of the world. So we've already talked about Bruria as one of the exceptional women of the Talmud because she was so learned. We also have, however, a few other women that occur, like Yalta, who was a very learned and opinionated woman. She was associated with medicine as well, so it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of what might have been normally considered a women's domain. We really don't know for detail. And we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, the otherwise unnamed mother of Abaye, who wasn't actually his mother because his mother died in childbirth. He was an orphan raised by an uncle. But the woman who was his stepmother, who cared for him, he always referred to her as Ima. And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important rabbi in the Talmud, one of the most important, will refer to teachings of his own mother and say, Amra li ain, my mother said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her as a person and as a person of knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing bits of detail. We also have lots of fascinating non-Jews in the Talmud as well. The Magi, I was just learning a passage with Magi today. These are, of course, important in Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to visit, and they come far away from the east, drawn by the star, things like that. The gift of the Magi, the important O. Henry story. But the Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the Jews. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews in the Talmudic period over things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah in Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenazic ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but if you see the commentary, you see that's exactly what they're talking about. So also because the Magi regard the fire as having tremendous sanctity and it was like a purifying force. The Magi were also very concerned about issues of defiling the earth. And so they frowned upon burial, Jewish burial. Some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich and detailed look, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we would have liked to have just doesn't come through because it's not considered a relevant data point. But what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that in the next video. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is, and that's a crazy, impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to scrunch it down into a few minutes is going to be a very challenging idea. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is, let's say, the structure of the Talmud and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand is to have a look at a modern printing of a Talmudic page, as you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of Talmud. The first section that you have to look at is this sort of coral color, the pink color, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code. I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has like, general subjects like this whole order deals with the Jewish calendar and Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but it's not the same as a law book either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you will have a discussion that will include literally tens, maybe hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a non-Jew make a statement, or a woman be involved in a story, and this is what makes it really strange. It's like kind of like it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard printings, and you have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language, but nevertheless, it's something that would have been committed to memory, that scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, if the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, it has to be talking about when one recites the Shema prayer, then it'll start discussing, when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, they tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this manner, and the Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow discussion, but it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara. The word Gemara is Aramaic, and it means literally like finishing, completing, Gamar in Hebrew. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, meaning referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But it can go on for pages and pages. It's much, much longer than the Mishnah. One Mishnah, like a paragraph like the Mishnah, may result in 15, 20 pages of discussion that follows. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages in Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments that be brought into this particular discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I'm showing you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean. They say the sea of Talmud, and just like, you can't say the sea has a particular source, that it all comes from one place. It's just there, and then you have to enter the sea at some shoreline. Some places might be, nice, easy places to get into the water, like, let's say, the second chapter of Bava Metzia, which deals with lost and found. That's like a nice sandy beach, South Florida kind of style. And other places are like these rocky fjords with, water crashing and, like trying to jump into the middle of, Menachos or something like that, with sacrificial law and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches it and has to learn to swim right away. It's brilliant and amazing. And I'm already talking more than I hope to. Embracing the text, to use the remarkable metaphor of Rabbi David Bashevkin, is on the right here Rashi, which is a commentator from the 11th century. We'll speak more about him as we go on in this course, and his descendants and other students, the Tosafot from the 12th to 15th century. And they're essentially all concentrating on the central area of the text. And I'm not going to label it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the prime real estate, many, many more in other books beyond this particular page. But this gives you a sense of like what the document is all about. The structure is here. The function of it is basically to explicate the Mishnah, because the Mishnah itself demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi David Bashevkin, and I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and they have really amazing discussions there on all kinds of big Jewish ideas, and I love listening to it. He recently had a podcast with Professor Chaim Seiman, shown here, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a great book called Halakha, and I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as sort of why the Talmud is so important. So Chaim Seiman introduces the audience to the podcast to the work of Robert M. Cover, a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1982 called Nomos and Narrative. And in this article, he basically used the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is nomos and narrative? Nomos is the Greek word meaning law, and narrative is kind of like the story behind the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of like dense legal, sometimes picayune discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretically details that can't possibly actually happen in real life, and then interspersed with a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, the philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are popular sayings. They seem to be thrown in there, and some commentators have felt that it's kind of random. It is hardly random. It's highly intentional. And what Professor Cover wants to say is that in order for a legal system to work, and the Talmud is at its foundation a legal system, it's called by some the Constitution of Judaism. Big constitution, you can't hold it and carry in your pocket unless it's on a phone or something like that. The Talmud mixes nomos, law, with narrative, with the story behind the law. And this is really important because if a society, argues Mr. Clover, Professor Clover, if a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing the narrative behind them, then ultimately that's a type of tyranny. The rules are arbitrary. They could be made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with the narrative, as I've often found even in my administrative capacity at the college, people understand and can accept a no to their request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of like wanders between big discussions of nomos related issues to discussions of narrative related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nomos and narrative at once. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast on the Talmud. I'll put it in the source notes below the video. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud and its content. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud. I have many other videos on the Talmud on this site as well. I am very much involved in actually producing a daily video on the Talmud. It's studied in a format called Daf Yomi, which means a folio a day, 2 sides of 1 page per day. And this is a program used by thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Daf Yomi, and it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Talmud. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos that go with every page of the Talmud. I invite you to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging and refreshing and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, but always energizing. And it is the document around much of Judaism has revolved for the last 1,500 years or so. Am I enthusiastic about it? I hope so. Okay, I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you in some more. Looking at the period from the 3rd through the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. And there's 3 really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl Bulov that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. Then they're taking away here. You can see the menorah and all kinds of things like this, whereas the church seems kind of stable on the far right there. At any rate, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because as I'll show you on a map in just a second, the eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which was once so huge, and it's just barely hanging on in there. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control in the region, the presence of the legions, and so on, development of infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers, and we see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. The local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among Jews because you'll recall until this time, the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there, and actually, or Jupiter actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews and evokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the Patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the Patriarch, the Nisiut. The Patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Nisiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel who lived before the Common Era, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added upon in further centuries. But basically, he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was in place for many hundreds of years. But there were a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly the local Christians might have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Nicaea, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to really establish something very concrete and important for the survival of Jews in the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrins. And in fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, it would happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine in the year 324 renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome. It was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine City. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire. And as Rome goes into further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but since we already went to the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself a kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, and you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma in Constantinople, with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow or at least self-understands as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the Patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which is part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish. Upon manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was viewed with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the Patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians. And this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The Patriarchate is declining and eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca. And I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and rule in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia. Because basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire. And you can see that there are three big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in Western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel in places like Antioch and Damascus in Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement in Israel as well, but there would be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and on the southern coast of France in the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and Pyrenees that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside of the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just above where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which will become very powerful, and ultimately Babylonia, under the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614. And Israel will very briefly fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629, he is back in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly. But before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is into the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. This is so bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula, and you can see where the Kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Bauerstock called The Throne of Abdulis, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period we're discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a King Karib Asad who, in the return of the 5th century, was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which I hope to discuss not too long from now. When the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand pressed by the Christians and on the other hand pressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that King Karib Assad also saw that as an option for his Himyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar du Nuwas that lived about 100 years later, and presumably Himyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting local Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to King Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data to suggest that this kingdom was Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Himyarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and all kinds of things like this. So it's actually quite likely that, in fact, there was this Jewish kingdom in southern Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the region, and that signaled the end of the Himyarite Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating. I wish I had more time to study this stuff. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but it only lasts a very brief time because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. The Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and will have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule. And so we're going to look at a lot of these communities in the following lectures. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the diversus Judaeos tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for watching. One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeos, the title is generic. It's taken from a series of sermons delivered in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who we'll speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. But what's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against a background of Judaism, and largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the empire. And so some of the ideas which are, perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment and people speaking and, hyperbole and things like that, they can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. Well, anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this Adversus Judaeos tradition in particular. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here. And I have to tell you, as a quick sidebar, as I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation: André TV, Les vrais portraits et vies des Anglais grecs, latins et païens. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what païens means. I think it means peasant, which really doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of the images, like Socrates, for example, seem to be taken from busts that are from the Greek period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others. But otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really cool. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the Philosopher as well. He
lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trypho, which is essentially a dialogue with a Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and emotion, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot. Was it a meat spoon and a milk pot, things like that. And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing. Whereas Christians are much more thinking about, the more spiritual aspects of life. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many Christian thinkers over the centuries. He also, at the same time, and it seems to me a little bit contradictory, that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about, you guys are not the real Jews, you are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. And, I like, it doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is, like, what does it matter to you what I call myself? I could call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, the Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for their obduracy. It's definitely a kind of a not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations, and it is a very important early theme in the Church Fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially with Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at briefly, at any rate, at the work of Saint Jean Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these vrai portraits, another true portrait of Saint Jean Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather, captures a certain element of his thought. At any rate, he is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based in Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, because there's a whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought was the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying was all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality, and that's all physicality. And why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. And by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery, and you've got to set up courts of law to work out your differences, and no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there. Things like that. Like those 7 basic laws, just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may, and of course the conversion is always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it. They will enter into heaven and receive reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews may, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which I won't go into in this little class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogues. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stopping them. It's not like a closed society. And from what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in his sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch. That was a fairly open society. Non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogue even, and participating to whatever degree they feel like they want to within Jewish circumstances. And he was really upset with this because this was making it very difficult for Christianity to clearly identify, what it's about as opposed to Judaism. The kinds of things he's very upset about is non-Jews, Christians, participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday, right? A little bit earlier in the 4th century, the very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in some significant ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish day of rest, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover. And this was apparently not happening. And so he's very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in the Talmud, incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them their freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. It's like $25 a pound. So they're giving them it's essentially bread and it's just flour and water crackers, but nevertheless it's a seasonal food and so on. That non-Jews were engaging in feasting and in fasting with Jews, that sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. That he refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, how it's, the tone in which it's stated, but it literally means nation. In fact, the Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible and in the liturgy. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral or positive sense, but if someone says to you, hey, Jew, in the street, that's probably a negative sense. So the term Shabbos Goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. Now, by the way, kids, before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non-Jew take care of those things for you.
that non-Jews were actually involved in communal prayer with Jews, that non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in, Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the date of Passover, Easter. So St. John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These are all terrible things for non-Jews to be doing, Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to, be essentially shunted aside. There's a lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specifically. Now, let us conclude with something a little more positive about the Adversus Judaeus tradition, or perhaps more generally about the Church Fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say it's St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography, so many cool things about him that it's enjoyable to read about him. This is one particular story, a beautiful Italian envisioning of it, in which St. Augustine was apparently, he had a lot of personal doubts about theology and religion and so on, and he works us through it in his work, in his writings. He was really confused by the Trinity, could not understand how the Trinity could work. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean in this particular beautiful late Renaissance picture. It's in the forest or something, and the little child was with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. Here you can see the little hole right in front of him, and there's the halo indicating that it's kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, "What are you doing? And you'll never be able to fill up that hole." And the child says, "Exactly. There are some things which, you can think about, but you'll never get. So therefore, you have to kind of let go sort of approach to it." Anyways, let's talk about what St. Augustine had to say about the Jews, which was very useful and positive, actually. One of the things that he says, and again, this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole carnal Israel thing. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundation of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen in their clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these commandments for Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for remaining steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on non-Jews, very similar to Jewish theology in this case, but the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing them? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings. It is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are without demanding them to convert to Christianity. And this will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential for Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundations of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when the Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So, contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved. Now, this is not uniformly positive.
They are like, he uses the metaphor of Cain. You'll recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to wander forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was opprobrium associated with it, he was not to be killed. That anyone who would slay Cain, the mark was there to indicate they should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says St. Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using a citation from Psalms, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next few centuries. There were certain thinkers like Pope Gregory the Great, for example, who definitely hewed to St. Augustine's positive approach with huge benefits for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a degraded state. That is, let's keep them around, but they shouldn't be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity, because it says, hey, look, we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have converted to Christianity? Look how good the Jews have it. Nevertheless, St. Augustine's ideas created sort of like a pathway to allow the Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine of witness. There were notable exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution was actually very, salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the Church Fathers and the discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world, and specifically at the world of the synagogue and the development of something called Piyut. Thanks very much for watching. the last couple of videos, we spent a lot of time talking about how Jews were acted upon by larger forces, the state and the church and so on. But I don't want to give you the impression that they're just, passively accepting whatever is coming to them from the outside. The Jews are also very creative at this period in time as well. And so let's just take a few minutes to see one area where their creativity is especially prominent, and that is in the institution of the synagogue. Here's an interesting looking map of the synagogues in the ancient world, specifically looking at the 1st and the 2nd century. And if you have a look at the legend there on the left, you can see that the blue dots refer to literary references to old synagogues, and the green circles are papyri, and then you've got inscriptions, like stone inscriptions, and finally the stars are archaeological evidence of these synagogues. Now, they're not including here these synagogues in Israel. Of course, there are quite a few in the land of Israel itself, but the main concentrations are in the Nile Delta in Egypt. You've also got quite a few in Asia Minor, the Italian peninsula. A few of them up on the Black Sea littoral, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more detail in a second, Dura Europos, which is way over here on the right. Fascinating synagogue. And so synagogues are an extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple is destroyed in the 1st century, especially when they're a minority living away from large Jewish population centers. The synagogue is their locus for formal communal ritual activity, specifically religious worship, and they had to kind of articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice associated with the temple? Synagogues did predate the destruction of the temple. So in other words, Jews seem to want to create these institutions where they could get together for communal prayer. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in the Mishnah and in the Talmud and the Midrash that describes the evolution of the prayer service and what connects to what, and the references to the patriarchs, fascinating kinds of things like that. But we should understand that the synagogue, the word itself, by the way, is Greek, meaning place of gathering, is effectively a Jewish community center, a JCC, for a minority population. And it would fulfill all kinds of different functions, not just religious, but it would be a place of gathering for discussing communal affairs, for adjudicating disputes, all kinds of things. The basics of the service that is familiar to synagogue goers today took centuries to evolve. And if you look at the prayer book, that's really an archaeological textual representation of the wanderings of the Jews in diaspora as well, with core elements that go back to Israel, and then other elements and other prayers that were added in many different iterations throughout their long history. One of the things that I find especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the sources that we have. Professor Tal Ilan wrote a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 4. Have a look at the notes, and I'll give you a reference to that. In that, of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, like this is something in contemporary synagogues as well. You'll have like a plaque here and a plaque there, and you'll have a plaque on top of a plaque. Everyone who gives anything to the synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at these ancient inscriptions that have survived, 1/3 of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're mentioned in leadership positions as well. So that's a really fascinating statistic. And I wish we knew more about that, but maybe we'll get back to it later on in the series. At any rate, the synagogue is forming as a major locus of Jewish activity, and innovations are replicated across Europe. And let's look at two of them in particular. Here is a beautiful wall painting from Dura Europos. That remarkable synagogue was so well preserved. This is actually a representation of elements in the story of the book of Esther. You can see there's Mordecai on the left on a horse. He's being walked along by Haman, I think. It's fascinating. At any rate, the kind of things that are going on in the synagogue at this time, they're still trying to work out, for example,
public Torah reading is obviously something very important. Even the prophet Ezra had mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis. How exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major distinctions that we have at this time is that Israel tended to prefer a triennial Torah reading, meaning that the first 5 books of Moses were completed only once every 3 years, which meant there was a much shorter amount of time actually dedicated to reading the Torah. Whereas in the diaspora, an annual reading, which is pretty much the norm nowadays, was preferred. And this made for a lot of interesting gaps in the prayer service. How long was the prayer service? What other things would people say or do in the prayer service, and so on. And one of the most fascinating elements related to this is the institution of the, I guess the modern term would be drasha, or sermon. It's not the term that was used in the ancient period, but it finds its textual expression in the creation of Aggadic Midrash. So we spoke about Midrash a while back in this series. Midrash are basically kind of like poetic teachings on biblical passages, some of which have halachic ramifications, meaning they are used to determine behavior in a concrete and kind of legal sense. And there's much more that is Aggadic in nature, meaning that is homiletical, that does not necessarily have to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken very seriously. It's not uncommon to have midrashic interpretations, as the Torah itself is reputed to have 70 different interpretations, meaning an infinite number of interpretations. Maybe not infinite, but a lot of them anyways. The Aggadic Midrash, or legendary Midrash, can go in many different directions, even contradictory directions. And the collections of these Midrashim, which are tied to their utility in the synagogue service, is especially pronounced at this period of time. This is when we begin to see the textual versions of books like Genesis Rabbah, for example, Bereshis Rabbah, which is now widely studied as a source of these kinds of midrashic teachings. Again, the oral tradition that supports these midrashim is much older than late antiquity, but they begin to coalesce in a written format around this time. We also see the promulgation of Targum. Targum literally means translation, and this is the rendering of the text into a foreign language, most specifically, most commonly Aramaic, because particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Jewish populations are speaking Aramaic, and having the Torah read in Hebrew, although it's a closely related language, they don't have a precise understanding of what's going on, so it was very common to have the Torah reader actually read the text